As part of Jewellery Maker's 7th birthday celebrations, we have 3 exciting workshops you won't want to miss out on. Join Kleshner on Thursday the 4th of May and learn how to weave on the Bangle Weaving for Beginners workshop. If you love shibori, then you must join special guest Amy K. Sweet McNamara direct from the USA on Friday the 5th of May for the Swimming the Channel workshop. Amy will teach you how to create a beautiful shibori bangle. Also flying in, especially from the USA, we welcome back Leslie Rajalski, Creative Director of Beadsmith. On Saturday the 6th of May, join Leslie for an introduction to the beading loom and create some fabulous pieces. All workshops mentioned are £99.95. Places are limited, so book quickly to avoid disappointment. Come along and join in with our birthday celebrations. See you there!
Look, here we are. Look, I look as if I'm ready now. I'm like a guest waiting for a wedding to happen. But let me tell you, it is going to be the wedding party of your dreams this evening. Good evening, my name's Derek. If we've never met before, hello, I would shake your hands, but it's a long way to... Where are you? Crikey, that is a long way away, isn't it? We're in the middle of Worcestershire and the weather is wonderful here. Enjoy it while the weekend lasts, we're being told, because next week there's snow on the way. Snow! What's going on? Yeah, no. There's a cold snap coming down. Anyway, never mind about that for now. We got lots to do between now and 11 o'clock on The Late Show with the wonderful, wonderful team around me. Now, let's see if I can remember who everybody is. Let's see. Let's start in the gallery, shall we? Let's start in the gallery. On the master controller with the mixer and the knobs and the knockers and the dials and the faders and all of that kind of stuff, it's MC Mike is up there. There he is on the right-hand side. All right, give us a wave, Mike. And Phil, no missing Phil. I'm so glad you're there in the boss's chair, isn't it? That's the highest chair, isn't it? That's the one that swings back the most, isn't it? Absolutely. Right here, down here on the floor, down on the floor, as Dobie Gray used to say in that classic hit. I've got gorgeous Leah behind camera 2 at the moment. She'll be behind 1, 2 and 63 as well. And you may have noticed over here, or actually behind, in the other corridor. Is he in the other corridor? Where's Toby? Is he hiding down there? Where is he? There he is. Where's the digestives? I can't see them. And here in the studio with me, guest designer, the guest designer of guest designers, Sara Elvin, everybody. Yay! Hello, lovely.
Hello.
I'm so glad you're here with me tonight, because you know this is only my second show, don't you?
That's absolutely fine. You were brilliant on the last one.
Oh, bless you. I still need leading by the hand, though.
That's okay.
Especially when it comes to featherweight head pins, which are a little bit like hen's teeth, I do believe, and they're coming up very, very shortly. We've not had them for ages and ages and ages.
That's it, and I can't believe we've got the bundle we've got.
Yeah, all 3 colours coming up. Well, it's the summer wedding fair, and as Zena quite rightly said, friends in high places seems to have got us what we wanted. So, should we kick off straight away with Star by number 1? Goes something like this. Alrighty, now some star buys, of course, are based on humongous quantity. Some star buys are not. Look, first 2 words up there, low stock. Take note. What we have here is something that I know for this particular theme, for our wedding fair weekend, if you are making headwear, if you're making buttonholes, which we'll see with Sara tomorrow, as well as some gorgeous flowers. In fact, I should have worn your buttonhole, shouldn't I, with the flowers on for tomorrow. We have got for you the most beautiful super silk wire. 10 metres in 7 different colours. You've got a black and a white. Of course, you've got to have a black and a white for a wedding, haven't you? Got this gorgeous, gorgeous hot pink, wonderful sort of lavender, soft purple, gorgeous deep sapphire blue, something blue, in not just one shade but 2. Lovely. That's sort of a tealy sky blue and a dark sapphire blue. And of course, passionate, hot, fabulous wedding lippy red. It's got to be there as well, isn't it? Red and white together are beautiful. Red and black, of course, as we saw with Nadia during the week. Red and black together, just beautiful. Right, low stock, not many. Okay, here's the price that it should be. That looks good. That looks good indeed. I think this price might appeal just a little bit more. And Sarah, you've been using a lot of this, haven't you, recently?
I have.
£9.95.
No.
Oh, now hello. I take it not many available. Right, 35 chances available, a 24 something saving, and you've got 70 metres. And I'm guessing, Sarah, that's going to go a heck of a long way.
It does, it really does. I mean, you can make some really structural pieces with this. It holds its shape nicely.
Yeah.
But this is great if you want to inject that colour but still have the structure of a wire.
Yeah.
So things like your cinema, where we're going to be making our headdresses and our fascinators with the material that Gemma Crows does beautiful workshop with. And this is just brilliant if you know anyone who's allergic to metal, because it's covered.
It's fantastic. Yeah. And look, as we speak, out they go. Good Lord, we seem to have found exactly what you wanted for your stash, for your wedding fair pieces, and actually for your spring and your summer pieces. I mean, think outside of the boxes. I'm sure you are right now, which is why they are pretty much going and gone. Well, that was a quick start by, wasn't it? Crikey, what do I do now? What do we do for the rest of the 5 hours? Wow, that's gone already. Well done, congratulations if you managed to get those. What should we do next, Phil? Oh, how exciting. Right, this is where I get to delve through the boxes for you. These are beautiful. Sterling silver, stardust beads. These are wonderful. I love this. I love the methods that they use. I mean, I'm very much into the way that things made from silver are actually sort of produced and made. And I think it's amazing, I really do. The detailing you have here, if you are creating something with a shine, with such a versatile kind of shine, because of course with silver being so lustrous, it's really nice sometimes to mattify that look, to texture that look a little bit. Here we've got 3 of these, 3.2 grams of sterling silver. Again, not seen too many times as far as I can remember as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a treat. And again, so many different ways of using this. In fact, on Sarah's kit, second kit tonight, oh my word, there's definitely a place for something like this with the pearls. £9.95. Oh, hello. Okay, have we got plenty? Have we got thousands and thousands, Phil? No, not at all. Right, half price. 3 of these for £4.95, and I guess actually, you know, knowing that these are sterling silver and you know, base metal, fantastic, wonderful, widely used, keeps costs down and everything else, but you cannot beat the real deal, can you? And here the texture, if you think of the size of these beads, so they're what, 8mm round, and of course they've got the little loop there at the top. So the little connector, so you can do with this absolutely what you want. But if you think of the price of silver today, that's ridiculous. Even just for the gram weight of silver, even if I said, look, I couldn't do this because obviously it would be quite warm, but if I poured 3 grams of silver into your hand, you'd be like, crikey, that's good. That's really good for £5. Let alone all of these beautiful. I mean, it's the texture to this, isn't it? And the texture, I guess, allows you to decorate around them, Sarah, as well, if you wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could make a little seed bead cap for them. Yeah. You could use your Swarovskis there. You could use your smaller gemstones and just literally make a little circlet and pop it over that loop, so you can actually decorate it and have that as a removable decoration, which gives you the versatility with these. I'm just looking at these and thinking, what a simple suite of jewellery. If you know somebody who's not a fussy jewellery maker,
yes,
that likes really simple, elegant jewellery, pair of earrings and a pendant.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
Thing.
And listen, sitting here has turned me into a bit of a, right, now, let me think, what would I do? You know those long tubular seed beads on a nice drop, this at the bottom, sorted, simple, classical, elegant. something you wouldn't necessarily find on the high street, you know, not something that every other lady is wearing. And that, I guess that's what Jewellery Maker is all about, isn't it? It's about saying, okay, well, you know, we could all walk down to insert name of jeweller here, and we could say those earrings. And then when your sister Sheila, let's call her Sheila, shall we? When your sister Sheila sees them, she says, oh yeah, I saw those in the window the other day as well. Not so special then, is it? If you've created it yourself, wonderful. Even better if you are a jewellery maker and you make these pieces, or make pieces that are individual designs, having someone walk up to your stand in a craft fair and say, I love those earrings, I simply have to have them. As a designer, whoa, don't you stand just a little bit taller? That's fantastic. Half price right now at $4.95. Well done. Lots of you multi-ordering on these. Fantastic. Well done. Oh, okay. It's got to be done. It's got to be done right now. Phil says, has to be done right now. Cannot wait any longer. Just carry on adding those to your order. But it has to be done right now. Ah, it's time for a mega one of these. Okay, when was the last time? See, it's not easy for me to say this because, you know, I've been here for once before. Okay, so this is second time. But I am led to believe here, there and everywhere. In fact, Sarah, you can tell us the last time you saw a pack of featherweight head pins where we have all three colours available in quantity.
I can't actually remember seeing a pack where we had all three colours. Sometimes we'll have maybe one colour, sometimes we'll maybe have two, but not all three together. So for me, this is absolutely something as a jewellery maker that I'm so excited about, because I need to stock up, because these go through all of your gemstones, those delicate high-end gemstones. They go through your pearls beautifully, and they're so malleable as well that you can use them in other ways. So you don't just have to use them as the mechanic which they're intended for. You can use them to put little wrap details onto your jewellery as well, and to have all three colours. For me, stash builder. I would be multi-buying.
And I guess in terms of wedding fair, in terms of, you know, smaller pearls,
Yes.
versatility, shapes that you can create,
That's it.
ways
Definitely.
that you can take your designs just a little bit further, I can see why this is just so simple. Really, really simple. Okay, apparently they haven't been around forever and ever and ever and ever. A long, long time. 100. Oh, I thought it was a 50 of each. It's not. It's 100 of each, isn't it? Okay, so you've got obviously your rose gold plated, your yellow gold plated, and your silver plated as well. Okay, are you ready? Now, Phil said, knowing that you were coming, because I hadn't seen Phil since obviously I snuck in to be over. Holy moly, that's 300. 300 and 300 goes a long, long way, Sarah, but it might be a while since you last bought them, so therefore...
That's it. This would be, for me, I would be not buying one of these. I would literally be stocking up and keeping these because they're going to last you. They're not, nothing's going to happen to them. Just keep them somewhere safe in their little bags.
Oh my crikey. Well, you can see, can't you, Sarah? Look,
Yes,
the names,
I can.
the list of names is just going on. You can see your names rolling down, and people are saying, "My word, right? Okay." While they're here, and they're probably also saying, "Well, you can come back again if you get things like that scheduled into your shows." Fantastic. Well done. So many of you, far too many to mention, but well done. If you've got this in a basket, of course, you know what you need to do, because you don't have, you know, opportunities every single day to do something like this. A quarter of the stock has already gone, and we only started. I'm just going to put it out there right now. We started with 200. So a quarter of that has gone straight away. It's completely up to you, of course, how you do it. At $4.95, it looks like a fantastic price with what a resource this will be for you. But if you want to follow other people's leads, people are adding 2s and 3s, and of course, that's what you would want to do. So well done. Laura, Adeline in Moray, Hazel in Wiltshire, well done. Leslie in Denbighshire, Olive in gorgeous Cumbria. How's wonderful Cumbria? today. There's Teresa and Stephen in Bedfordshire. We've got Beverly in Cardiff as well. June on Merseyside. Well done, Joe in Somerset. And there's lots of 2s and 3s on my screen as well. In fact, we must be getting up towards halfway now, are we not? Right. Okay. Really? Oh my word. Okay. You know, be quick. What the? Something fell from above there. Ooh. Something fell from above. Or maybe it was just one of my featherweight head pins just moved. I'm sure I saw something fall from above. Maybe it was a bonus one. Maybe it was a bonus one. £4.95. Oh, did something fall down? Actually, I'll move these out, shall I? There you go. I'll pop them on there. Oh, oh, it's I tell you what, it's. I won't take. I can't remember what they call them. Earwig. That's it. The ones with the pincers on the end of them. We'll get somebody to take that out. Toby. Do you fancy a little walk outside? We've got a little... Wow, he was a daredevil because he came all the way down from above. I don't want you... He's still alive, he's fine. He's fine. He's an earwig. He's one of those. Are you all right with things like that,
Yeah.
Toby? Okay. There you go, you can liberate him. What the heck was he doing up there? Was he spying on me? I don't know. Anyway, here are your featherweight head pins. Well, there you go, live telly. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Fantastic. Let's hope there's not a whole family of them up there. Otherwise, it could be a long evening. How many left now, Phil? Oh my crikey, right, over three quarters of the way through all of these. Remember, it's 100 of each, so 100 in the rose gold plate, 100 in the yellow gold plate, 100 in the silver plate as well. We've not had these for a long, long time. How much each? No, that would, no. 1.7 pence per featherweight head pin. When you buy these, because I guess we're not the only place in the world, but I'm guessing that you wouldn't ordinarily be buying them in such large quantities, would you?
If you can find them,
okay.
They're tricky to find.
Right.
They definitely don't come in what I would call a trade quantity, which is what you're really getting here.
Yeah.
Because typically they'd be in packs of 10, maybe 15 if you were lucky.
Right.
In a little bag.
Yeah.
And then you're paying for that to be packaged individually like that.
Yeah.
And then you might have to go quite a long way to find these, or you
Yeah.
might have to just trust somebody online to buy them from and then pay the postage and packaging per item.
And you know it, if you buy a smaller quantity as well, I'm guessing,
Yeah.
is you look at them and you think, okay, well, there's not a lot I can do with them. Therefore, that limits your inspiration a little bit, doesn't it?
And also you get a bit precious about using them. So
Yes.
you might think, oh, I'll just use one
Yes.
for a pair of earrings. So the necklace that, was it Sheila that was in earlier?
Yes.
Where she had all of those seed beads all
Yeah.
on.
You can go
head
to
pins.
town, can't you?
Yeah.
Well, you can't for long though, and we've got, well done, most of you, because you know I don't like nagging about baskets. There's one thing that I really don't like doing, and that's nagging about web baskets, because you know you hear it on telly all over the place, and I'm not a nagger when it comes to baskets, but well done. Well behaved, all of you, checking out those baskets. Robert in Falkirk, hello Robert, says, glad to see you back, Derek. Always good to have more men represented at JM. Yes, but you can't have myself and Colin on at the same time. That's the only problem, because if I just stand up, and I'm on a high chair by the way, although I am the same size standing up as sitting down, but if Colin were here right now, you know where that earwig came from? He'd be up there somewhere. But yes, we're going to have a brilliant night tonight and tomorrow. Yeah, and I can bring a sort of boy's perspective to things as well, and a little bit of design inspiration as well. I love jewellery. For those of you who don't know me, I've been around in jewellery one way or the other, even not a million miles away from here actually, for the last 10 years or so. So I know my gemstones, left, right and centre, he says, as he pulls from his box of wonders. 3 miles of lace. No, actually it's not 3 miles. Let me just pop those head pins down there. Wowzers, 20 metres. Again, a huge resource. Now, before coming to Jewellery Maker, obviously you know that I've been here a couple of times before, where Sara is right now, doing a little bit of a test show formats for what is now the sewing quarter. So obviously I've been around and about. So since then, I've been in lots of stores where you can buy your resources, shall we say, your bits and pieces. You know the kind of stores that I'm thinking of where it comes to, you know, sewing, and of course lace into jewellery making. Fantastic, really does make sense, especially for bridal. If you've got maybe you are creating and customizing your own wedding dress, or indeed, you know, any of the accessories that go with that as well. Having lace, and I guess there's a million and one possibilities, Sarah, as well, isn't there, for lace?
Definitely. I mean, this could be for doing your table decorations. Maybe you want to decorate. Maybe you want to do your gifts. Maybe you want a little bit of lace to tie around the top instead of ribbon.
Yes.
Maybe you want to pop this on your candles, on your candle decorations.
Yes.
It may be that you wanted to make a headdress out of this for the bride or for your bridesmaids. Yes. It could be even your bridesmaid's dresses are shoulderless, and maybe you've got a bridesmaid who doesn't feel comfortable in a shoulderless dress.
Yes.
Shoulderless dress, so you can make some straps for the dress for that. Decorating the basket for the flower girl. There's so many different things. Your buttonholes.
And again, I would guess if we were going to one of those supply shops, you know, the kind of thing. I'm not knocking them at all. You know, everything has its place in this world. I mean, this is what JM is great for, is you don't have to go looking through all of those stores. You can jump on the web, you can get your tablet, your eye thing or whatever, and you can just go, whoosh, that's it, done. I'm guessing ordinarily when you buy something like this, you're buying it in quite short lengths. I guess probably 1 meter or 2 meters or possibly 5 meters at a time. You've got two different styles, as you can see there, and they're so beautiful. Again, so many projects you could employ these on as well. Really good. I love it, and it's really, really nice, particularly with this theme of the wedding fair as well. Because again, you might just be talking about making home decor pieces and decorating them with seed beads or gemstones or whatever, really going to town. You might be someone who has, do you know what, the first thing that came into my head is I've just bought an awful lot of cactus plants for some reason. Don't know why. Got to that certain age, you see, got to 34 and I want a collection of cactus. But the pots look a little bit plain. Do you know what I mean? This could be a way of jazzing them up as well. But there you go. It's your own creativity, isn't it? Okay, remember there's 10 meters of each, so you get 10 meters of this slightly longer, slimmer design, and then you've got, it's really beautiful, it's very, very intricate as well. £15.90. Now, as a resource, that has to be brilliant. Oh, okay, not £15.90. Okay, hang on. Now, you know, it's 10 meters of each fill here, you know. If we were going to one of those stores, do you know how much that might be? For just a couple of meters of one. £9.95, and that's yours right now. It's a good start to the show, isn't it? I mean, this is brilliant. What's that working out at? 50 pence a metre. And when, again, you know that this is something, maybe you are the person that is called upon. Maybe you are the one that everyone calls upon. Oh, I need some bridesmaids' dresses. Oh, I need a tiara for something. Nikki in Cambridgeshire, she says, hi, I make lace, but I couldn't make it for that price. It's beautiful. It's very true, isn't it? Blimey, I tell you what, that must take an awful lot of patience. Lace making. Is that the thing where you have the little wooden pegs and you go, that one and that one? Is that lace making, Sarah?
Yeah, with the pins, and then you move all the bobbins.
Oh.
It takes an awful lot of patience and an awful lot of skill, so I take my hat off to her.
Nikki, you're amazing. You are absolutely amazing. Just to have the patience to do something like that as well. Zoe in Bristol says, hi Derek and Sara, can you also customise your summer outfits and make coordinating hair accessories as well? Yes,
yes,
absolutely true. Yeah, it makes so much sense, doesn't it? It's brilliant. Here comes another one from Kim in Lincolnshire. She says, hi Derek, welcome to the JM family. Thank you for the welcome, Kim. It's very kind of you as well. I tell you what, the team here are amazing. I realise that there is so much to learn, so much to learn. I'm going to leave that with you, that lovely lace. It's got a good weight to it as well, let me tell you. Very, very satisfying weight to it as well. Very, very nice indeed. Right. Ooh, one of my favourite gemstones. Do you know, I like anything that has a secondary colour. My favourite gemstone, and will always be, is opals, but I love labradorite, and I love moonstone as well, because it has that secondary tone of colour. I love that. Anything which has a slight sort of translucency to it, but look at that, with rainbow moonstone, you have got that wonderful sort of inner glow going on. Love it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And I guess you've got 3 times the opportunity underneath there.
That's it.
So to be able to do exactly what you want to.
That's it. I mean, you can use these as they're intended for earring findings, for chandeliers, but also I like to use them where I'd like to have a triple row. Maybe I want to plait a triple row of pearls in the centre, or just a section, and it allows you to have that control over that triple row of gemstones, or a central section of a bracelet where you might want that more detail to be there. These are going to allow you to do that, and you've got that beautiful colour coming through. So if you
it's
want,
wonderful, isn't it?
It's amazing.
You could just look at, I mean, there are some gemstones that you get hold of, and sometimes gemstones are just for looking at, I think. It's almost a shame to do anything with them. Do you know what I mean? How often do you do that, Sarah?
I've got a strand of opal at home that hasn't... It sits on my work desk and I look at it every day.
Yeah.
But I haven't yet had... It's just so beautiful. I don't want to do it an injustice.
Yeah. Do you know what? I was once in India with another jewellery company I worked with, and I sat with a... It's funny, when you see a parcel of gemstones, they kind of have it wrapped up, not quite like chip paper, it's like very, very strong paper, but you open it up like you would chips on a Saturday night, and you sit there and you look at the stones. And they said, right, okay, we need to come up with a design that would fit these, you know, big labradorite stones. And do you know what? The whole time I thought, I'm not interested in a design at all. I just want to take this whole parcel of stones home and just look at them. And labradorite and moonstone are just, you know, they're those kind of gemstones. Beautiful. Size-wise, you're looking at good sizes there as well. 16 by 12, which is ridiculous. Now, come on, Phil. These are framed in sterling silver, so you've got the faceting of the gemstones first, and faceting of moonstone is not easy. To maximise that wonderful shimmer, that play of light that comes through, you have to cut pre-form the gemstones, which is basically taking the larger host rock and saying, right, which bit of that am I going to cut and facet? So that's pre-forming, and then you start working out your shape, and then faceting them. And faceting takes forever and ever and ever. And these are all beautifully and exactingly faceted as well. They're beautiful. Now, Phil, now stop it now. They look like little moonstone turtles there, don't they, on their side? $9.95. All the way from Madagascar. Beautiful. In fact, where is this moonstone from, Phil? I forgot the origin. It's Indian moonstone, is it? Fantastic. Good quality. In fact, actually, let me just show you that I'm not just picking one with good colour there. You know, they're all going to have that wonderful inner glow, those lovely blues, those gorgeous golds that come through as well. It's easy for you to say. Grab these now, $9.95, 4 of them available for you as well. Grab them as quickly as you possibly can. To get involved, if you've never shopped with us before, by the way, you just dial the free phone number at the bottom of the screen, that one down there, 0800 644 655. You can go on online to the web, JewelleryMaker.com, and you can have a shopping basket, but a computer shopping basket, you understand. You can just pop things in and then you check them out, like taking everything to the checkout, the supermarket. I think that's why they call it a basket, you know. And you can do that checkout as many times as you like in a single day up till midnight, and you'll still only pay 1 postage of $2.95. So you can stash to your heart's content all day long. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, now, okay, right, this is test the new boy time, isn't it? Right, pop those away. There is an impromptu, no, it's all right, not the test card. I'm not becoming the test card. We're having an impromptu one of these. Oh my word, right, okay, this is the one. This is the one that Phil and I were looking at earlier, aghast. And in fact, if you're looking at the picture of this on the website, it looks like an Easter egg, doesn't it? On the website picture is huge, it looks like an Easter egg. What we have here, though, is something extremely special. It's a freshwater cultured pearl, but note the dimensions. Ranging from 19 by 15 mil up to 25 by 19 mil. To get the size that you have here, you have to wait an extremely long time. I'm guessing, Sara, that you don't see anything like this very often.
You know, I've never seen a single one of these on its own. We've had some strands of these, which may possibly have been out of some people's price ranges. But for me, a single one is such a focal point anyway. I would typically in a design use a single one as a beautiful pendant drop, or the centre of almost an Indian style headdress or a festival piece of jewellery.
Look at the colours.
I know, it's beautiful.
I mean, it is magical. I mean, you can see on the web as well. You can see, in fact, I'll just stop. I won't wiggle and waggle. I'll just stop and let you see that perfectly still. Because actually the main feature of a good quality pearl is not just its primary colour, it's its secondary and its tertiary colours as well. You have purples and blues, and also you can see it's half drilled as well, so that will lend itself straight away, I'm sure, to the relevant findings that you have to get you started and to go for it. It is full drilled, I beg your pardon. Do you know I didn't see the hole at the bottom? There you go. Story of my life, pulling at the wrong end. Every time. Okay, only 24 remaining. That's why it's a star buy, by the way. Ridiculous. Now, you've had a strand of these before, but that strand has been somewhere in the region of maybe 50, 60 or more?
More, yes, definitely.
With $7.95. Well done. So many of you flying in. Mary, well done. 3 of those. Nicole in Florida, well done, 3 of those. Collector in Leicestershire, 3 of those. Collector in West Yorkshire, 3 of them. Well done, congratulations, they are flying out. Please make sure you check out, if you've got these in your web basket, they are hotly contested. In fact, we are going to have more bidders than we have pearls, funnily enough. Phil, you knew that would be the case as well, didn't you? Which is why we made this a star buy. Even, let me tell you, when we came in this evening, we didn't even actually know when it was. We saw it in words in a schedule. We didn't have a picture at the time, so we had to find the piece, and before we'd even done it, Phil said it's got to be a star buy. It's just absolutely has to be. And look, single figures now already. Crazy Saturday night. Lovely to have your company, by the way. I'm Derek. If we've never met, lovely Sara. Elvin is with me as well, all the way through until 11 o'clock. Oh, no, you're not here until 11 o'clock, are you? Until 10 o'clock. Because you're busy tomorrow as well here, aren't you?
I am. I'm in very early in the morning to do some special filming for a DVD. Yeah. And then I'm on the morning show as well.
Yeah. That's the one that starts at 8 o'clock in the morning?
The one that starts at 8, but I think I'm starting at 9.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll be a bit like this at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, sold out and gone. Congratulations, well done. That is beautiful. Good Lord, great opportunity to get just one of those, in fact. Can't wait. Oh, right, okay. Oh, this is fantastic. Again, of course, pearls are one of the big watchwords of this weekend, of course, with it being a wedding fair. What we've got here for you, and this is perfect. For someone like me, who has not yet ventured into jewellery making, and funnily enough, I've designed some jewellery before for another company. Funnily enough, a boy designed jewellery. Yeah, we can be known to be creative every now and again. But here, to get you started, if you're like me and you think, right, okay, I don't really know how to dip my toe in the water, this, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Because you do still have that sense of achievement. And yes, of course, you've still really got to create the rest of the design beyond this as well. But what you have here is a half-drilled pearl, gorgeous pearl as well, absolutely. If I, there you go, look at purity. Look at how wonderfully silvery the lustre is. And I'm guessing that all I need to do, because you have everything going on here, all I need to do is one into the other. Can I do it now? Is that allowed? Oh, I didn't think I'd be allowed to as well. Okay, do I need any advice, Sara?
No, not at all. I mean, normally what you can do with the pearls is you can position them onto the pin, okay, like you're doing now. Yes. Typically, depending on how the pin's created, sometimes there's a little bit of a screw mechanism on the pin. Yes. Don't think there is one on this one. Okay, so typically, if there isn't, you're just going to need to pop some glue. Right. Jewellery Maker strong glue on there, and let that dry on there, and it's exactly how the trade does it. If you've got any jewellery that's half drilled, it will be glued onto that setting. So you're not doing anything different than the trade would do. Fantastic. So locate, pin with hole, job is done. Now that's quite an achievement. I have some amazing chains coming. Does that mean, Phil, that means I'm a jewellery maker? Mm-hmm. That's it.
Tell you what, there should be a badge. I did my first. That's a proud moment, that is. Right, 8 to 9 millimetre round. 12.95 is where we should be. But Phil says no, because you've achieved something. So you should achieve something at home as well if you're going to grab this. Oh, look at it hiding away there. Did it hiding away at the side of the screen there, sneaking its way in? There it is. Cheeky monkey. 7.95. That's good. Do you know what? For the achievement alone, and listen, that's the first up. For the achievement alone, that's worth 7.95 of anyone's money, I think. I love the fact it's almost, the setting at the bottom, it's almost like a button in itself. So there's lots of different ways you could use that if you wanted to as well. But you've got the half drilled pearl, and of course, it will just show you at the back there. You just locate that into the pin, and that's it. I've done it again. Whoa! You can, even without any glue, you can carry on having that achievement again and again and again. Do you know, you couldn't give that away. You couldn't give that away. Deborah in Essex says, Sara, you can never have too much Sara, Elvin.
Oh.
I agree.
Oh,
I agree.
Kind.
And see, even before meeting you, I've seen a lot of you by watching. Who else have we got? We've got Tanya in the West Midlands saying, good evening, Derek and Sara. I have 2 strands that I haven't cut one. One is labradorite. Oh, that I haven't cut, sorry. One is... one is labradorite and opals. I just keep looking at them. Yeah. How many of you have got those? And I can completely understand that as someone who loves gemstones, and indeed have, you know, I've got a collection of them. I've got some opal rough from Mintabi in Australia in a little glass case at the top of the stairs. And quite often I've got a little string of lights around it. Quite often I just get one of those little lights and shine it and watch all of the different colours. I love it. And I've got a big piece of labradorite as well, polished labradorite, that I love. Could never part with it. Could never part with it. You know, if someone said, okay, well, you know, make me a this, that and the other. No, it's mine. That's it. Staying with me forever and ever and ever. That's what you do though, isn't it? And I can quite imagine, in fact, I have my eyes, and sorry, you were talking before about opals.
Yes.
I'm the same. I've got my eye on quite a few Ethiopian opal strands that are here. They're just delicious, aren't they?
The one I've got on my desk is an Ethiopian opal, but it's got almost like an orange body colour.
Oh, wow.
It is the most amazing strand. Beautiful, smooth rounds.
Yeah.
And I can't cut that strand. I just keep looking at it every day. Even when it's a really cloudy, grey day, it brings sunshine into my life.
Yeah, they're amazing, aren't they? I mean, there's something, for me, there is something about opal that is just too special for words. Absolutely love them. Congratulations, everyone. Well done, you. $7.95. That's a good little deal, that. Right. Now we have some gold-plated sterling silver. Do you know when I put things back there, Phil, I have this dread that they're all going into the wrong place. Just putting it out there now. So, Toby, I'm really sorry. Right now. Right, okay, so we've got some spacer beads now for you. We've got 50 of them, gold-plated sterling silver. Phil says, again, this is something we don't see too often. They are, size of these, 3mm, and there is a pack of 50. And again, what we were saying before, Sara, to get a good quantity of something like this means, again,
that's it.
Your imagination can run riot, can't it?
Definitely, and it just frees you up with your designs. You know, I'm always meticulous with my designs, and I count all the elements that go into there, so I make sure I've got enough. Yeah. But sometimes you look at it and you think, oh, if I could just have another 3 there and another couple here, and you know, and that just frees you up when you've got a pack of 50 of these. Yeah. And I guess as well, having the gold-plated, I mean that. I was thinking when I was here on Wednesday night. I was thinking about craft fairs, and I was thinking, right, okay, if I was a jewellery maker and a jewellery designer and I did craft fairs, I really would want to stand out from the crowd. And I think it's to have gold, you know, from a craft jeweller, amazing, isn't it? I mean, that really, it sets you apart, doesn't it, a little bit? It does, and it can just change a design, a very simple, elegant design so easily. So the pearl necklace you've got to your side of you that's got silver spacer beads in between the pearls, if you were to interchange and just put a gold one in there, have that with the gold spacers. So this is the kind of impact it makes. And it really, if you've got pearls,
Here's a pearl necklace with some silver spaces on them. You can see. I mean, and actually, as well, usually you would just have the plain notch, wouldn't you?
You would.
Between. Mm-hmm. But that really does make a difference, doesn't it? So, I'm coming back here like tomorrow. Okay, $9.95 for a pack of 50. And again, as a resource, knowing that they are sterling silver, knowing that they are gold plated, knowing the difference that they make, and you know, let's make no bones about it, the difference it makes to the price tag on your finished piece. And at the end of the day, however lovely you are, and however, you know, you do it as a joy, and it's not about the money and everything else, you know what, there is that expectation. Sometimes if you price too low, even if you've used the best ingredients, you know, you've used the best ingredients to sell a fruit cake. If you're selling yourself short, people will doubt if the price isn't right. Sometimes you can price something that is, you know, with all of your heart, you think the price tag is right. People will look at it and say, well, okay, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure, because it should be more. There will be a perception if you are using gold plated pieces. It's as simple as that. And you only have to use the high street as a kind of, you know, look around and see what is there. And those prices would not be in the high street windows if people weren't paying them, would they? It wouldn't make any sense. 7 of these, yeah, exactly. What would be the point? Here is we're putting these in the window for no reason whatsoever, and there is no point to it whatsoever. They wouldn't do it, would they? Window space is more valuable. They say, you know, with less people actually shopping on the high street, the window is the most important thing, because even if that person sees something in the window and then thinks, I'll buy that when I get it home on the computer, well, the shop did its job, even if the person didn't walk in there and actually buy. But craft fairs, you know, people think very, very differently. So well done. Just a few of those remaining now. Congratulations. Next up, we've got something. Now, am I right in thinking? Oh, no, don't be losing one, Derek. That's no good, is it? Am I right in thinking I've got a little scoop here? You see, for such occasions, I've got to use all of the toys. I'm a boy. It's got to be done, hasn't it? Got to be done. There's no point in having toys here to play with if you don't play with them, is there? Is this new, Phil? Oh, it's a last chance, because I know we've had a lot of our charms in the last 7 days that have been brand new, and they've come in and they've gone straight out. I had some new ones on Wednesday night because I don't know, I must have sweet talked the right person somewhere or other. I don't know. Did well. So last chance on this one, 2-tone. You've got the gold tone there in the centre, beautiful. Now, Sara, is that a daisy, do we think? Or is it a lily?
Yes.
It could be interpreted as either, almost a sunflower as well, maybe.
It could almost be, you know, sort of almost a mirror image sunflower. So you, instead of having the yellow on the outside, you've got the centre there.
Beautiful.
It's
I love
beautiful. I remember when these first came out. I think it was only maybe the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
And you know, absolutely, they've been flying, and they're beautiful. The detail in them is so amazing.
Yeah, I was saying on Wednesday, I had something reasonably similar on Wednesday night. Trying to get details like that into sterling silver, it's difficult. Oh look, I've got another bug. I've got a bug now on the mat. Good Lord, what is it? It's like someone called Rent-A-Kill. That's only a little one, so that one can wander off. That wasn't a big one. Good Lord, get us fumigated. Get the men in the Hazchem uniforms in. We've got 12 spaces. You know why? Because it's been such a beautiful day outside. Everything's been wandering in, hasn't it? Out of the sun. That's what it's been. It does have a jump ring there on the top of it there as well. So again, incorporating this into pieces is going to be very, very simple. But again, that on a simple chain would work, wouldn't it? I mean, £6.95 and a good chain with that, and you know what the price expectation would be. Again, I think some of these charms are so detailed that, again, like beautiful gemstones that you love, you wouldn't be able to part with them. Last 4 spaces. Well done, Oksana in Lanarkshire. 3 of these on the way to you. Congratulations. Sharon in Lancashire. Shazza in Essex. I'm just running these teeth in for somebody else, you know. Right. Next up, we have, I look like a conductor of an orchestra now. Is that this one, Phil? The big nuggets. Big nuggets of gorgeous amethyst. I'm just going to tell you about amethyst in the same way that I did on Wednesday night, just because you might not have been here on Wednesday night. I don't know if it's just me, and I can't make any claims whatsoever. I'm not a doctor or anything like that, can't see into the future, etc, etc. I find amethyst personally quite calming. I used to work for another company, obviously, as some of you will know, and I got some nuggets of amethyst and put them on just a wire string, and I hung them in the garden. And I'd go out into the garden sometimes, first thing in the morning, you know, like you do, a cup of tea, first thing in the morning, fresh, bright day, and just hold on to the amethyst. And for some reason, I don't know why I started doing it, but I had this sort of feeling of calm. Don't ask me why, I can't guarantee that will be the same for anybody else, you know, everybody's different. But I love amethyst. There's something about it that is just, I don't know, it's a really peaceful stone. They are chunky nuggets as well, aren't they? They are chunky nuggets. Now, if that were a fully made up bracelet, for instance, so it had a sterling silver clasp, for instance, so rather than just being the strand, imagine, see the size of it there. It's quite retro as well, isn't it, actually? Vintage is where it's at right now as well, isn't it? Lots of people styling in a vintage way. This is great. Love the size of these nuggets. And again, look at how strong the colour is. Where? Zambian. Oh, I tell you what. Other than Bolivia, that's the location where you want your amethyst to be. We did have some Bolivian amethyst on Wednesday night, actually, and that is like hen's teeth in terms of amethyst. But they were much smaller pieces, as I remember. 30 chances. It's almost like another star buy all over again. This is ridiculous. You might have to put your fingers in your ears, Sara, and cover your eyes because yeah. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while, I think. Yeah. 30 spaces. 30 spaces. Lots and lots and lots in baskets already. Well done. Congratulations, Alex and Susie in Greater Manchester. Collector in London, well done. Virginia in Hampshire, well done. Collector in Merthyr Tydfil, well done. Virginia in Hampshire, well done. Collector in North Yorkshire, my part of the world. We've come here from two completely different directions, Sara, today, haven't we? We
have.
Because I've come from, I live near Ripon, in North Yorkshire.
Yes, I know that area.
And you're down in London town, aren't you?
I'm originally from Yorkshire.
Oh, are you? Whereabouts?
West Yorkshire, from Burley and Wharfdale.
Oh, do you know my friend Sheila that I do the shoe channel with? She lives in Burley. I know Burley. It's near Otley, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, well, there you go. See, we're going to wax lyrical about Yorkshire. Do you know, actually, when we start Sara's first kit at 7 o'clock, have a little think about it right now, and we'll talk about it later for messages. I want your wedding stories. Because I want to know either what your, and this could be anything, because you might think, well, I've never been in that direction, I've never been down the aisle, and I'm never going to. You might have been to weddings, so it might be, stories of weddings that you've been to. We've all got a wedding story in there somewhere. Or what your something blue was, or what your first dance was, or, whatever it was. So have a little think about that, because you know what a nosy beggar I am. Or maybe you don't. Well, you're going to find out tonight as well. So when we start with Sara's first kit later, she's got two fabulous kits tonight, let me tell you. Amazing. How you come up with the ideas that you do, just incredible. At 9 o'clock tonight, we are about to reveal like no other. So that's worth sticking around for. There's nothing else on the telly on a Saturday night anyway, is there? Oh, cancel everything else. There's nothing on, is there? Nothing on. Are we all done with those? Are they gone? Oh, dearie me. Told you I could talk a glass eye to sleep. So they've gone. Which box, Phil, sorry? No, it can't be. It can't be. Not unless it's £1,000. That can't be, can it? We don't go to those kind of price points on this channel, do we? Oh, I tell you what. Right, have a look at this. Have a look at these. Well, I have to say, wowzers. Look at those. Look at the depth of the colour on that particular one. Beautiful. They're almost, yeah, they are pear cuts, but to me as well, they're almost like little briolets. They're beautiful. Again, I have to say, do you know, 2000 and, where are we now, 17? 2017, 7, I think I presented my first jewellery piece. And all the way through that, can you believe, 10 years or so, there's not been that many gaps in that sort of 10 years or so that I haven't been around jewellery one way or the other, and I still don't have any Tanzanite. Say that quietly. I don't have any Tanzanite at all. Not one piece of Tanzanite in my collection at all. I've got to do something about that. How many people... Do you know, I was in a coffee shop in Ripon the other day, and a lady said, excuse me, and I was sitting doing what everybody does these days, reading my phone. This lady was like, excuse me. And after about the 5th time I thought, well, she could possibly be, because you don't want to look up, do you, in case it's not you completely. Or if the amount of times that someone's called I've got quite an unusual name, Derek, and if anyone calls it out, I'll be the one to go, oh, hi, and they mean that Derek over there. I've done it so many times, even in studios as well. I thought, well, there can't be 2 Dereks in this studio. Someone shouted Derek, I've gone, oh, hi! And they've walked straight past me to another Derek. How many Dereks are there in this world? Anyway, lovely lady she did mean me. And she was talking about cruise holidays, because I talk about cruise holidays elsewhere. But we were also talking jewellery as well. And whenever anyone stops me and we have a little chat or whatever, if we're talking jewellery, Tanzanite always comes up, every conversation whatsoever. And yet when I see it in shop windows, where's the Tanzanite? Well, apart from the hulking great, the hulking great £10,000 pieces. Crikey, Phil. Do you know, that really is good. That's amazing. $39.95. You've got how many carats there? Because you know what, it's not about the number of carats, but it's about the number of carats. It is, isn't it? I've got 70 carats of Tanzanite and I did it for under £40. You do not expect to do that, do you, at all? On your head be it, Phil. Here comes... Watch this cheeky monkey price come back in. 70 price per carat, Phil, because it's all about price per carat these days, isn't it? What? Per carat. You know that the halfpenny was wiped out some years ago, Phil, don't you? So you can't buy in units of halfpenny anymore. See, I just started collecting them as they stopped being legal tender. Do you know as well, that reminds me, you know the round pound coins, you've got to spend them by October, haven't you? They've got to be spent because they stop being legal tender. You've got a jar of them somewhere. Get them traded in now. Get them cashed in. The fivers, they're all right because they're notes, but apparently something that's minted, that's it. I wish I was minted. That stops being legal tender as of, I think it's the 1st of October. I don't want to rush you. You've got till October, so it's fine. Take them to the seaside, buy plenty of ice cream, do whatever you need to do. Stick them into the account. Not a problem. 5 chances. $19.95. Would you please save me? Oh, it's too late there, wasn't it, really? Too late. Well, that ship has sailed. Never mind. 70 carats of Tanzanite for $19.95. Susie, well done. The Scottish borders. Love the Scottish borders. I've got family in Dumfries and Galloway. It's a wonderful journey up there. So you're a Yorkshire lass, Sara?
Originally, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to have to go into that a little bit later on. Fantastic. Oh, hang on. Right, okay, here's the bit where I have to... What is it, Phil? What's that then? Where's that then? Oh, yes. I know what it is. Here's the bit where I have to shut up briefly while you see this. Hello. Now, do you remember the featherweight head pins that we saw at the... Oh, sorry, I shouldn't mention those now. Sorry. If you've only just walked in, I'm sorry. This party started at 6. I do apologise. Anyway, featherweight head pins. If we had some of those earlier that have all sold out, 200 sets of them, 100 in each. If we had those earlier, it would have been unusual, wouldn't it? Here's something else that is unusual for us to see in combo, full stop. And Sara, I will defer to your greater knowledge as to why this is such an opportunity, particularly this element of this?
Well, we've had French wire in lots of different gauges, but this is the fine, really fine gauge of French wire. So this is perfect for your silk. This protects the silk at the end of your pearl knotting, where you add your clasp to the piece.
Oh, I see, right, so this is finishing.
It is. You create almost like a little horseshoe around the piece of silk at the end of your pearl knotting, and then add a jump ring or your clasp into that little horseshoe, and it acts as a protection against the wear and tear that the clasp would have against the silk. So it sits on top of it as a shield almost, if you like, and protects that piece of silk, or even if you want to put it over beading thread and hide the beading thread to give that perfect professional pearl finish when you're doing your pearl knotting.
So it's an essential in the stash.
Definitely, and to have the really fine gauge we've got here is amazing, and this will last you an awful long time, so you only use a small bit at a time.
I love these pearls as well. Thank you, Sara. That's useful to know. These are natural rondelle pearls as well, 8x5 millimetre, just beautiful. They're so exacting, and that's what I love. You've got, of the threading material, we've got two 40cm lengths, and again, it's a 1 millimetre gauge here, so that is going to go a heck of a long way. Again, Phil tells me, and again, I've all of this to learn, and I guess, you know, a lot of you have as well, so I'll keep asking the questions. If you've got any questions for Sara as we go along, by the way, feel free. She's with me all the way through until 10 o'clock. So use her wonderful knowledge just by dropping us in a message. So let's get the price tag. Now this will be interesting because I have sold pearls elsewhere as well, but not, let me tell you, no, you would be looking at, yeah, well, I tell you now, I have sold, been very lucky to have sold previously, sterling silver stud pearl earrings where you would have precisely two of the pearls from a strand like this at a little bit more than this. And there's an awful lot more than two pearls on this strand, don't you think? In fact, there's probably 3 to the inch, I'm kind of guessing here, so you're going to be getting quite a few there. I'm going to guess it's somewhere at least in the region of what, 50, 60 plus pearls on this strand. Crikey, that could return some, couldn't it? And again, there's lots of different things you can do. They're completely drilled. You could make one long strand. You could use those sterling silver spacers that we had earlier. You could use that lovely flower charm that we had as well. $8.95. I'm never going to get over these prices. I'm just not. And again, and I know it's easy for me to say, and I'm using, you know, some high street stores as my reference point, not to knock them in any way, shape or form. That's not what we're here to do. But when you see that, well, let's just take a bridal store for a second, shall we? If the wedding dress in the bridal store window, and I've said this 1,000 times, but if the wedding dress in the bridal store window is £3,000, do you think the strand of pearls with a clasp on the back will be £10? No, because no one would buy them. Again, this is what I was saying to you earlier. If you price something too low, I mean, forget what we're doing here. This is for you to go crazy and, you know, and to, you know, be inspired by and create lots and lots of different designs. But if a wedding dress is in a bridal shop window for £3,000 and you fall in love with it, naturally you've got to have it. But if the pearl necklace sitting next to it is only 20 quid, no, it's not going to happen at all. Well done, congratulations. Lots of people jumping in, and again, it is about having this pearl threading wire as well. 2 40cm lengths. It's 1 millimetre gauge, which we really don't see very often either. Well done. Lots and lots of collectors, some in West Yorkshire as well. Ilkley in West Yorkshire. Our lovely Catherine is there. Are we taking a little break now? I can hear a man counting in my ear. Oh, is that, we're off? We're only going for 3 minutes though. So I think that's time for you to let the cat out or the dog in, or the other way around. Do whatever you need to do. Make a brew. That sounds like a good idea. Sara and I will be back straight after very important messages like this.
Aquamarine is one of the world's most popular and well-known gemstones, often found with great clarity in a light yet energetic blue. Aquamarine is a real favourite of many gem collectors. As a member of the beryl family, aquamarine's characteristic pale blue colour is created by the presence of iron. Gemstones that are coloured by nature in this way are known as allochromatic. This birthstone for March is highly sought after for its clarity, transparency and undeniable calmness.
Make sure you tune in on Thursday the 4th of May for our Make Along Live with guest designer Gemma Crow. Gemma has designed this beautiful featured pearl necklace and will be guiding you through from start to finish on how to recreate this stunning piece. If you didn't get the pearl kit on our previous show, don't worry, because we have more opportunities for you to purchase on the day. Make Along Live with Jewellery Maker.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
As part of Jewellery Maker's 7th birthday celebrations, we have 3 exciting workshops you won't want to miss out on. Join Kleshner on Thursday the 4th of May and learn how to weave on the Bangle Weaving for Beginners workshop. If you love shibori, then you must join special guest Amy K. Sweet McNamara direct from the USA on Friday the 5th of May for the Swimming the Channel workshop. Amy will teach you how to create a beautiful shibori bangle. Also flying in, especially from the USA, we welcome back Leslie Rojalski, Creative Director of Beadsmith. On Saturday the 6th of May, join Leslie for an introduction to the beading loom and create some fabulous pieces. All workshops mentioned are £99.95. Places are limited, so book quickly to avoid disappointment. Come along and join in with our birthday celebrations. See you there!
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started.
How many times have I told you it's Sara? How many times? Sara, I'm so sorry. You know what it was, don't you? It came on my screen. It suddenly came up. See, this is my excuse. Boys do this all the time. It came up S-A-R-A, and I thought, I'm sure I've been calling you Sara all afternoon. Maybe I've got it wrong. So I changed it to Sara. Thank you for pointing it out as well, bless you. Because you know I'm so new and I don't want to get these things wrong at all. Right. Sara you are, and Sara you will always be from now on.
It's such a common mistake that it doesn't worry me.
Bless you. You're very, very kind. Yeah, at least it's roughly the same, hey?
Yeah.
At least it wasn't Janet or Marjorie or anything like that. Not that there's anything wrong with those names, unless they're not yours. Right, are you ready for a little bit of a star buy then? Now it's a T-bar star buy, which is rather nice. So 2 elements to it. It's really cute actually, very, very cute indeed. So a heart toggle clasp, plus your highly decorated T-bar there as well. It's beautiful. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Lots going on here. And I guess actually, if you want to create something that's very bold, I love T-bar bracelets because I just think they are so versatile. There's so much you can do with them. I can imagine the great big chunky piece that you could create with this, or it could be something very, very delicate. It could be something you can incorporate the lace work into, maybe with some chains. It's wonderful. Lots and lots of 925 sterling silver. And again, very, very difficult to kind of create anything like this, you know, yourself, really, isn't it? You could have a go, I guess, couldn't you, with some wire work. But if you want that real security and that real sort of finishing touch, then I guess this is the kind of thing that you are looking for, isn't it? Thank you so much to everyone shopping in the first hour, by the way. It's been a very, very busy evening so far as well. Welcome to our lovely wedding fair. You see, that's why I'm dressed like this, you see. I'm waiting to find out when the buffet's open, but no such luck yet, Sarah, but hey-ho, we're going to feast on our first kit in just a second. Let's have a little look at a ridiculous price. 2.36 grams of sterling silver, wonderful, wonderful T-bar, and a gorgeous heart toggle clasp as well. Yay, 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 yay. Is that allowed? I hope Colin's away somewhere for the weekend. You know what I mean? Crikey. This is not gonna do much for the accountant's blood pressure. Mind you, still be out in the garden, hopefully. £4.95. £4.95. So decorative as well. Sometimes T-bars can be a little bit of a wrestle, and it's funny, all the detailing goes into the actual toggle itself, and the T-bar part sometimes is just left very, very plain. I think just to have that extra little bit of detailing on it makes all of the detail, all of the difference, should I say. And of course you can be threading in with your featherweight head pins, if you wanted to, some wonderful crystals or gemstones, or maybe some of the smaller pearls that Zena had earlier on, actually, would go through there absolutely perfectly. £4.95. Get those stashed away now while you can as a star buy. It's a really, really, really good idea. Please make sure that you check out your baskets on these ones. Lots of you are getting involved. I'm not surprised at all. It's a good gram weight of silver as well. And just the gram weight alone, I think, for £4.95. Superb. Well done, everyone. And again, if you are making pieces for, even if you are mother of the bride and you do make jewellery, there's nothing more heartwarming, I guess, than passing a piece that you created, that you made. It's filled with love, and maybe you fill that with charms that are significant to your family, to the bride herself, and to present that, and for her to wear that, you know, down the aisle, or, you know, for the evening, or whatever it might be, or just have as a keepsake forever and ever and ever. I think that's amazing. I know this is Jewellery Maker, and we're talking about making pieces for, you know, for craft fairs and for selling. But I think, you know, you make for yourself as well, don't you? And you make for the people that you love. And I think sometimes significance is important in jewellery. It's funny with jewellery, isn't it? You buy a piece of jewellery, but you have to love it to buy it. You have to love it to buy it. And everything in your jewellery box is loved and treasured. You know, you even look in your wardrobe at your clothes, don't you? And you think, ah, well, you know, I've gone off that shirt, those trousers, that tie, whatever it might be, and you move on and you buy new, and you discard very, very easily, don't we? It's the world we live in. But with jewellery, doesn't matter what it is. Could be the plainest of things. If you've had it for a long time, you pick it up, and there is a significance there, isn't there? There's the moment it was bought, there was the person that gave it to you, it was how you created it, where you were in your life at that particular time. There's real significance with jewellery, and I can see why people take it to their hearts completely and utterly. I have to say, I love the bar itself. Just think the decoration on the bar, which, you know, it's quite often lacking, Sarah, isn't it, on T-bars, is you get lots and lots of decoration, you know, on the other side, but the actual bar itself, yeah, it's a bar. That's it.
That's it. And it's really nice to have that attention to detail, to know that the piece of jewellery is being finished with the care and attention the rest of the piece of jewellery has been made with. And for me, bracelets especially, they turn round on your wrist.
Yes.
You don't want almost an afterthought of a clasp, or, you know, you want it to be part of the design.
Yeah.
This is going to
it's very, very true. And if you have your own company little tag that you have, maybe silver stamped tag, then you can add that really close to the heart as well, couldn't you? Hello, lovely Lynn in Northumberland, who says, sorry, I don't know where to look. There's so many screens I could look at here. Says, hi Derek, lovely to see you. My something blue at my wedding was Tanzanite earrings I bought from you. I'm flattered. And pearl and Tanzanite necklace from JM. Fab, thank you, Lynn. Wowzers. I was part of Lynn's wedding. How exciting is that? I am very, very excited. Right, I think we're doing a little walk now, are we? Are we going off for a little walk? Come on then. Let's go for a look. I'm the same size, sitting down as standing up. Ladies and gentlemen, here she is. The wonderful Sara. I'm sorry, Sarah.
That's okay.
Oh, dearie me. Now, I've got a lot to learn, as you know, including your name, but I think I've got that far, which is great. We have an amazing kit with 2 elements to it, actually, tonight, which you're going to love. I mean, for a wedding extravaganza, if you've never already got started before, do you know what? This would be an amazing, amazing piece to start with. There is so much in this kit. So let's have a little look through. We've got a combination of pearls and Swarovski in this set, which is great, plus silver findings as well. So let's take you through everything we've got in this. So we'll start off with the findings kit. 20 pieces all told in sterling silver there, so everything you will need is there. There are crimp beads and you've got crimp covers there as well. You've got some head pins, some jump rings, some shepherd's crooks there, and some bolt ring clasps as well, which is great. So that's the findings pack. Next up we'll have a look at the heart pendant on this, which is beautiful. It's absolutely amazing. It's a Swarovski crystal. It's beautiful. It's an aurora borealis, so that means that so many different colours come from that, and it means you can really use it whichever way around you want to, completely honestly. You can use that more sort of silvery metallic side, or you can use that sort of ethereal, wonderful multicolour, and there it is in combo with the bicones as well. And you just had a field day, Sarah, with these, didn't you?
I did.
An
completely.
absolute field day.
Definitely. I mean, this kit, for me, is everything a jewellery making kit needs to be. It's got the sterling silver in there, it's got pearls in there. I can take it on a different direction with the Swarovski, which gives me something that I can't get from anything else. I can get that sparkle and that lustre that comes from the Swarovski. And the shapes as well. I can't get a heart shape like that out of anything else. So for me, it's absolutely beautiful.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
And so bridal.
Yeah, completely and utterly. And we've also got the Swarovski bicones, which we have 24 of, and they're 8mm. They're just beautiful. It works so well. Yeah, really, really good size. And when you see them in Sarah's pieces that she's made from this set, actually, if anything, they really pop, don't they? Their size is really quite significant, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, they've got such a captivating quality to them. You know, whether it be a single one on a drop on the bottom of an earring, or whether it be clustered together in a bracelet, they've got such an eye-catching quality to them. And the aurora borealis, it just picks up the colours that are around it as well. So, you know, you may get
delicious.
You know, you may get a sort of silvery-looking quality to them, but then you put something behind it and it'll pick up the pinks or it'll pick up the purples. So if you're using this on a wedding day and they're close to your bouquet, or maybe you want to put some of them into your bouquet, they're going to pick up all those colours from that.
And 2 strands of pearls here as well. That beautifully demonstrated there in the earrings that you made. We've got some 10mm round, 9 to 11mm round, and we've got some 7.5mm by 6mm pearls, which are slightly flatter on one side, aren't they? Which are beautiful. Really, really nice. All natural, of course, as you want them to be. And pearls are so expensive to go and buy, aren't they?
They are.
And here, you are going to get them as part of your fabulous kit. So if you are looking to create bridal pieces, or not, it could completely and utterly just be that you are a fan of pearls. You love a bit of sparkle for crystal as well, which really does transfer you from daytime to nighttime as well. It suits both completely. Then this is the set to go for. Now, price-wise, we will look at in just a second. There's the findings pack, as you can see in sterling silver there. Sarah has managed to make from that kit everything that you see here. So that lovely lariat necklace here, these gorgeous earrings, these drop earrings, 2 fabulous bracelets as well. Let me just get that one full forward for you. So it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Oh, plus, I forgot. We are doing a big reveal, aren't we? I forgot. Yes, let's have a little look back here. Because, what do we call this model? Shall I bring her in?
I don't know, I've changed her name every time I've spoken to her about her. So
what should we call it? Should we call her Sara and call you Sarah?
I think she was originally named Gemma.
Gemma.
After gemstones.
Gemma, it's lovely to meet you. That's a strange way to meet, really, but there you go. But Gemma is modelling for us. Now, we need a name for this as well, Sarah, don't we? Now, there are various names.
Typically, they're called body chains, but I don't know if they've got a specific name, if it's made to go on the top of a bridal piece. So this is...
So clever.
This is, you know, if you've got a shoulderless dress, so maybe with a beautiful sweetheart neckline, but you know, you want a little bit of something just to cover your arms, you know, just to maybe give a little bit more detail. Maybe your dress is quite, not plain, but, you know, understated, maybe very elegant, and you want to put something on top of it. Maybe you want to have this as a piece that you could put on for the reception, whereas you may have a bolero or something that goes on your wedding dress for church.
Look at the side as well. You've created wonderful drops.
And they'll sit on top of your arms as you're wearing it. Yes.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really nice. It incorporated the pearls and the crystals all the way around. It's just beautiful. So elegant. And this was, all you needed was one kit and some chain. I think there's 3 meters of chain in there, but that's just what I had in my stash, and I've used the 2 tones of chain just to give it a little bit of a vintage feel, but you can use whatever you've got, and I know we do lots of reels of chain, including sterling silver, so if you want to use sterling silver chain, grab one of our 3 meter sterling silver chains and you're away. Got everything you need. Stunning. We need a name for that as well, by the way, so if you've got any ideas. We need a wedding style name. You know, if we were marketing it right now in our store, what would we call it? I'd welcome your suggestions. Remember, it's Saturday evening, it's a family show. Right, let's get that price down then, shall we, straight away. It's an amazing kit, considering everything that's in there, those natural... Jeepers.
Wow.
Right, okay. Can I, again, might be wrong for me to say this, I don't know, but I'm going to anyway. I always just say what's in my heart. One single Swarovski pendant in their own stores or in concessions. I say this with great respect to Swarovski. I'm not knocking them at all. They're worthy of that name completely and utterly. One single pendant, one single piece with one crystal that is in your kit right now. Particularly, let's take that big heart crystal. If we were buying that on a simple sterling silver chain from Swarovski themselves, I ask you to think about what the price tag would be for that one piece alone. And also the credence for you as a jewellery maker to be able to say, yes, this is real Swarovski.
Yeah.
That's a proud boast. Look at the pearls that you have there as well. Amazing. $29.95. Amazing. Right, okay. Sarah, we are going to see a little piece.
Right, I actually need to borrow something that's coming up to make the demonstration, if that's at all possible. Is that possible?
What do you need to borrow?
I need to borrow the second part of the kit.
I'll show you the second part of the kit as well, because Sarah has used this extra part.
I have.
Of this this kit, which is the sterling silver finding. So you have spacer beads, sterling silver spacer beads. There is a chain, and there are also some cute little hearts there, which you can go all of the way through. So you've got 5 of the sterling silver hearts. You have the spacers, silver seed beads. You've got 100 of those. And they're 2mm, and you've got the 18-inch curved chain as well in sterling silver, which has been rhodium plated as well. And rhodium plated, first of all, makes it a little bit more lustrous, and rhodium renders it hypoallergenic as well, which is great. So for those people who, you know, can struggle ordinarily with sterling silver, which is a fair few of us actually, you know, actually we use nickel-free sterling silver as well, but the rhodium plating just helps for that protection and luster.
And for me, you know, as somebody who likes to wear their jewellery every day, it's one of those things that just means I don't have to worry about it tarnishing. So it's just a perfect thing there.
Easy to look after.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, okay, so let's have a look at the price of your findings pack as well, shall we, for this, because this is superb, really good for what you have here. And again, allows you to sort of make the suite of jewellery that Sarah has made 14.95. That's a lot of silver there, let me tell you, in lots of different ways as well. So silver seed beads, you've got those heart spaces as well, which are really quite chunky and substantial, plus that 18-inch rhodium plated chain as well at 14.95. So 29.99 for the main kit, plus of course you've got the silver finding kit at 14.95. Really, really good. Right, let's get cracking then and get started. We're looking at this particular bracelet here, aren't we?
So we're going to make this little bracelet here.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is. And it's just to use those hearts, but not to have them just sitting at the bottom of a neckline piece, or to have them at the bottom of earrings or in an earring drop, which you can do, but I just wanted to do something a little bit different and actually use all 5 of them in one design. And I think this would be something beautiful to maybe give to a bridesmaid or something like that as a thank you gift. And because you've got all your love in there with all the hearts.
Good Lord. I tell you what, if you received that as a little thank you gift,
oh yeah,
you'd treasure it forever, wouldn't you?
Oh, you would. And it's you know, it's understated because the hearts are in there, but they're not sort of glaringly obvious. They're just sort of very subtle, but they're there.
Yeah.
And I like that in jewellery. I like to sort of hide meanings in jewellery or hide a sentiment in a piece of jewellery.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
A great piece for a beginner as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with 1 piece of beading thread, but we're going to need 2 to make the design. And they need to be sort of twice the length of half a bracelet, so about I always cut much more than I need, so I've actually got about 2 foot of beading thread here, but I'm just from the school of the fact that beading thread costs very little, but it's very frustrating if you get to the end of the design and you haven't quite got enough, or it gets very fiddly when you get to the end of the design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to borrow these hearts off the mat. And what I've done is I've threaded onto my beading thread 1 of the Swarovskis and 3, I'm using seed beads here because I didn't have the sterling silver ones, but they would be exactly the same if it was sterling silver beads, 3 either side of the Swarovski crystal. And then I'm going to take 1 of my hearts, and they're side drilled so they sit side on, if I get that the right way. Hold on. Whoop, there we go. You see, they sit side on like that through your beading thread. And I'm going to take 1 of those on either side and let those drop down, like so. So those drop down, and then I'm going to pick up on either side 3 more of my seed beads. I'm struggling. I left my beading mat in the car, which is not what I needed when I'm using little beads, but never mind. We'll cope. So I'm going to let those drop down.
Well, you did it half an hour quicker than I would.
I'm going to let those drop down, and then I'm going to pick up another one of my hearts on either side. So I need the other one. That's lovely. Thank you. And those go through. Now, don't worry if these are twisting around at the moment as you're putting them on the design, because once we've made the design, we'll actually stabilise it a little bit more, and they will sort of sit and behave themselves a little better than they are at the moment. So 3 more of my seed beads on both sides. See if I can do it left-handed. I'm showing off now. It'll all go wrong now. I'm showing off using both hands to thread beads. So now I've got a little circuit which I'm now going to cross over through another of the Swarovskis. And you don't have to worry with these Swarovski crystals because the drill holes in them, I don't know if you can see there how big those drill holes are. You'll get a 1mm piece of wire through these, absolutely no problem at all. So getting 2 pieces of beading thread through, it's not a problem at all. And what I'm going to do, I can pull that down and I'm going to form my circle, which is the central part of that design.
Okay, let me bring that in so you can see both. There you go.
So you can see that central part of the design. Yeah, so you can see where we've got a cross of pearls with a heart in the middle. So although that's beautiful, and you may want to use that as a pendant, which would be beautiful if you just wanted to have that little design there as a pendant, that would be beautiful on its own.
Yeah, it's fabulous, that is.
Well, I thought, no, I'm going to embellish this a little bit more.
Go for it.
So what I did then was I just need the last of the hearts, because I'm being very greedy and using all of them in this design, but why not?
They're there.
They are. So I'm now going to take 1 piece of my beading thread, and I've added 1 of the smaller of the pearls from the kit. Now I did pick through the strand of pearls and look for more circular pearls. They were all beautiful and organic, but I picked out that ones that had a more circular shape to them. And the only reason I did that is because I wanted the uniformity in the cross that's going to come across the centre of the design. So I've now got 2 pearls and a heart added to one side. I'm going to pick up another pearl, and this is on the opposite piece of the beading thread. Now, it will spring open, this circle, so don't worry that it's sprung open like this, but once we start to create the crossover design, it will keep it. It's just because the beading thread's got a natural memory, and it wants to spring. So now I need to go through the heart in the opposite direction to the time I did it before. So I went from left to right the first time, so I'm now going to go right to left through the heart.
We're getting plenty of space in the heart to be able to do that.
There's plenty of space, look at that. I'm not even close to, and it went straight through, no problem at all. And my eyesight's terrible, so even with my glasses on, my eyesight's terrible.
That makes 2 of us.
So I'm going to start to pull that together. Now, be patient, because you need to push the pearls down and let the heart get centralised like that. And then I'm going to add on yet another one of my pearls. So you can now see I've almost got the cross shape there on the top. And I need to fold it over the centre of my design.
Ah, okay, right.
So it's a bit sneaky. It starts off over this side, so it could be part of your design like that. But it's going to fold over the centre. And to get that to stay, the beading thread that's on the left of the Swarovski is going to go from the left to the right. And so it's beading thread going through the Swarovski. So it's our standard beading thread.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Got a couple of people asking.
Standard beading thread. So the ones that we get on the reel, if you've got any of the precious metal beading threads we've had, the ones that have got the sterling silver in them, perfect for this. But you don't actually see it a lot. So if you want to just use the standard beading thread, it's also commonly called tiger tail. If you're new to jewellery making and you've ever seen that as a beading thread material, that's what I'm using. So now I've pulled that tight. I'm just going to adjust because I can see a little gap. And being a jewellery maker, I don't like seeing little gaps in my beading thread. So I'm just going to adjust and give that a good hold together. And don't be afraid, this is 38 pieces of wire.
Oh, okay.
Twisted together.
So we could do a tug of war on that and we'd be fine.
We can. It's incredibly, incredibly strong medium. Now, what I would do at this point is take your time and turn all the pearls so that they've got the domed side facing upwards. And it's just a bit of a sort of bit of a perfectionist thing, but if you do it now, it's easy to do it because you can slacken the beading thread and get those pearls with the dome side facing upwards. But once we start making the rest of the bracelet, we lose that ability to have that freedom to put a bit of sort of slackness back into the beading thread, if you like. So now we're going to start carrying on to create our bracelet.
Okay, so, it's just a reminder of the finished piece, by the way. So we've just made the centre there.
Just looking what I did so I can actually remember. Because
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those things that bracelets like this, they start off with one design, but you've got ultimate sort of different design capabilities in there. So you might have just wanted to start with the next section that we're doing and create that as the central focal point.
Yeah, I mean that's really unusual, isn't it? With a bicone, because they are centre drilled. The temptation would be to make a long line of them.
Yes.
You've actually made 2 sort of crosses that brings them in.
That's it.
It's added some geometry to it as well, hasn't it?
So all I'm doing to create the next section is I've got one bicone that I'm using as the top of the square. I'm going to drop down a bicone on either side, and there's a pearl trying to get in on the action. I'm going to pop him over there.
I'll show you that as well.
And I'm going to cross through another Swarovski, so the left thread going from left to right, and from the right thread going from right to left. And this is if you're new to jewellery making, this is how we make a ladder weave, or a quadrangle weave, or a right angle weave. They've got lots of names. The reason it's called all of these reasons, is especially the right angle, is the thread goes across the top, then down the side, and across the bottom, and then up that way. So it actually goes at right angles to each other when we're putting them through the gemstones. If I hold that up for you, you'll be able to see that perfect diamond or square. And
it's gorgeous. The way the light travels off of those as a result of that is extraordinary. All of those colours come out beautifully, and that's the joy of Swarovski crystals, of course, because that's what they're all about. Because they are exacting, and they have so many different colours coming out of them. They're the things that get you noticed. So on your wrists, on your neckline, perfect.
They are,
perfect.
completely. So we're going to carry on down my bracelet. So I'm adding to either side of my beading thread 3 of the smaller pearls. So I'm just going to add them, and I'm just picking them up randomly now because I actually want that organic feel.
They're gorgeous. Details of the kit on the screen there for you. You've got the findings kit as well, which is down here. You need really big magnifying glass to read all of that, but the findings pack that Sarah's using in this kit as well, that's the one at the bottom of the screen there, so easy enough to add this. Superb. And again, if you want to make something which I'm gonna have to pick her up this time. Look at that. Look at that. Sarah made this from this particular kit.
I did.
What are we calling it? Some people call it body chains.
Yes.
But this could go over if you've got a sleeveless or a halter neck wedding dress. Call it promise, says Julianne in Cornwall.
That's a good way of doing it.
I like that. Yes. Promise of better things to come.
That's it. I call it confidence.
Yes.
Because maybe if you're not confident about your shoulders or your arms, it gives you a little bit of something just to give you that confidence.
Yeah, and something completely unique because you've made it for that particular person. I mean, you could follow Sarah's design there completely and utterly, or
that's it. And
go your own way.
That's it. And it's great. For me, I don't class myself as sort of an off-the-shelf type person. I'm a little bit bigger than some people, which I'm fine about. But for me, I actually made that to measure for me, and it's really nice that I may go to a high street shop and not be able to find a body chain that would fit me, because they may think that people my size don't want to wear that sort of thing, or it might find it difficult to find one, but I can actually make it to fit me, and I can have whatever colour gemstones I want on there, or the pearls, or you can make it as elaborate or as simple as you want.
Good, isn't it?
So what I've done is put the 3 pearls on either side of my beading thread, and this is where these sterling silver spacer beads do a secret little job.
Okay.
So what I've done is I've added one over both pieces of my beading thread. So there we go. Can you see? I've taken both pieces in the same direction this time over one of those spacer beads. So both pieces of the beading thread will go through there, absolutely no problem at all, because I didn't want to use one of my crimp beads, but I wanted to lock my design. So what I've done is I've pulled both the threads, and at this point you need to make sure there's no gaps on any of this weave here, because we're actually going to lock our design in place. And I'm going to crimp it as if it was a crimp bead.
Which you can do because sterling silver is so
very
malleable.
And because of the way that these beads are made, they're made so incredibly well. Some beads would have, if you crimp them, if you squash them, they would have a seam that would fly open. But these, although they've got a seam, it seems to stay shut, doesn't have a problem. So all you need to do is just literally, as you would normally crimp a crimp bead, and you've got that beautiful sterling silver in there. And because it's a round bead, it crimps with rounded soft edges, whereas a crimp tube, which is normally one of these, would crimp into a rectangle with sharper edges. So you don't need to put a crimp cover on that design. It just sits there beautifully with the soft round edges. So you would carry on your design.
Let me just, I'll bring in the finished one again just so that you can see where we're going here. This is fabulous, isn't it? And what a pleasure to put together as well, isn't it? And you can incorporate many other gemstones into this if you want to.
Definitely.
But that's a really nice balance. Sometimes something that is completely pearl is a bit too much for some people. I think actually this nice mix.
Yeah. I mean, that on its own, as we've got it, could be a beautiful pendant. So we don't have to just limit ourselves to having this as a bracelet.
And again, just very, very quickly, think about the bridal shop again. £3,000 dress in the window. If these 2 pieces as a complementing bracelet and pendant were in the window, would their price tag be combined total of £29.95? I think not.
No.
I think not. And that's what you must, that's you keep in the back of your mind. Beautifully finished this as well. And you've got the everything you need between the kits as well, which is superb. Love it.
So just to finish off the bracelet, just to show you how to create it into a bracelet, it's really simple. The Swarovski crystal that's on the opposite side of the first section we created, you're going to put a second piece of beading thread through that crystal. Now, if you find that you can't get that through, just try and get your fingernail so there's a little gap between the seed beads, or the silver beads, and where you want the beading thread to go. So I'm going to do it this side just because it's a little bit more of a gap on that side. It seems that it's very tight on this side and a little bit more space on that side. And I've gone through that Swarovski, and I would then just repeat. So I would add the 3 Swarovski crystals again, like we did, to create the sides and the top of that square. And then create the 3 pearls and the little crimp. And then all I did to finish, just to show you what I did, is I actually didn't cut any of my beading threads at all, because the larger pearls will take, they're going to prove me wrong now, some of them will, what shall I say, oops, take 2 pieces of beading thread. Now I don't know if this is the same gauge beading thread I had at home, because it does come in different gauges, so I might have had a 0.38 at home. This is not my beading, I borrowed it. Nope, they're not going to play today. So, if that is the instance, because we've already crimped off, no, they're not going to play, you can just cut one of these pieces of beading thread. So if that is the instance, not all is lost. We've got a solution to all problems in jewellery making. There is no problems. We just have to think around them and create a solution.
Yeah.
So because that's crimped, it's perfectly secure. And then you can carry on your design, which was literally to use one of the larger ones and then add on our smaller pearls just to create the correct length for your desired design.
Okay, yeah.
Bearing in mind that there is a little bit of give in this central section. So if I just pull that, can you see there is a little bit of give? So just be mindful on the length that you create the bracelet, because you will have that little bit of give in there.
Yeah.
So it is a forgiving design that if you're making possibly for somebody you don't know how big their wrist is, it's got a little bit of give in it.
And you could always add an extender to that if you wanted to as well, couldn't you?
You can do.
Sarah, the Promise design is fantastic. Love the idea of that subtle sparkle on the top, especially to fit us larger ladies. We still love sparkles, says Lisa Adele in West Yorkshire. Yeah, and Brenda in Essex has been in touch as well. Could Fireline be used instead?
Very easily, yes. The pearls will take a beading needle, a size 10 beading needle straight through them, and also the sterling silver seed beads will take a beading needle through them. If you're passing many passes through the seed beads, the sterling silver little seed beads, use a size 12 needle. They have got quite a small aperture through them, so a size 12 beading needle will give you that freedom of a few more passes through them.
Fantastic. Let's just remind you of the body chains as well. Or the Promise.
I think that's a really nice name.
The Promise. That Sarah made from the kit here. So all you added to this was around about 3 metres of chain.
That's it, yeah.
But the big Swarovski heart crystal is there, the pearls are there, the bicones are in there as well. It's superb, it's beautiful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. I feel like we've learned a heck of a lot there.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much indeed. We're back with you a little bit later with another fantastic kit as well, which you need to see just after 9 o'clock. But right now, I need to zoom over there to do one of these. Oh, right, I made it. Somehow I made it through the darkness. And I have some amethyst for you. Beautiful, really, really lovely amethyst, 40 carats of as well. The colour of this is amazing. Really, really beautiful. Love amethyst anyway, as I said to you earlier. I find it a very, very relaxing gemstone per se. I just think it works for so many people. And again, it's just... Oh no, what have I done? I've messed that up. I don't know, it's machinery, you see. Oh, that's all right, I've got it. No, I think it's sorted. I think I got it. Yeah, I think so. It seems like it's playing. All this technology. See, I don't have one of these. It's great though to have all of these toys. Right. Okay, so 20 centimetre strand, very versatile pieces. If you are a fan of a particular gemstone, of course, for your bridal pieces, then so much the better, because you can incorporate them into your designs fantastically and very, very easily as well. These are lovely. Now, stand by for a price tag. Natural Zambian amethyst. Phil, how many of these are we looking at? Not a massive amount. Not a massive amount at all. Okay, stand by everyone. See, I like that. See, I can see again, even outside of making jewellery, I can see a strand of these hanging in the garden, because that's a different garden from the last one. $3.95. Amazing as well, isn't it? Lovely colour, gorgeous colour actually. And amethyst is so, so versatile. So many people have this as their favourite gemstone as well, don't they? They just love it. I mean, it's just gorgeous. Rich colours, nice sort of graduation of tone in colour as well in some of the pieces, which is wonderful. £3.95, that's it. That's all. That's all we're talking about for these. £3.95. Love, 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 love. Imagine, we were looking at the sterling silver spacer beads earlier, and in Sarah's kit there as well. Again, sterling silver and amethyst just works. For some reason, they're just a really, really good team. And you can't say that with every single gemstone. Some gemstones really favour gold, either rose gold or yellow gold, but amethyst and silver, just perfect bedfellows. Beautiful. So $3.95, and these are all yours right now. Lots of people coming in as well. Not massive numbers of these, and you think about the, you know, the price that we've got. It's like, it's funny, you know, because this channel is on TV, you know. So almost anyone, well, anyone, yeah, that has, you know, most of the viewing platforms out there can happen across this channel. It's like we've got a little collective here, isn't it, that have this secret. And the secret that anyone almost can see out there, it's quite amazing, isn't it? I mean, it must turn a few heads, mustn't it, Sarah, on the way past, when people stop at this channel and see the price and then think, well, hang on a second, why is it when I go to so-and-so, even if it's my trusted family jewellers that we've all been using for the last 150 years, that if I wanted, you know, significant... I remember, talking of Yorkshire, because Sarah is a Yorkshire lass, I remember taking some photos in a jeweller's window of some gold amethyst rings a couple of years ago, and like a 5 or a 6 carat, I don't know anything about the amethyst or indeed the gold, but like a 3 or a 4 carat amethyst in a gold ring was somewhere in the region of like £3,500. Now, don't get me wrong, this was a town where, you know, they live up the posh end there. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those, one of the tea room kind of place. But even so, when you look at price tags like this, for what you have here, and for me, to the naked eye, the amethyst that was in those gold rings at £3,000 in the window, and the amethyst that you see on this strand now at I mean, it's pennies, isn't it, really? 395 pennies we're talking here, versus thousands of pounds. I mean, I rest my case, Your Honour. Do you know what I mean? There's lots and lots of people, well done, lots of people multi-buying there as well, including lovely Olive in Cumbria. I love Cumbria. Gorgeous Cumbria. Right, time for something a little bit different right now. We are going for a bit of, I think I'm right in saying, yes, in fact I am right in saying, this is my first ruby auction here at JM. Great pleasure. Great pleasure. Okay, should be a star buy, not enough for them to make a star buy, unfortunately. 8 strands available. Royal, regal, gorgeous, depth. Do you know the thing I love about ruby is the silks that run through, and actually these pieces show off those silks so perfectly, so perfectly. You've got some massive nuggets there. I mean, some of these central nuggets here must be tipping 3, 4, 5 carats each, if not more. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Rubyite, Rubiella, Rubique, Rubiesque. No, no. Hello. Real, genuine, ruby. Sorry, did I shout then? Sorry, I think at £6.95, I think I'm allowed for that one. £6.95? Ruby, real ruby. Where is this ruby from? It's African ruby. On and gone. 3 left. Yeah, you can still do it. Somehow you can still do it. Bonkers, as they would say. 2 chances left, £6.95. Rubies! Real rubies! Gone! Where did that come from, Phil? 7. Oh, such a good memory. It was number 6. Let's get to box 12 now. Sorry, Toby, again. They're all in the wrong place, you know. Some more Tanzanite now for you. Ooh, I tell you what. Not only have you got a gemstone that everybody's after here, but you've got it perfectly shaped. Often when we see Tanzanite, I don't know. What do I know? I've been here for the whole of, well, nearly 7 hours now. Maybe it's a bit more than that here at JM. But I've been watching an awful lot besides that as well. Ordinarily, when we buy strands of Tanzanite, nuggets or irregular shapes. Am I right or am I right? Ish. Very rarely. Because Tanzanite is about just having Tanzanite, isn't it? You don't really care which shape it's in, do you, quite frankly? It's Tanzanite. That's all you need to know, Sarah, isn't it? It's Tanzanite.
That's it.
It's that gemstone. It's the top of the tree. It's like, you know, elsewhere, well, you might not know, but elsewhere I talk about cruise holidays. And, you know, Cunard is, that's the cruise line, isn't it? That you aspire to, isn't it? Quite simply, other cruise lines are available. And Tanzanite is like your Cunard in cruise ships. It's like your, oh, now what's the best biscuits? Now you'll know that coming from Yorkshire, Sarah.
See,
best biscuits in Yorkshire.
Foxes.
Oh yes.
They're made up there.
They're from the northwest though, aren't they, Foxes?
No, not far from.
Oh, is it Yorkshire?
Yes, Yorkshire, yeah. I've been to the factory a couple of times.
Have you? Oh, I thought they were in Blackpool, that kind of way. Maybe they've got another factory over there. Other brands are available. Actually, we want more of your wedding stories as well, by the way. It's wedding fair, by the way. You don't have to talk about weddings. You can talk about whatever you want. Just drop us a little message and say hello if you like. Anyway, before we do that, I'll tell you how to get in touch in just a moment. But first of all of this Tanzanite, perfectly graduated, meant to be here. Meant to be here. But Phil, my producer, is going to knock your socks off. £74.95, 40 carats of Tanzanite. Again, just highly collectible. You might get this home and never do anything with it, but look at it and say, that's Tanzanite, you know. Watch this. Right, that's just for a couple here at the end though, isn't it? Where's the scissors? How many do I have to chop off now then? Where are the scissors? Can't have all of them for that, can we? £44.95. And just look at the colour saturation and the exacting nature of the cut as well. Do you know cutting anything round, cutting gemstones round, sounds easy, doesn't it? It's really not easy at all. One of the most difficult things to do is to make gemstones round. Look at that. No, of course they're not meant to be round. Unless you left a lot of, you know, sort of nuggets on a beach and let the sea do the work for a long time. Do you know what I mean? Like happens to grains of sand. Ridiculous. 15 chances available. That's it. That's all there is. Full stop. Yes, don't forget, and that is well worth doing. If you are making pieces that you want to sell on for this, definitely. And for your own peace of mind as well. Add an authenticity card to your order. I mean, 25 pence. To know it's the real McCoy. So if anyone, and people will, you know, even if you just wore this and, you know, friends, or you went out for coffee with friends or whatever and they saw it, and they would, first of all, they would kind of be, no, it can't be. No, I won't ask because it won't be. No, it can't be. And maybe the subject comes up. That bracelet of yours, it's not. And you can say, yeah. Hang on a minute. Just fish in my little bag here. My little collection of certificates here. There you go. And remember with Tanzanite, if it doesn't say Tanzania, it's not Tanzanite because it only comes from one place in the world. Beautiful. I've never seen Tanzanite like this. Just beautiful. Love it. Very, very nice indeed. Right. Where are we going next, Mr. Phil? What? No. No, 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 no. Rare? Do you know, I had no idea when Phil and I were around down the tunnel earlier, looking at the boxes for this evening, looking at the pieces. It's like a tunnel that goes right the way around this studio. If you've ever been here, it's fantastic. It's a wonderful building. It's great. It's really got such a lot of character, and it's like a tunnel that goes right the way around the studio here. And Phil and I were out the back earlier looking at the pieces coming up. Do you know, there were so many pieces in the schedule, and I'm still so nervous. I'm just looking at the schedule and listening to everything that Phil is saying and just nodding along, going, oh, I have no idea what he's talking about. Anyway, I had no idea that we had this gemstone. It is one of the most collectible gemstones around right now. It is natural, it is not enhanced, and it is blue zircon. Now, if you have never heard of blue zircon before, oh my word, do you know what it is? A buzz gemstone right now? It is a buzz gemstone right now, especially the blue zircon. Have we got the origin on this, Phil, please? Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. Anywhere, I mean, there are very few places where you can source blue zircon. You'd have heard maybe more of white zircon used as an accenting gemstone to finished gemstone pieces, because they have wonderful luster which can kind of, you know, outshine diamonds sometimes. In fact, actually, zircons predate diamonds by a long, long way. In fact, zircons make diamonds look like little, you know, little kids in the kindergarten compared. Their history just... I can't believe we've so many of them. I mean, again, if you see blue zircon, you're lucky enough to see blue zircon 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 carat pieces in full gemstone rings to buy. Gosh, you are looking at, you know, start at £500 and work your way to wherever you like, depending on the carat weight of the piece, and they'll generally be one-of-a-kind pieces. You generally not find a zircon piece of jewellery where you can say, oh, there are 50 of those, there are 150 of those pieces of jewellery. Generally, they become one-offs. I am really, I don't even know anywhere, yeah, I mean, I have no idea how to price this. 130 carats of blue zircon, such a variety of sizes there as well. I have no idea where to price this. £64.95 is ridiculous. We are taking it to a price it has never been lower. Only 52 of these have ever been available. No. Now listen, I keep hearing around the building that, you know, at the moment we're a little bit gemstone short. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, we're waiting for parcels to come in. Of course, we've got the birthday celebrations on the way, so some are being held to the side, some are not here yet, etc, etc, etc. We're doing ourselves no favours here, are we, Phil? How many do we have? 20. 20 strands of a gemstone that is so rare. They might not even be able to repeat this in the future. Or if they can, let me tell you, zircon at the moment is being priced like Tanzanite is, in so much as people are starting to notice zircon in a very, very big way. You know, it's a bit of a roller coaster in gemstone popularity sometimes. They'll go through periods where suddenly they become very, very popular, and then it slackens off in favour of another gemstone or whatever. That's not happened to zircon ever. It's actually scarcity of the gemstone has stopped it from being able to become popular at all. For some reason they're mining a little bit more, the world is starting to notice, everybody wants it, and guess what happens? The supply starts dwindling and the price goes up. And if China notices a gemstone, by the way, and you know, or actually, you know, there's a few other countries out the Far East as well, but China, it's almost like the people of China have suddenly just woke up and gone, let's go buy jewellery. And you know what, when they sneeze, that is a big hanky that you need. $34.95. If they decide that they want a particular gemstone, they will swallow up the world's supply of that gemstone. There's nothing anyone can do about it at all, no matter how big a gem collector you are, how long you've been buying jewellery for and gemstones for. These are epic. I love the colour, Sarah, as well. It's just, for me, it's along that same kind of vein as the same kind of colour as sort of the really strong apatites, which I love. But of course, zircon has that sparkle to it as well.
Do you know, I'm just looking at these and they almost have got an internal glow. And that's the characteristic of the gemstone all over, is that light refraction and that wonderful quality it's got. Because you haven't got a faceted quality to these. For it to be able to be doing that at such a high level.
On its own.
Is amazing.
It's beautiful.
The colour is amazing. For me, it's almost an indescribable blue. It is a bit neon apatite, sort of apatite colour.
Yes.
But it's then got more of a warmth to it. It's got a lovely tone to it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it has, and it is a gem. So I had no idea that strands like these were available. As I say, Phil, when we were looking at all of the pieces earlier, I naturally glanced over it, thinking, "Oh, lovely apatite." I had no idea it could possibly be blue zircon at 2-figure price tag. I'll be honest. Congratulations, well done. Absolutely brilliant. Over half of our available stock has sold out and gone on that one. Congratulations. Sorry, Toby, it's going somewhere. It's time now for one of these. I love this. Don't know whether I'm coming or going or been or gone. I love it. It's great. It's brilliant. Welcome to the fantastic wedding fair, by the way. Lovely Sarah Elvin is with me. And we have the second one of her fabulous kits coming up in around about an hour or so, which is brilliant. Although she's going to stay and keep me company all the way through until 10 o'clock, which is brilliant because we're all learning together here. Now, I've just heard from Phil that we haven't seen our star by here since the 5th of January. And it's now the, what, 20-something of April, isn't it? Blimey, Phil, what have you been doing? Sterling silver, half-drilled connectors. They're chunky as well, aren't they? They're very, very chunky. In 925 sterling silver, they are superb. Really, really nice. You can get some big, big gemstones on those, Sarah. I guess today we're talking pearls, aren't we? So we're talking a sizable pearl could
definitely but
go on to that.
I always say to people, don't get hooked up about thinking you've got to use a half-drilled stone on these. So perfect for your half-drilled pearls, and I believe they probably had some earlier today. So if you got to get those, perfect for that. But you can use your you know, if you wanted to say use that very large nucleated pearl we had earlier.
Yeah.
What you can do is to take, if you want to keep it all sterling silver, a sterling silver head pin, cut it down to fit the gap between where the post of this finding finishes and the end of the pearl.
Ah.
And then you can glue that inside on one end and then you're finding on the other, so you've got that seamless finish.
Yes. That's a really good idea, actually, isn't it? And how cost-effective is that as well?
It's incredibly cost-effective because
really
you're just using a head pin, which is, you know, even a sterling silver head pin is not a great expense.
And again, because they are sterling silver, you know, even if they're not exactly straight as you need to be, you can move those around. So
malleable, definitely. And I wouldn't be worried at all about the fact that, you know, possibly in the packaging they may have slightly moved. That's absolutely fine, because once you put the pearl on there, you'll have that malleability to move that little post around as well. And
I'll just show you the back again. Sorry, Leah. Look, and you've got the 925 stamp on there as well, which is superb, isn't it? I mean, that again, in terms of the value of the piece, that's the first thing that someone will do, is they'll be looking at, well, where's the stamp? You know, that's we all do that. We all do that. It's how we do it. Okay, 5 of these, should I say? Just over 2 grams of 925 sterling silver. It is a star buy. I hope we've got plenty of them. We've not seen them since the 5th of January. £6.95. What would be the value of just one pendant that you have been able to make so simply by starting it off with this? There you go. You've covered your cost in the first one, haven't you?
Oh,
straight away.
Easily,
yeah.
Definitely. You know, for me, things like simple pearl drop pendants are just one of those things that, you know, if you are having a wedding or you're having a party or something, or you're even thinking further ahead for gifting into the festive season, we're all doing sort of trying to, you know, watch the pennies where we can. You might be thinking of making presents, and these are a great way of making a very simple, elegant neckline piece for somebody. Or you might want to look at these and think, you know what, I'm going to use 2 of those and make a pair of earrings from them.
Yes.
Because you can just put a large jump ring through the top and then onto your earring finding. Very simple.
And they are quite chunky as well, aren't they? £6.95. Now listen, I always gauge value for money by how fast people come in and start buying, because I'm kind of getting to know from what I'm hearing. But actually, you know, I do the same as you, and seeing is believing. And just look at the amount of people who are buying. Lots of people on the web with these in baskets as well. You can give us a call and order just as easily as well. So if you're sitting at home thinking, okay, well, I don't have a web account with you yet, I haven't got started, I haven't got registered yet, just give us a call on 0800 644 655 and get started. It's as simple as that. There's no time like the present to get started. And when you do make your first order, you get your booklet that comes with it, and you'll get a DVD as well. And the DVDs are brilliant. They are brilliant. I've just started watching the DVDs and the tutorials and everything else about getting started, because I am in the same boat. Yes, I know jewellery. Yes, I know gemstones. Do I know jewellery making? Not so much yet, but every day is a learning day, and that's what this channel is all about. It's about inspiration, but it's not just about showing you, okay, here's what I made, here's how you can make it, but here's some ideas to get you started. Here is, you know, here is that journey, the start of that journey that, you know, could take you in a completely different direction. It's funny, Sarah and I were having a conversation before we came in here at 6 o'clock, getting to know each other. We'd met for the first time today. And it's funny, we both had the same kind of background. We both worked in IT in the past,
yes,
working with computers, which, you know, is great. And but it's a very, very different skill set to sitting here talking to you about jewellery. And it's a very different skill set to making jewellery as well, isn't it? And being creative, because computers are all about programs and lines and everything that happens in exactly the same way, isn't it, really? It happens to a pre-prescribed way. Jewellery making is all about your imagination, isn't it?
That's it. You get the components and you can take it in whichever direction you want, and you can make whatever you want, either for yourself or for your family, for your friends, or as a business.
And there is a real joy that comes with that as well, which is superb. Right, okay, we have got a break coming up. Sorry, have I missed it already? No, I don't know whether I did or didn't, but Sarah and I will be back in just a second. And, oh, we've got today's must-have as well. And listen, you know what you've seen so far. We've got a cracking schedule tonight. So I'll see you back here in around about 3 minutes' time.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Join us on our birthday week as guest designer and Business Academy course tutor Angela Edwards launches her brand new book entitled The Diary of a Creative Business Owner. Angela has written this book to provide expert information for those who are looking to take their jewellery making from a hobby to a business. Along with the book, Angela has also put together a business planner perfect to help keep you organised. So make sure you're tuned in on Tuesday the 2nd of May.
I have been asked to share something rather special with you all. At long last, we have the Swarovski crystal colour chart. Now for me, having a bit of a hidden magpie, firstly, to be able to have this on my workstation desk at home, just to sit next to me as a loyal friend, is just like a dream come true. So it's invaluable for me to have a colour chart like this because I get a lot of bridal commissions from my craft stall. To be able to have something like this to mix all your gemstones and your palettes and your colour tones at home, just have this at hand to mix and match, to put designs together, for me, this is an invaluable tool to add to our collection.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Do you know what? If only you hadn't been away on that break. If only you hadn't been away on that break. Oh, I tell you what, Phil's got some stories. He really has. Anyway, listen, we might come back to that later. There again, we might not. Okay, it's time for our must-have now. Wowzers. Now, when it comes to pearls, obviously most people think of the three natural colours that pearls come in, of course, which are pretty much white, peach, and you've got like a peacock, haven't you? Plus, you know, black pearls as well, which you very, very rarely see. But pearls can be made pretty much any colour that you want them to be. Your something blue, your must-have in our wedding fair right now is here. These just leap off the page straight away. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! How many do we have, Phil? Right, okay. Oh, like Red Balloons and Nana, there are 99. Do you remember that song? 99 red balloons. That's showing my age there, isn't it? Mind you, it's only the 80s, isn't it? I think that's all right. I can still get away with being in my mid-30s-ish. $5.95. Don't ask. I'm not telling you. $5.95, and you've got beautiful blue pearls here. 8 to 9 millimetre round as well, which is beautiful, and they are nicely round. And you still see the great thing with being able to put any colour to a pearl that you want to. You can have gold, you can have yellow, you can have green, you can have purple with blue spots if you want to. But the great thing is, and I don't know how close we can get to maybe just sort of 2 or 3 of those, is that even when you colour pearls, whatever colour you want to, you do not lose out on those secondary and those tertiary colours. I don't know whether you can see on the camera, it's sometimes difficult in studio, you might just see the blue, but what I'm seeing with my eyes here are wonderful greens, wonderful golds, you know, whatever the colour is, you still get those secondary tones of colour. And I have to say, whether you are talking about, I mean, some people, for some people the idea of pearls just doesn't work for them. You know, pearls are, you know, people have associations with pearls. Pearls have gone through a massive sort of resurgence, and you know, they change. But coloured pearls, oh, tell you what, that makes them so contemporary, doesn't it? And again, look, so many people coming in. Lots of people in Cumbria, which is great. But we've also got Cool Dip there in Surrey. We've got Yvonne and Suzanne and Nigel in Cumbria. We've got Rhonda in Hertfordshire, Collector in Lincolnshire, Caroline, well done, congratulations. These are going to go very quickly, by the way. We started with less than 100 strands, just under 100 strands of these. And so many pearls available. Again, think of, because these are full drilled, and because of that top tip that we just had from Sara, you could make easy, couldn't you? Easy stud earrings out of these very simply. And again, how much for a pair of stud? You know, they are still absolutely genuine, cultured pearls. You know, you still had to wait a long time to get that pearl out. But imagine matching 2 up to their sort of shape. and they're making a pair of stud earrings. I mean, well, I have to say, those of you that know me of old, there's been a fair few channels that I've been, you know, here and there, but I would have sold a sterling silver pair of stud earrings, this colour, for around about the £10 per pair mark, with the sterling silver post, which is, you know, a post of silver, and the butterfly back. A pair of those, probably beyond this price tag. You know, I feel, and I'm not knocking anywhere else, I'm just saying, you know what, gosh, this many pearls here versus a pair of sterling silver stud earrings at more than this price. And how many pairs of stud earrings could you make from just this strand? Well, shall I work it out? Is there time? Let's see. Probably not, actually, because, you know what, I'll just go halfway and double it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So let's say roughly, I'll round it down. Let's say 44 to be on the underside, Phil. So that's 22 pairs of earrings. That could be £220 worth of revenue in sterling silver stud earrings. It actually makes these pearls, how much did it make them each, Phil? 14 pence a pearl. 40, and 2 of them could make a £10 pair of earrings. Whew, that's some profit margin, Sarah. Ka-ching! Do you know what? You have to think a bit like that every now and again, don't you? You know, it is a business, but if you price those earrings at, well, okay, let's say, I don't know how much the sterling silver posts and butterflies would be, but let's say you were able to price the earrings even at this price at £5.95. Would people believe that they were genuine pearls? If you priced a pair of earrings at £5.95, would your customers believe that they were buying the real deal? Well, you know what, for an extra 25 pence, you could say, well, you know what? Here's the JM authentic certificate. One of them. You could show them one of them, couldn't you? It's very easy for you to say. £5.95. £5.95. Yeah, and actually, you know what? If you find that the first fair that you do, you've maybe upped the ante a little bit too much, well, you know what? Life's for learning, isn't it? So the next time you say, okay, well, you know what? Didn't have such a great success with that, so let's try a slightly lower price, but don't go too low. Always go the other way. Always go the other way. £5.95. Or have a little bit of bartering going on. Most of those have gone, by the way. By the people are buying 2s and 3s of those. Make sure you check out as well on the web. I'm not nagging, as you know, but lots and lots of people want those. I love rose gold. I have to say, this is completely and utterly a beauty. We have got a rose gold gorgeous chain now for you in sterling silver, and it's got an extender as well. It's got to be a good, what, 2.5 inch extender there, which is superb. Very, very nice indeed. So what's the base length of this one is, does it say? 16 inches with a 2-inch extender. So that would make it up to 18.5 inches. Love rose gold, it's beautiful. Popcorn chain as well is just really beautiful because you can just sell it as a ready to wear. Completely and utterly, the high street doesn't tend to do that. You could find a big pendant. You know, at the moment, I think something like a great big labradorite as a pendant, if you could get a labradorite which was electroplated with rose gold, that would be lovely. Okay, 13 chances available. Oh, don't let that be an unlucky number. Oh, I still want to know about your wedding stories as well, by the way. I want to know what your something blue was or what your first dance was. As we get further into the night, £12.95 is where they should be. Where they should be. Oh yeah, Phil, you're getting married, aren't you? Next year. Do you know what your first dance will be yet? Have you thought of that far ahead? That's really sweet though, Phil. Are you going to be singing it to your true love? Karaoke style? Listen, you've got plenty of time. There's Phil there on the left-hand side. I bet there's a voice in there, Phil. Just waiting to be, you know, a few lessons between now and then. You know, because the big thing at weddings right now is the bride and her father do this thing, don't they, where suddenly, before the first dance, they do their own kind of thing, their dance routine that they've been, you know, rehearsing for ages and ages and ages, don't they? But I think, what do you reckon, Sarah? Do you think Phil's got, I think Phil's got a voice there.
I think he's pretty good a voice. Yeah, definitely.
Were you ever in the choir, Phil, or anything like that? No? He says to me, have you ever seen Alan Partridge singing? No, I think, honestly, should we have a whip round later for some lessons? But that would make, look, we're moving on now just because, you know, Phil wants us to think about something else completely and utterly. Where did that come from, Phil? Number 9. Number 10. He's so sticking to the subject now. That's it, it's all work now. It's all work now. Right, move on, he says, move on. What was your first dance at your wedding? Let us know. You can drop us a little text message. Make sure your first word on your text is JM Studio and send it to 60777. It's a standard text message, by the way, and if you're watching on the web or on the app, you've got a little message box there where you can just do it from there. Do it from there. Like that, like you're playing the piano. Oh, you could do an Elton John, couldn't you, Phil? We'll get you a piano and big glasses, and you could, yeah, you could do a... I'll tell you Phil's first dance song a little bit later on. It's a very sweet one. This is why I think he should sing it. Anyway, listen. On and Gone, 18 inches of 95 sterling silver now. It's a rectangular popcorn necklace. Really nice fine gauge as well. So if you want to be adding gemstones to this, you absolutely can, completely and utterly. 1.3mm, but 18 inches in length with a bolt ring clasp at the back. Never. Never, never, never. This is like the Lost Leaders or something, isn't it? I mean, $6.95 in sterling silver, just brilliant. But I know it's something that you've sort of come to know and to love. Our sterling silver at the moment is crazy. It's almost like there's been a massive dip in the silver price, and there hasn't. There absolutely hasn't. We've got 8 chances there for you. It's because we are buying bigger, because more of you are shopping with us. We're buying bigger. I know that Colin and the buying teams are absolutely now buying huger volumes than we would have been, you know, 2 years ago, 4 years ago. Massive amounts. Sally's got in touch. Our first dance was I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner. Hey, that was nearly in tune, though. See, Phil, I've had no training whatsoever. Well, we did get married a long time ago, says Sally in Dumbo. Hello, Sally. Sally and Malcolm. I want to know what love is. In hindsight, mine... Who was that from? Oh, anonymous. In hindsight, mine would have been Highway to Hell. Ah, yes. Was there another first dance that followed shortly after? You know, because some people have done it more than once, haven't they? Why not? Some people are addicted to wedding cake, aren't they, apparently? Don't know. Have been there once. Right, what should we do next, Phil? We've got lots to choose from tonight, haven't we, actually? Number 15. Okay. Really? Oh, right, okay, it's an on and gone. So I'll be really, really quick. 5 sterling silver bracelets. What's the length, Phil? You got 5 of them. 7. Oh, what's that in inches? 70. That's just under 7 inches, isn't it? With a how many inch extender? So 17 centimetres is just under 7 inches, and it can go up to just under 8 inches. And do you know what, as well? The reason I did that, to show you them that way around, they've got lobster claw clasps. Can I tell you why that's really stupidly indulgent? Do you know what? It's so simple. It's so simple. It takes a heck of a lot more silver than a bolt ring clasp. Bolt ring clasp, great, fantastic. But you know what? Having a lobster clasp sets it apart from anything else. We only have 3. We only have 2. Please be quick. On and gone. On and gone. That's it. Well done if you get them. Phenomenal. Number 17. Oh, do you know, this reminds me of one of the very first sterling silver bracelets I was ever bought. And, again, I'm sorry, the temptation is there, so I've just got to say it. There is a well-known sterling silver jeweller, should I say, who will remain nameless because I'm not here to knock them in any way, shape or form. I was bought a bracelet from them maybe 5-ish years ago, gents bracelet, yeah, and it was around about £130. I'm not directly comparing it, I'm just saying, you know, the style of link is not massively different, and this is finished off with a lobster claw clasp as well. 15 chances, 7.5 inches, beautiful slimline sterling silver bracelet, amazing, and again, plenty of scope for you to add to this as well if you want to. It's 7.5 inches. I mean, 3 of these and you've got the most glamorous necklace for 15 quid. I mean, hello? This is, see, there's nothing else on the telly anyway, is there tonight? Good job, isn't it, really? You don't want to be missing out on this. Okay. Do you know, so many things I cannot say and should not say. You know, I mean, if you bear in mind, Phil, I can't even say it. I'm not even allowed to say it. It's unfair. I can't even say it. But if you think of the places where you can buy jewellery, you think of the desks that I've sat on, potentially even previously, I can't even, not even allowed to say that. You know, but you know what I mean. Come on, £4.95. How many? What's the grammage, Phil? Oh, for heaven's sake, ridiculous. Sarah, this, do you know, I have to go and collect from Colin's office next week a brown envelope, as I always done ever since I've worked for Colin. I pick up a brown envelope from his office with 2 and 6 in it. But I don't think, honestly, I don't think there's going to be enough if we're doing this. Mary Mirabelle, mwah, my darling, hello. She says, hi Derek, lovely to see you on JM. Are you here permanently? Our first dance was the greatest love of, the greatest love of all. Thank you, darling. I don't know, I'm here today and tomorrow, and then I'm here next Wednesday and Thursday, and then it's in the lap of the gods. Then I have to go through the X Factor audition process, like everybody else. I'm loving it, though. I'm loving it. And as long as you can put up with me, I think I can put up with you. Be absolutely fine and dandy. I love it here. Love it, love it. Oh, they're gone, Phil. Sorry. Can't sit here and just rabbit all day. Where did that come from, Phil? 17. 17. 17, 18. Do you know what? It's just numbers I'm not good at. 18 comes after 17. Oh, this is sweet, isn't it? Oh, Sarah, you can have a field day with this. Look. Rose gold plated, but it's hearts back to back.
They're beautiful.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Oh, Phil. I'm still looking down at the heart shapes, not even looking at the price tag. Okay, collector on Merseyside has grabbed 3 of these. Well done, congratulations. It's ridiculous, isn't it? And if you think as a jewellery maker, what you could do, I mean, the heart links are just the start.
That's it, definitely. I mean, you can use these. I mean, if you want to just separate the links and put them into things like your resin or your cerulean clay, yes. You can do all of that with these.
Not anymore, we can't, because they've gone. They've gone.
Wow.
Crikey. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love this. Do you know, Phil, I honestly, seriously can't believe how much of this you get. This is a length of chain, a whole metre of sterling silver chain, but not just any single chain. What are we calling this? Faceted chain. For me, this is almost like little spoon backs as links. And you know when you pick up a teaspoon out of the drawer and it just shines, it can catch the light, can't it, in the kitchen and dazzle you. This is like that, going over and over and over again. It's beautiful. And from a distance, you know, actually, if I just for a second, just across the room, if I just put this against my waistcoat, just do a little twinkle, even across the room, it looks like there are diamonds sparkling. Do you know what I mean? It's phenomenal. Look at that. It looks like there could be, you know, little baguette cut diamonds. And you're getting a whole metre of this for $9.95. Again, I know, and I know I shouldn't say this, but sorry, I'm going to anyway. 18 inches of this chain, of very similar chains to it, not a direct comparison, but very similar chains to this. I have previously sold an 18-inch length with a bolt ring clasp at prices around about here. You're getting a whole metre of it. A whole metre. How many inches is a metre? I should know that, shouldn't I? 39 and a half, is it? 39 and a half inches. It's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And how many bracelets could you make from that? Lots. Lots of those. 3 chances left. No, sorry, Sarah, no chance. No chance, it's gone. He's looking over as if to say, well, then, no, gone. Gone. Well done. Well done, everyone. Box number 11. Ooh, I like this. A nice little box, this. Oh. Oh my word. Here's a gemstone I haven't seen for a long time. Here is a gemstone I have not seen in a long time. And we haven't seen it on JM for a long time either. Okay, here is, oh, I love these. These are brilliant. These are brilliant. It's a sterling silver bracelet with a mount. So the mount is an 8x6 for an oval stone. Now that could be any stone you like, but it comes with one. It comes with a cabochon fire opal from America. Fire opal is so beautiful. I am a huge fan of opal, as you know. That is a perfectly cut cabochon as well, beautifully reflective. You can see that's kind of inner glow. And it's the perfect colour as well. As that sits against your skin tone, whatever the tone of your skin is, that will just radiate beautifully. And of course, inside the bracelet is the mount for it. It's an 8x6mm mount, so all you need to do is pop the stone into the mount and then use your tools to gently bring the prongs over. And I guess you would do that very carefully, Sarah, of course, because you want to make sure that you do it from kind of every direction slowly, I guess.
That's it. So you'd normally sort of set it north, south, then east and west if it's a 4-prong setting. So that allows you to get that gentle capture. And also what you would do is just set it gently to start off with and then go back and finish that setting process.
Oh, I nearly said a naughty word then. Well, I'm glad you were here, Sarah. I'm glad Leah's here as well, because I would never say naughty words in the presence of a lady. What? That's ridiculous. Yeah, never with a microphone on, Phil. Yeah, we've been there. We've done that. Not that I would ordinarily. That's quite right. Mike, Director Mike has just said, well, you shouldn't anyway, it's naughty. Absolutely, Mike, you're quite right. Should never curse anyway. But hello, $9.95. Do you know, just to buy the stone on its own, do you know how valuable fire opal is? What's the carat weight on that? It's an 8x6. Phil, do you know the carat weight on the opal? Sorry. It's a 1 carat fire opal stone. I mean, you could set that into an 18 carat gold ring and potentially ask 4-figure price tags for it. I kid you not, it's my own personal opinion, but I'll stand by it, I tell you. 3 last chances. You've got the bracelet with the mount and the stone to go in the mount as well. It's not just gone. Well done. Fire opal's so collectible as well. You could use that fire opal in so many different ways. That's wonderful. Right, more sterling silver. Ah, yes, we've got ear jackets here. Yeah, love them. Love. That's where you have the which way around would this be? Be that way around, wouldn't it? Look at these. These are ear jackets. Beautiful. They're lovely. That's where you have the post quite high, isn't it? Sorry, let's do one at a time. So the post goes into your ear at either of 2 levels, and the leaf actually appears from behind your ear. Wonderful. Yes, I would demonstrate, but I really don't have the ears for it. So obviously you have your... In fact, actually, let me put the butterfly through, because that's also decorated as well. It's like its own little leaf. So let me just get that off. There we go. Right, so if I put the butterfly in, you've got 2 different levels that you can pop the butterfly in. Well, it's not a butterfly, is it? It's another leaf. So you've got 2 different holes that you can go through, depending obviously on the length of your ear and where your piercing is. So you have the little leaf there at the top with your post, and then this leaf then magically appears under your ear. So you have to pretend there's an ear in the middle there. These are amazing. Right, this style is only a sort of a recent phenomena, actually. It's funny, isn't it, with jewellery? You think, well, it's all been done, hasn't it? And then a concept like this comes along and you think, no, still more to come, still more to learn. You get everything so it's a full pair of ready-to-wear earrings at $24.95. Are we not staying there? A clear out opportunity, Phil is saying. Going to break some rules. Oh, there's a lot of silver in there and some gemstones as well, some white topaz. Lowest ever. Lowest ever. Okay, how many chances to clear out, Phil? How many? 13. Don't let that be an unlucky number for you. So you have the post there at the top, as you can see. And in fact, if I just take that out for a second. Oh, in fact, let me just show you on the other one, it's easier. So if I show you on the one next to it, you can see you've got 2 holes there at the top. So depending on where your piercing is situated. And you've got a loop there at the bottom. So if you want to make this into something even more deliciously beautiful, what would you add to the bottom of there, Sarah, just off the top of your head, the fact that these are leaves?
Possibly something maybe like a ruby, maybe a berry, or yes. You could go for peridot. Just
do you know what I think would be lovely? I had a strand the other evening of quite tiny, I think they were 3mm round, tiger's eye.
Oh, they'd be
to
lovely.
Keep that woodland kind of feel, because tiger's eye has almost like a wood grain kind of look to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, go for this sort of autumn feel.
Yeah, that would work nice, beautifully, wouldn't it? $11.95. There are only 13 chances, so if you want them, grab them as quickly as you possibly can. Next up, I have got a gemstone wonder that, like fire opal, I didn't think I would ever see here at JM, I'll be honest with you. But we are. It's opal. It's blue opal. Very, very, very few locations around the world. Very, very few locations around the world bring us blue opal. It's incredible. Here's another one. Here's another one where everything I've seen before goes out of the window in terms of price tags. These are amazing, and the rarity of blue opal. There are so few locations, let me tell you. Beautifully graduated, pearl shaped, of course, round, so you could actually be interacting these with your pearls. And do you know what, the blue opal has this real sort of soft, I'm trying to think of the shade of blue, because it's almost like it has its own shade. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like it's a unique shade. It's beautiful. It's not a powder blue. It's not a duck egg blue. It's very much the blue that it is, because it does band, and because there are different sort of shades as you go through even one of the opals. Stunning. Love them. So attractive. This again could be your something blue. Already a lot of these. I would guess this is a gemstone that you rarely see here at JM. Am I right, Phil? Blue opal I hardly ever see. hardly ever see these days. And again, so few locations, and the fact it warms my heart actually to see that we have bidders in the US as well, because the US is one of the locations for blue opal. There's a variety of blue opal that comes from Oregon, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. This is superb, and again, price tag. This is a collector's gem. I have to say, it's a collector's gem. This is one that I have to say, outside of JM, I would be saying to you, don't buy it to make jewellery with. Buy it to keep. Buy it to have. Buy it as a boom. Buy it and hold on to it. Would be personally. And again, I can't speculate on future gemstone value. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it would be really nice down the track when people are really struggling to get hold of any material at all to say, well, I've got some and I'm hanging on to it. Thank you very much. Lots of names rolling through, as you can see. Collectors left, right and centre here in Kent, in Hertfordshire, collector in Yorkshire, Marie in Surrey, Jacqueline in Surrey, Evelyn in Kent, well done, Suzanne in Norfolk, Elizabeth, congratulations. Bidders with this in their basket as well. Well done, congratulations, brilliant. I take it we've got plenty of these, have we, Phil? It's not really that many at all. And I guess a lot of people, yeah, there's a good few of you who are buying multiples of these, and I would not, again, it makes the most beautiful piece. There's something about, there's a nod to that kind of, you know, there are blue ceramics that you can buy. There's a kind of hint to a blue opal of a blue ceramic. But it has other qualities to it as well. Do you know what I mean? But I just think visually, it's amazing. It's really, really nice. Yes, absolutely. Your scarf, Sarah. Yes, it does beautifully match, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, it's such a soft blue, which is lovely. I think that's probably what drew me to this top as well, is that sort of really soft tone.
And blue, universal favourite colour as well, isn't it? Well, not universal, but I mean, the studies show 55% plus.
It's not a colour I wear a lot either, which is quite unusual. When I bought this top, I was like, oh, it's an unusual tone. So I wear a lot of different colours, but blue's not one of the ones that I sort of gravitate towards in clothing. And for me, blue opal's the same. I love that tone. It's just, there's something very, very special about it.
And again, think about when you are making your jewellery to sell as well. On your display, which I would always suggest be those big, oversized kind of brown sort of cardboard looking tags, because I just think they look fantastic. You know, your name, your brand stamped onto them, written, drawn, whatever you do. But just to say the words blue opal, gosh, that will make people stand back and say, oh, okay, so not blue plastic beads and not blue ceramic. Well, blue ceramic would be lovely. You know, blue ceramic beads with painted flowers, wonderful, lovely, absolutely gorgeous. But a real gemstone with that soft, sensual tone to it. So many collectors grabbing these. I don't think they're going to be around for long at all. So if you like them, £8.95. Well done. Great to have those graduated as well. They're lovely, beautiful, very, very nice indeed. So, box number 4. Oh, I love it, love it, love it. You know the blue pearls that, well, I've got them here still. The blue pearls that we had earlier, which flew out of the door. If you wanted a partner piece that wasn't maybe a Swarovski type crystal, but had even more gravity and weight to it than a Swarovski crystal, yet partnered it beautifully, then go for this. It's hematite. Hematite's so universally popular as well. Do you know as well, it's got such a gravity to it, hematite. Remember that it has magnetic properties, so they say that if you wear a pacemaker, you shouldn't really wear hematite. Again, I'm not a doctor, what would I know, but that's what they say. But how amazing is that blue? And again, hematite can be coated with any colour you like. Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, that's a ready to wear, isn't it, really? That's a ready to wear. Of course, you would deconstruct and you would go to town as a bracelet. As a bracelet. Beautiful. Wonderful. Love it, love it, love it. Right, okay. No. Phil, don't you get the fact that this is a business? This is a business too. I know we're helping people to start their businesses as well, but apparently this is a business as well. I don't think he's listening. I don't think he's listening. $7.95. $7.95. That's beautiful. And do you know what? I don't know. We don't have any little. Does it have a weight on this? No, we don't have weights, do we? But actually, you know what? That's quite a few grams. We haven't got any mini scales or anything here, have we? That's with hematite. Even though these pieces are smaller and you'd think, okay, they'd be fairly lightweight. No, hematite is real business. It really feels like something. It's actually cool to the skin as well. You know, it warms with you. It's like when you wear pearls. You know, when you first put on pearls, you kind of go, there might be a little bit of a sharp intake of, ooh, they're cold, and they warm up with you. It is the same with hematite as well. Beautiful. Wonderful. Well done, everyone. Again, lots of people multi-ordering on those, and I do not blame you at all. I know I keep saying that, but honestly, great taste this evening. Now, we have a bracelet board for you. Now, Sarah, I guess as I'm embarking... Oh, is this... Yes? As I'm going to embark on maybe some jewellery making, obviously being here, going to have to put my money where my mouth is and get started. I guess this is going to be one of my essentials, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely an essential. You've got the measurement at the bottom with the 3 channels, which is for marking out your designs before you thread them. Then you've got your 4 channels around the different size bracelets. Mm-hmm. Now, where this comes in really useful is if you're using something like a 4mm bead, it's not sitting very proud to the wrist line. But if you're using something like an 8 or 9mm bead, it sits further away from your wrist line. Okay. Therefore, you need a longer line.
Yes.
Where this does the guesswork for you, because the beads will sit around that channel and the internal diameter will always be the same, that raised part. No matter what size beads you use, you will always get the correct size.
Oh, see, I see. Because I have to say, Phil, when you showed me this, I did think to myself, well, I could just draw a circle on the piece of paper or whatever, because all the beads would be going, you know, this is me being a cheapskate, of course, you see. That's very true. I have got to find a pen there as well. But I was thinking, what would this do? What would this do? But for £1, and I think of the amount of times I would use it, yeah, absolutely. It's going to save so much hassle. Finding a pen, you know, stopping the beads from rolling left, right and centre, keeping everything organised. And if I am making a bracelet for someone who is a 7.5-inch wrist and I'm using 14mm beads, I'm going to get that right. And I'm going to get it right first time and every time. Oh, that's just going to make life so much easier, isn't it? So much easier. And I honestly, and you know, wrong for you to say, Derek, you're meant to be selling these, but do you know what I mean? My first thought was, do I really need one of these? Do I really need one of these? What difference will it really make? And that's that 3 or 4 sentences, Sarah, that's it. You're right, in completely and utterly makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, and people often forget when they first start making jewellery also to allow for a clasp.
Yes.
But again, if you're measuring your bracelet with the clasp inside there before you finish off, you can't get it wrong.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you've got 4 little wells inside the measurements, so that's a great place to store your beads. They don't roll anywhere.
Yeah.
You've got your channels at the bottom, so you can make your multi-road bracelets and see those designs. You can have all the beads laid out, so if you wanted to make the design like we did earlier, where we were crossing back through, you could have them laid out in the right order on each of those rows to make your bracelet, so there's no getting it wrong, there's no guesswork, you've got it all prepared before you start.
And I don't know, just very, very quickly, I don't know whether you can really properly sort of appreciate this on camera, but it's like a sort of suede-y, felty kind of feeling surface. So it's sort of going to, it's not, you know, it's not going to, you know, hold them absolutely, but it will, to a certain degree, keep them in place and stop them from rolling around even when they're there. £1. And that's a complete essential, isn't it? Which, you know what, I thought, is it really an essential? Yes, it absolutely is. What are we doing now? Right. Oh, don't forget, Phil, the featherweight head pins. Don't forget, because yes, apparently there are still some around. Oh, I love this clasp. I love this. It's gorgeous. I love this style of clasp anyway. It's just my favourite. I think it's beautiful. And look, the big bonus here is it comes with a hulking great, huge, beautiful Thai red ruby. 4.3 grams of sterling silver. And look at how the clasp itself works. It's beautiful. It's a box clasp, so you pinch down and then it will release for you, and then obviously just lock it in place. Obviously, there you go. We only have 10 of these available. Beautiful, beautiful gemstone. Do you know what's 2/3 of a carat of a Thai ruby? Hello, 1995. Hello, 1995. What about the ruby? Hang on, let me just check these words again. Ruby, not Rubiella, Ruby-esque, Ruby-eek. No, ruby, real ruby. Phil, just because I was reading the details over there, cheeky monkey. Right, 9 spaces, that's it. Where are you going to buy a loose 2/3 of a carat Thai ruby for $12.95? Tell me that. Unless you book the airfare to, well, even if you book the airfare to Thailand, I'm not so sure that walking around, that marketplaces in, in Bangkok, I don't think you're going to be able to buy a ruby like that, are you, for $12.95? Are you? How much is the airfare? I dread to think. 3 last chances. On and gone. Well done. Right. Good luck for the last 2. Well done. 19. Oh, now, these are really pertinent to what we're doing this weekend. It is wedding fair weekend, of course. Here are your starting points for your tiaras, headdresses, hair bands, fascinators. They are fantastic. Made with stainless steel with silver satin cord. They are your tiara bands, beautifully finished off. Because again, even though these are made of stainless steel, my first observation, Sara, oh, see, I've done it again. Just slap me every time I do it. Sara, yeah, just called me Dennis. Sheila called me Dennis earlier, didn't she? Sheila, as she was going, she was, hello, Dennis. Close enough, it's fine. My first observation on these, Sara, is that they've got almost like little, they almost look like little socks at the end. Can you see? Because they're made of stainless steel and then finished off with the satin cord at the very end. Now you're going to tell me there's a technical name for those, aren't you, Sara?
I don't know.
Oh, that's all right then. Little socks is fine.
Technical name. I think that's just there to protect them. I think you can remove those.
Oh, can you take them off?
I think so.
No, they're glued.
Oh, they're glued on.
They're glued too.
There you go.
They're a feature.
You see, I've never taken them off mine because I always make a lot of sample pieces, so
Yeah.
I've never taken them off. But they're there to protect the back of your ear.
Yes.
Because that's where that's going to sit.
Yes.
And
It's a long day, your wedding day as well, isn't
a
it?
lot of headbands pinch terribly.
Yes.
And you end up with almost a pressure point behind where they sit.
Yes.
Whereas these are built for what I call a proper sized head.
Yes.
Whereas a lot of headbands seem to be built for children.
Yeah.
Whereas they're an awful lot smaller, and therefore you get even more pinch. And they're very forgiving. They've got a real good spring on them. So if you you need to
and with them being steel, I'm guessing that gives them a heck of a lot more strength as well. And
It does.
you know, I mean, often something like this that you can buy, I guess, from those accessory type stores, I'm guessing, would generally be made of resin or plastic or something like that. Here, you've got something which is, I mean, well made and well finished as well. Okay, $5.95. I mean, that's the first one, and that's that covered. If you're obviously you're selling these, because I guess some people will make, you know, various pieces for their stall, I guess, for wedding fairs, and some people will be making a commission.
Oh, definitely.
It'll be a commission piece. I mean, if you are, you know, you can buy tiaras and head pieces off the shelf, so to speak, can't you? You can go into the bridal shop and just buy them. It doesn't really say anything about you, though, does it? It doesn't have your gemstone on it. It doesn't have charms that might be significant to you. It's just not your style, maybe. So often people are going to have these commissioned. £5.95 for 3 of them. Rosemary Devon says, thank you, Sarah. Is there an H in your name, Sarah? No. Oh, right, so you are Sara in spelling, but Sarah in... Oh, well, see, yes, well, no wonder a simple boy like me got that wrong.
It's completely confusing, isn't it?
Okay, yes. Could you have that changed, please? Very confusing. So Rosemary says, thank you, Sarah, for that great tip about the bracelet board. Just a beginner still, but these tips are invaluable to one such as I. Great show, as always. Oh, thank you, Rosemary. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad me knowing almost... No, not nothing. Not nothing. Don't want you to think that I know nothing. I'm getting there, slowly but surely, but I'm a beginner, like a lot of you as well, which is brilliant. So I know the gemstones, but the jewellery making, it's fantastic. And we all start somewhere, Sarah, don't we?
Well, that's it. I always go back to when I first started making jewellery, thinking I didn't know all of these things that I now know, and it's wrong for us to assume that everybody is at the same point in their jewellery making sort of journey, if you like, for want of a better word, because everybody has to start somewhere. And we all start. I mean, I made a simple pair of earrings, a stretchy bracelet, and the simplest neckline piece you've ever seen. It was just a single row of gemstones with a clasp on it, and that's great. That's a perfect place to start. And then you start learning extra little bits, and it's always nice to pass those tips on.
Well, you never know until you know, do you?
That's it.
That's the thing, isn't it? Right. Now, remember we did the bracelets earlier. We had that set earlier. We've got a different style bracelet now. Again, another one. 15 loops. You've got 3 bracelets with 15 preset loops into them. They're on bolt ring clasps. Oh, they are fantastic. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Yes, and a pearl in each of those loops. And could you imagine? So we're looking at 17 centimetres plus a 2 centimetre extender, so that in inches, just under 7 inches to 7.5 inches. I'm sorry, I still work in inches. I'm an old-fashioned boy. But I think usually you do when you're buying a bracelet as well, you think about inches. You know the inch size of your wrist, don't you, for some reason, more than centimetres. $17.95. Now you get, remember, 3 of these, and they are great because they have the 15 loops already in. Oh my word! I mean, it's just so easy, isn't it? So simple. Again, if you think of bridal pieces, you might even be completely indulgent and kind of have all 3 together and create one piece. They are delicious. First thoughts, Sarah?
I'm just thinking, if I had these, I would have used them at the front of the promise piece.
Oh yes.
Because they're perfect. They've already got all the loops attached, so I wouldn't have had to use little jump rings there.
The spacing, yes, the spacing is already there.
Yeah.
We'll show you what we mean. Maybe in a wee while about Sarah's promise piece. It was from her first kit this evening. It's beautiful. Yes, you'll see it on our Facebook page at Jewellery Maker as well. And of course you can watch all of the shows. So when you get the kit, of course, when you get it home, you can go back on our YouTube stream and you can watch it all over again. 3 chances, Phil, is that it? Oh, that's it. 3 chances. Again, on and gone. Congratulations, well done. So that was box number 16. Oh, now is it the one I think it is, Phil? Right. Okay. If you love your sterling silver, if you love your spacers, you're going to love these, and they're so good we've made it one of these. We've got Sarah's promise back. I'll show you in a wee while. We have now something which I've had a few of these this week. Brand new. Brand new. See, I've been sweet talking everyone that I could. I went to see Scott, who's our sales manager. Well, you know anyway. You know Scott, and he's on all the time, isn't he? And I went up to see Colin as well. And of course, because he's the man in the biggest leather chair upstairs. And I said, I've got to have some new pieces, you know, for my new shows. So here we've got some big oval spaces. I have to say the aperture on these is quite sizable as well. Look at that. You get a 1mm wire through there, not a problem. 10 of these, 8x5mm, gorgeous texture, and a lot of silver as well. Collectively, a lot of silver in these to have 10 of these. Again, beautiful. And they are big spaces as well, so very luxurious. Love them. Love, 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 love. It's a really nice shape actually, and they stand beautifully. Wonderful. Again, with some of the larger pearls, what was the gemstone that we had earlier that I was saying would really benefit, works so well? Either amethyst and silver works really real well together. We had some amethyst earlier, again, which would work incredibly well with silver. And of course it makes your amethyst go an awful lot further as well. But again with the pearls, great in a headpiece as well, wouldn't it? For a lovely tiara. So we're going to do 10 of these. Okay, again, I know my natural inclination is to always ask this question, what's the gram weight here? Because I think for me, that's always important. When I look at the price tag, I also want to see the gram weight. I don't know, maybe it's just a boy thing, I don't know. But it's 3.7, did you say? 3.7 grams of silver. Yes, it is down there. Sorry, I can't see down there. 6.95, brilliant, fantastic, really, really good. And the shape of these as well. And I'll just show you the aperture, look. I know you can see it on all the ones at the bottom there, but very, very versatile. The bracelet that you made earlier, Sarah, as well, that with the Swarovski bicones,
definitely,
again, would give you a completely different look, wouldn't it?
That's it. Such a simple change to a design, but gives you a completely different look and a completely different sort of path to take that piece of jewellery down. So once you've got those techniques, you can just change slightly different. You could change the components, and the look will change completely.
Yeah. And to have 10 of them, again, as we were saying before, when you only have 1 or 2 of something, it kind of limits your ideas, doesn't it? You kind of have to stick within the boundaries of what you have. To have 10 of them around is brilliant. Congratulations, well done. Ruth in South Yorkshire, 2 of these coming your way. We've got Collector in London, 2 of them coming your way as well. Lots of people adding this. Brand new, remember, as well. So again, we've had a lot of brand news this week, haven't we, in sterling silver, of course, because we are on the run-up to our birthday celebrations as well. So now is the time to get your sterling silver stash. It's brilliant. Now, just before we go to the break, I'm going to leave those with you at $6.95. Lots of those being added to baskets, so well done. But just before we pop to our next break, I want to do a reminder on these. It's our featherweight head pins, gold, rose and silver plated, 100 of each. For those of you who didn't see them the first time around, these have not been around for a long time. And there's 100 of each, 100 in the rose gold, 100 in the yellow gold and 100 in the silver plate as well. $4.95. Now this really is last call. This is the last time you'll see these on screen. We had 200 sets of, it was 200 I think, Phil, wasn't it? 200 sets of these. We are now down to the final 30. In fact, it's less than 30 now. So yeah, absolutely. We've got lots and lots and lots in baskets already now. So absolutely make sure that you get yours. Do it now, do it now, do it now, do it now. If you've got it in a basket as well, check it out, check it out, check it out. I'm not a nugget when it comes to baskets, but I understand that these babies are hardly ever around, like a needle in a haystack. To get 100 of each as well, just brilliant. So yeah, 300 needles in this haystack, which is really good at $4.95, isn't it? 0800 644 655, JewelleryMaker.com, and of course you can do it on the app as well. The app is brilliant, isn't it? I've always known about the app, by the way, but I quite often, you know, if you're just sort of waiting for something, I was waiting for an appointment the other day, and I just brought it up, and it brings up the video stream straight away, so you can see what's going on. You can just, you know, add to your basket straight from there. It's so easy. It's just too easy, really, isn't it? Well done. I'm going to leave those with you. They will all be gone, completely and utterly all gone this evening. Coming up after the break then, oh my word, we have got something very, very special for you. We've got some pink pearls coming your way, which I haven't seen too much. We've had an awful lot of white pearls today. We've got some pink pearls coming up after the break. And lovely Sarah Elvin is here with kit number 2 tonight, which we're very, very excited about. And you managed to make, well, I mean, this, that, the other, and even more. And you're still going, aren't you?
I am. Well, I'm doing the prep for the demo.
Fantastic. And so that second kit is just beautiful. Really, really nice. So if you love your blues, definitely so many pieces and gorgeous seed beads as well as part of that kit, which is going to be brilliant. So you stay right where you are. We're having a brilliant Saturday night. We still want to know what your first dance is as well from your wedding. We're going to have more of those texted in between now and 10 o'clock with Sarah. I'll see you back after the break for more from our wedding fair. Don't go far.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
As part of Jewellery Maker's 7th birthday celebrations, we have 3 exciting workshops you won't want to miss out on. Join Kleshner on Thursday the 4th of May and learn how to weave on the Bangle Weaving for Beginners workshop. If you love shibori, then you must join special guest Amy K. Sweet McNamara direct from the USA on Friday the 5th of May for the Swimming the Channel workshop. Amy will teach you how to create a beautiful shibori bangle. Also flying in, especially from the USA, we welcome back Leslie Rajalski, Creative Director of Beadsmith. On Saturday the 6th of May, join Leslie for an introduction to the beading loom and create some fabulous pieces. All workshops mentioned are £99.95. Places are limited, so book quickly to avoid disappointment. Come along and join in with our birthday celebrations. See you there.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Welcome back Saturday night here at JM. Lovely Sarah Elvin is with me all the way through until 10 o'clock. Sarah, it said Sarah but spelt Sara. No wonder I was having problems since 6 o'clock. That'll be why. See, even I've written it down on my sheet so I don't forget who you are. Even I've put an H on it. See? Silly boy. Anyway, we've got wonders coming up in this hour. We have got some chrome diopside. We have got some black spinel coming up in this hour. Black spinel, my favourite black gem, so love it. But we're going to start off with some pink pearls. Lucky, lucky people. Now, from what I have seen so far, and listen, I was not up with the birds this morning. Was it Carol up with the birds this morning? Was it? Yes. It's always Carol up with the birds. She's so cheerful first thing in the morning, isn't it? And who was it? Oh, it was Elle this morning. And then lovely Zena this afternoon. I haven't been watching all day, but I think predominantly we have seen white pearls today. I think, in the main. What we have here, there are 2 star buys actually in this hour, is pink pearls. Beautiful, 2 completely different styles and sizes. This is great. So 8 to 10 millimetre pearls. So they range from 7 to 8 millimetre through to 8 to 10 millimetre. Absolutely natural. I have to say, it takes a long, long time to get cultured pearls into these strands. Takes a long, long time. The average mollusk that they come from, you know, it might bear 12 or 14 pearls. It might bear 20, 24 pearls. But they're all different shapes and they're all different colours and they're all different shades. Even if they're all the same colour, they're different shades. So then they have to be sized matched. Now, I don't know if you can even comprehend for a second, but a pearl farm, it's a little bit like, if you think of a farmer's field, but think of that being like a big tank. That's how pearl farming is done. So you will have acres and hectares of pearl farm. No soil or anything like that, just, you know, water. And just thousands upon thousands upon thousands, must be hundreds of thousands, of these oysters that are down there being fed, being nurtured, being looked after, and you're waiting patiently for year upon year upon year for pearls to, you know, appear. Of course, you've got to start that process by, you know, injecting the mollusk with these little irritant grains of sand to make the pearls in the first place, and their natural sort of resistance to that, the mollusk's natural way of, you know, trying to rid themselves of that irritant is to cover it in nacre, which is this different, the layers that make up a pearl. Have a look at these. They are just delicious. I love the soft shade to them. And they are completely and utterly natural and beautiful. They've got that wonderful silvery shine that's unforgettable. A lot of people like the idea, we were saying this earlier with the blue pearls, a lot of people like the idea of wearing pearls, but for them the ivory pearls are just not right for whatever reason. Love the shape of these as well. You've got a slightly more sort of lengthened look to these, a little bit more like a rice pearl, but with a bit more body going on. Love it. I love the regularity of the sizes here as well. Okay, here we go. Here comes your price tag. I'm sure you've heard the pearl story inside out, backwards and forwards about 300 times today, but it's interesting. It's interesting stuff, actually. I'd love to go to a pearl farm. £6, nearly had the chance once. £6.95. £6.95. And again, remember what we were saying before. A single shepherd's crook and 2 of these pearls makes a pair of earrings that you would be retailing at, I don't know, let's say £15 a pair. Maybe that's too low, but it sounds quite reasonable. And if you were doing it as a special offer in context with the pricing, you know, in the rest of your offering, that would sound pretty good, wouldn't it? That would get people just that little step closer, wouldn't it? Okay, we've got lots and lots of people with this in their baskets. Remember, make sure you check out. Check out 1,000 times today, and you'll still only pay £2.95 P&P. But do it at your leisure, of course. But I don't want anybody missing out because, you know, it's clearly a great price tag. If we've got collectors coming in from London, South Yorkshire, West Lothian, Norfolk, Lanarkshire. Joan in London, well done. Bev in South Yorkshire, 2 strands of these on the way to you, absolutely guaranteed. Mary on the web, Isabel in Surrey, Dorothy in Lanarkshire. We've got bidders in America as well. Lots of these in baskets. Lots of these in baskets, and they are flying out of the door right now. And again, Sarah, listen, do you do craft fairs?
I don't have time to do
You don't have time, you're always here, aren't you? You're always here. But tell me if I'm high or low, but 2 shepherd's crooks in sterling silver,
yeah.
Maybe however you then attach them to the shepherd's crook, whether they're the head pins or however,
yeah.
wire wrapping or however you do it, Do you think roughly my £15 a pair of these would that be reasonable? Do you think?
Certainly, I'd say it was reasonable. It probably, depending on where you're selling your jewellery, you'd be on the low end. I mean, if you're selling sort of, I know some of our designers have displays in hotels or sort of more boutique displays, or have gallery pieces as well, where of course they're going to be a completely different price range.
Yeah.
But for me, when I make my earrings, I always make pieces, so I might make a bracelet out of this strand.
Yes.
And if they were to buy the bracelet, I would have some of these, like a pair of earrings, ready to go with that bracelet and say, well, if you bought that bracelet, there's a lovely pendant there that goes with it.
Yeah.
You buy the two together, I'll give you the earrings for free. It's a great sales way of being able to sort of up your sales.
Yes.
And when you're doing sort of craft fairs and things like that, sometimes having people around your stall is what gets other people to come and look at your jewellery.
Or what are they looking at?
Yes.
I must go and have a nosy. It's fantastic. I'm going to do the other pink pearl strand that I have because they partner up with these pearls beautifully. Again, if you want to sort of alternate them maybe between those, then you certainly can. These are beautiful. These are rice pearls and they're so exacting. I mean, honestly, you would struggle to see any difference between any of them. And this is a big strand as well. I mean, they are stunning. They are stunning. Look, beautiful. They are delicious. So here is the strand that we've just seen, the slightly larger but slightly less regular pearls, which are fantastic to give you that gravity. But these, I mean, okay, you're sitting from the other side of the room there, Sarah. I mean, they look pretty uniform to me.
They do. They look lovely from over here. They look like they've got a real uniformity of shape, colour and lustre, which is absolutely perfect, what you're looking for.
Perfect combo, isn't it? And actually, the closer you get, the more you see, as well as that pink. In fact, if I bunch some up, I wonder how close we can get. And if I just move them around just a little bit, I'm not sure if you'll pick that out entirely on camera. But what I'm seeing here is secondary colours that are almost like peacock colours, purples, greens, there are blues, there are golds coming through there as well. And you know, essentially this is a pink pearl. And that's the magic of pearls, is that totally natural, beautiful pearls will have not just a primary colour, the pink, but they're going to have secondary and tertiary colours as well. A little bit like when you have an opal. It's not the same spectacular display as an opal, obviously, completely different properties, but you know when you're looking inside a beautiful shell and it will radiate in the sunlight, lots and lots of different colours, that's when you know you have the real McCoy. And if you have the previous strand already, you just have to add this one. You just have to, because they just go together beautifully, absolutely beautifully. And when you've got that uniformity, where before with the larger pearls I was talking about before, the pair of earrings only using just one on each ear, because these rice pearls are slightly smaller but have that uniformity to them, I'd maybe use 2 or 3 together. On the web right now, here is the price that is showing. $12.95. Get ready for a surprise! Which film's that? Which film's that? I can see it now. $7.95. I don't know. I don't know. $7.95. You'll know better than I do. Oh, actually, yes. While we're talking weddings, because I'm going back over to Sarah in just a second for a second kit this evening. But I want to know what was your first dance at your wedding? What was your first dance? Or maybe the last one. Or what was your something blue? Or something borrowed? Or something, or any kind of wedding story I'd love to hear tonight. Just text JM Studio to 60777. It's a standard rate text message, remember. We would love to hear from you this evening. Do you know, I try, I'm not a great fan of weddings, I have to say, personally speaking. I try and only get one into the diary every year, because it's a big, you have to make such a big hoo-ha, don't you? You have to, don't you? I'm not really into dressing up massively. I'll do it, you know, being on the telly and everything else. Yeah, well, you know, I've made the effort tonight like I'm ready. See, I'm all dressed up with no wedding to go to, but the party is here, so that's fine. But generally, I'll try and get just one a year into the diet. Never works that way at all. Never works that way at all. But I think it's mainly because I used to be a DJ. And a long, long time ago, like 300 years ago, and I used to DJ at weddings. And DJing at a wedding, get the pocket violins out, everyone. It's the loneliest job in the world.
Oh.
I didn't have a name, Phil. I didn't have a sign above me or anything like that. It wasn't Phoenix Nights I was working in, Phil. Although I did do my weddings in Blackpool, so they were, you know, they were fun. Even if I say so myself, I was a really good DJ because I just got on with it and played the music. You know, some DJs is like, and you think, what's he saying? Or you think, does he never shut up? And me, I was the other way round. I just hardly ever spoke apart from, you know, that bit where you get them to do New York, New York. You get the bride and groom in the middle, get everybody else around them in a circle and do New York, New York. And say, don't kick too hard. They've just got married. $7.95. That's what you did. Crikey, Phil. The list has gone off the screen here from the people buying these. Congratulations. Are we plenty left, Phil, or are we depleting? Oh, half the stock already gone. It is the uniformity. It is the uniformity of these that really, really excites. Do you know what? I once DJ'd a wedding that by the time everyone arrived, because obviously as a DJ, you don't go to the church. So I'm there waiting for everyone to arrive. And by the time the bride and groom had arrived at this one particular wedding in Blackpool, they weren't even talking to each other. That's it. They'd fallen out completely and they weren't talking to each other. They'd just got married. Great atmosphere that evening was, let me tell you. And then there was the other one. I was telling Zena earlier, there was the one family that said no fun. There must be no fun. No ABBA Dancing Queen, no Oops Upside Your Head, no Okie Kokie, no New York, New York, no Reach for the Stars, none of that. No fun. No fun. They said no. I had they gave me a sheet with all of the things that they did want, and then underneath there was big letters. No fun. No ABBA. No S Club 7. No Bee Gees. No Nolans. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. And of course, you know, guests at a wedding, once they've, in the nicest sense, once they've had a couple, the DJ is the first place they go to, don't they? When people get a little bit brave, don't they? They go, I want to sing my song now. And you're like, oh, okay, right, yeah, fabulous. I'm afraid it's a no fun night. There you go. How about this then? Cultured rice pearls. They're beautiful. They're so lovely, aren't they? $7.95, over half the stock. Sold out and gone already. Right, okay, now this time I'm taking everything that I need with me. Because the last time I went over there, I missed half the things that I should take with me. So I've got to take my cup of tea, Sarah, because you've got yours over there, haven't you?
I have.
And I've got to take the gadgety thing, because that tells me, that gives me all of your messages and doodads. Just 1 second. There we go. Come with me. Let's go and see gorgeous Sarah. And let's see our second kit. It's a real good one, this one, actually. Excuse me. Seed beads in this one.
There is.
These are amazing. Really, really good. Let's have a little look at what we have here.
Shall we move?
Oh, yes, we move Missy in the promise. There's Sarah's promise, by the way. It's beautiful. She made that with her first kit, which is pearls, and you'll see that on the Facebook page a little bit later on. So it's got the Swarovski heart, the pearls, the Swarovski bicones, and all she did was add 3 meters of chain. Well, I say all she did. I mean, it's a fabulous creation that would have taken a long, long time to get to. But if you've got a strapless wedding dress, that would be absolutely perfect. That's our first kit, so you'll see that in the 7 o'clock hour when you're coming back to that. This kit now is your something blue. And this is lovely, and you've just made so much with this, Sarah. I don't even know where to start with this. So, shall we have a look at the kit first, shall we? Here's what's in the kit, and it's quite a comprehensive kit, let me tell you. Your Swarovski beads, and you had lots left over here as well, didn't you? You could have gone on and on and on, couldn't you?
These I've made all my demo pieces, and these are all the leftovers as well. Loads,
and that's brilliant.
Yeah.
So you have made two pairs of earrings, a bracelet, 2 necklaces, and a gorgeous ring from this kit, and still lots and lots of leftovers. This is the feature necklace as well. This is the one that is just truly, truly beautiful. And there's so much going on. You can see that there's beautiful earrings here. This ring is gorgeous. In fact, I'm going to show you that close up in just a second. In fact, why don't you put it on, Sarah, because it's gorgeous. Your creation as well. It's wonderful.
You can choose which way you want to wear this as well. So you can have it the heart facing down or facing up.
Now you have to. Now, which way is it? Is it if you have the point of the heart pointing towards you?
If you take
doesn't that mean no, thank you very much?
Yes.
And if it's pointing out,
that means you're
then that's
looking for love.
Maybe coffee.
Maybe.
Let's start with coffee. And see how we get on. I know it's the wedding fair, but steady on, steady on. So you've got, is it 3 different types of Swarovski beads in here? So you've got your light sapphire bicones, 6mm bicones. You've got your, 48 of those. You've got your standard sapphire ones as well, 4mm bicones, 48 of those. And you've got the Swarovski Zillion heart pendants, and you've 6 of those, and they are big as well, 10.3 by 10mm, with big apertures as well, which is superb.
Those.
Oh, beautiful. In fact, let's see. I didn't bring any tweezers. I should have brought some tweezers with me as well. But look, plenty of space there. Beautiful, aren't they? Very nice indeed. Gorgeous, and really deep sort of Tanzanite colours as well, aren't they? Beautiful. Really seed beads is what this kit is all about as well, isn't it? And we have got the best, haven't we? We've got the Miyuki seed beads. These are the ones that we're all after, aren't they? They're the cream of the crop. They are beautiful. So the smaller ones, galvanised silver, and they're 11Os. And the other ones here are the beautiful crystal AB, the Aurora Borealis ones. And they're 6Os, and they are beautiful. And bigger seed beads, well, go further for a start, don't they? But to have AB seed beads, I don't think I've seen those before.
It's really lovely to have the AB on there. If you're new to, that's where we've got a new presenter. New to the seed beads, the bigger the number, so 6Os, it relates to the number of beads you get sat in an inch with the drill holes facing upwards. So 11Os, you'll get 11 to the inch. Typically, that's the way the sizing works. So 15Os are the smaller beads. The higher the number, the smaller the bead.
Let's see, this is the kind of thing. Findings pack as well on this one in just brilliant. You've got shepherd's crook posts, you've got T-bars there, you've got jump rings, you've got crimps, you've got head pins, 21 pieces all told. Oh, and a chain as well, which is great. And we also have the white wildfire. Now, we were talking about wildfire. That came up in conversation earlier, didn't it, Sarah?
It did. When we were talking about making the bracelet, somebody asked if we could use wildfire instead of using the beading thread.
Okay.
And what that will do is it'll give you a softer feel to that sort of design. But the wildfire is a thermally bonded thread. And then what that means is that it starts off with lots of micro fine threads that they heat and bond together.
Okay.
And it makes an incredibly strong but incredibly thin thread, which allows you to then weave, so like in the neckline piece, backwards and forwards, even through the smaller beads, several times.
So that's adding strength and security. So you know, the first time you stretch it on a little bit too
that's
vigorously.
it. You've got an incredible weight ratio to the strength of the thread, and I think this one, off the top of my head, is £12.
Yes, £12.
So that means you can have hanging on one single piece of thread a £12 weight before the chances are it will snap.
On one piece?
On one piece.
£12, 5.5 kilograms, 5.5 bags of sugar on one strand of this. And you would use several strands because it is so fine.
That's it, and it'll go backwards and forwards through your beads perfectly, and it's just brilliant.
You get lots of it as well, don't you?
You do. These reels last
50 yards, 45.8 metres. That's an awful lot. Right. Okay, let's get started then, shall we? We are, let's show you, sorry, first of all, the price of the kit. I get so carried away, I just want to see you do things. I love it. Get so carried away. So everything you're seeing here, £29.95, and actually, crikey, and you managed to make two sizable necklaces, one really detailed bracelet, that fabulous ring that you showed us just a moment ago, and those two pairs of earrings as well.
Yes. And I had all that left over.
And in terms of the seed beads, you've barely got halfway.
Yes.
Or just over.
Well, I've done all my demos from this, and I've actually made 3 different stages, and I've still got loads left, and I've got them on my beading mat as well.
Okay. Cool. Brilliant. So a little goes a long, long way here. $29.95.
It does.
Okay. Now, what are we going to see right now?
So we're going to do the earrings that are closest to you.
These, right.
Yes. And these are a little bit different because they're a 3D shape.
They're gorgeous.
So they've got like little...
Do you know, they look
barrels.
regal to me.
Yes. So they've got like a
Completely regal.
little sort of... and if you did get the kit we did earlier that's got the large pearls in, you could actually cage one of the large pearls
in the
inside.
centre, yes.
Yes. So there are lots of opportunities, or you could even make them slightly smaller and put one of the hearts in there, but I didn't want to cover the hearts up because they're so beautiful. So you've got lots of options to be able to do that with these.
Beautiful. Right.
Okay.
How do we get there?
So what we're going to do is we're going to start off, now I don't know if hopefully you can see on the white, is on my beading thread that a piece of my wildfire. I have added a sequence of 4 of the 11 O's followed by 1 of the 6 O's, and I've done that 6 times.
Okay.
So literally 4, 1, 4, 1 all the way until you have a little sequence of 6.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing here is we're creating the outer frame of that section of the earring. So we're not starting in the middle, which is the normal way. We're going to start from within. There we go. I'm going to borrow this board. There we go.
We'll go on a darker board just to make it a little easier for you to see.
Let's do that. I'll pop that in there.
There we go.
Okay, so you can
perfection.
see the beads. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run the thread that's coming out of the right-hand side back through from the left through all the beads. And all that does is it creates a circle. So we're literally going round as if it's create a circle. Now the easiest way I find to do this is to pick it up and sort of suspend it almost like a hammock between your fingers. Okay. And then what you can do is you can start to run your needle through the beads.
We need nerves of steel for this one, don't you?
You don't, not really. If you do it in small segments, it's a lot easier. So I've got half of the beads on there, so like that, and then I'm just going to pull those through. Once you start pulling them through, you'll actually get this segment will start to be a little bit easier to thread through. So then pick up the next little segment, and then the next little segment. And don't be afraid to sort of do it in smaller sections and pick those up. And then what you're doing is you're running back through towards the tail. So I'm going to pick up these 2 spare beads here. And it's a little bit fiddly. Pick up the last 2 beads. Okay. I'm going to take off the stopper that I put on there, which is literally just to hold all my beads on while it was on my desk.
Okay.
So that's all that is a little springy, we sell these little bead stoppers, and it'll hold the thread in between the spring as you do that.
I did wonder.
If you haven't got one of those, you can put a spare bead on the end. It's absolutely fine. Now, I'm just going to pull that thread back through because I only want a small tail. So to pull the tail through, all you do is put your finger over the beads and just pull the longer tail, and that'll pull the shorter tail through that circle for you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to tie a knot. Now, it doesn't really matter what sort of knot you tie here, but I prefer to use the surgeon's knot, which is a knot that you go through the loop twice. So it's like tying in an overhand knot, but you go through once, through twice. And then you pull that through. And you'll see...
Is that how a surgeon does it? I had no idea.
It is. You know when you see them take the thread over the end
No, I can't look at things like that.
end of the forceps or whatever they are. And that's what they're doing. It's literally the same procedure, but it's, with
Wow.
So that's my
That's
surgeon's
useful
knot.
to know, actually. That would be useful for the garden, actually. I was just thinking, I was tying up some, irrelevant, I know, tying up some clematis to a bit of thingy the other day, trellis.
Oh, right,
and that'd be useful for that.
It's a great knot if you're sort of tying ribbon and you haven't got someone to hold a finger in place to hold it from springing, because it'll actually hold itself in place. It won't spring.
Sarah. Something's happened. There's been a voice from above.
The travelator of the price. Woof.
£24.95. Well,
oh, I know.
and not even just the materials, it's the time and the work and the love that would go into creating just something like that, and that's just a small element of the possibility that you could make with this kit. Have to say, sorry, just to come back to your lovely ring that you made from this kit.
Definitely.
With the sapphire Swarovski bicones and the seed beads in there, that little ring alone there.
Yeah.
That's your £24.95, isn't it?
I know.
That's your £24.95 straight away, isn't it?
And you can use that design, that heart-shaped design in the centre of a hairband. You can use it in the centre of a bracelet. But because it's got Swarovski in there, you know, that's the key.
Yes.
Is the Swarovski, you know, brides know what they're looking for. They know the name of Swarovski, so you know it's synonymous with bridal wear. Okay, so what I've got here is I'm coming out of one of my larger 6/0 beads, and then I've threaded onto my needle 3 of the 11/0, 1 of the beautiful Swarovskis, and I'm using the smaller ones here out of the pack. So if I put my finger under there, you'll be able to see that. And then I've got another 3 of my 11/0s. So what I'm going to do is allow those to come down. Now this circuit needs to be smaller than the distance between the beads I'm going to go between, because we're actually filling in the centre of the earring, of the circuit.
Right. Yes, yeah.
And this is a little technique that I kind of found by accident, but it actually works really well for making 3D shapes. That you don't start in the centre, but you start on the outside and work in. So,
okay, right, yes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm skipping one of the larger beads and going into the second one of my outer circuit. So I'm just going to pick up my work, and I find it easier especially if you've tied your knot really tight, which I always do. If you push your thumb against the bead, it creates a space for your needle. So if you just push the thumb on the inside of that bead, it'll almost make it jump up away from all the others. And then you can pull that through. So now we've got, you can see that it's starting to come across the middle. So I'm going to just pick up my 3 11s, 1 of my Swarovskis.
She's so quick. Leah did very well to keep up with you there, because it's so quick.
I would normally have a beading mat as well, so it's a bit tricky for me today.
She's a demon tonight. I've
forgotten my beading mat, which is it's in the car, and I'm just pushing that bead away again and pushing through and making sure that they're sitting. Whoops, come here. Sitting on the same side, so they want to be sitting on the top. And again, we're going to do that circuit of 3. Oh, hello, we're jumping tonight. 1 of the Swarovskis, and then 3 of. There we go. If I hold still, sorry, there we go. And go through that first bead that we went through. So we've now done our circuit. And this is where you get a chance to pull everything nice and tight and make sure that everything is sitting on the right side. So all you need to do is just, so you're going to guide those through. And now I've got a bit of slack in here. So what I'm going to do is just pull in turn those circuits. And then that's what you're going to get. So you can see you've got that little section now sitting on the inside. But if I show you possibly from the other side, from the side, can you see they're sitting proud? We're starting to get that 3D effect coming. And that's because they're slightly raised.
It's beautiful. And here's what we're heading to as well. I've got one of them here. It's beautiful. So we've seen one side.
Yeah.
And of course you've got that replicated on the reverse as well. Quick question for you, Sarah.
Right.
Let's have a little look, shall we? Margaret in Derbyshire says, hi Sarah and Derek, lovely to see you both. Just like to ask a question. What is the best wire to use for wire wrapped rings, 0.8 or 1mm?
It depends how you want the ring shank of it to look itself. So if you wanted a single piece of wire around the back of the ring shank, you'd need a 1mm for it to hold its shape. If you want a multiple ring shank, so multiple pieces of wire, a 0.8 will hold its shape because you've got those multiple circuits of wire, and especially if you're doing something like a wire wrapped ring shank, a 0.8 is absolutely fine. So yeah, it just depends on what you're doing.
Oh, and another one, a wedding one now. Sally in Essex says, I remember in the car going to the reception himself telling me that he'd been to the post office to get a TV licence before the wedding. Wow, of all the things on your mind on your wedding day, I'll be there on time, don't worry, I've just got to go and get the television licence. Hilda in Yorkshire says we had a Gothic wedding. Now, I can guess where this might have been. Would it have been Whitby Way? Yeah, Whitby Way. Had a Gothic wedding, and the first song we had played was Love Song for a Vampire by Annie Lennox. I do know, I've heard of it. I can't think of the tune offhand. That was it from Derek and H? Oh, Hilda. Derek and Hilda. Oh, I've got to salute another fellow Derek. There aren't many of us around, are there?
I know.
Right, so we're now going to the other half. Thank you for those lovely text messages. Keep them coming in.
What we're going to do is we're going to bring together that circuit that we've just created. So what I need to do that is I need to step up. So I'm coming out of this 6/0 here, and I'm going through I've actually come from the outer ring of this now into the piece we've just added, and I've gone through 3 of the seed beads and through the Swarovski. I don't know if you can see that, hopefully you can.
Yep.
And, oh, there we go. So I'm going through the 3 and through the Swarovski, and that's just stepping me up into that central section. So I'm going to pull that through, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring those 3 Swarovskis together into the centre. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up 2 of my 11/0s, there we go, and then I'm going to go through the next in line, and I tend to work away from me just because the needle is facing away from me.
Yeah.
But it just depends. I mean, if you're left-handed, you might work the opposite way around. So I work anti-clockwise. So then I've gone through that Swarovski. I'm going to pick up 2 more, and then I am going to let those drop down my needle, go through the next Swarovski, like so. And don't worry about pulling this tight at the moment. There's loads of movement in this central section. Don't worry about pulling it tight. Repeat, picking up 2. Oh, hello, you're not required yet. They're all keen to get in on the party. That's the great thing about a beading mat, it tries to keep them under control. It doesn't always work. I'm going to go through that last Swarovski, and now I'm going to pull that central section together. And don't be afraid, you've got loads and loads of strength in this. I mean, I could not even break this if I tried. If I wrapped it around my fingers and tried to pull it and break it, I'd cut my finger with the thread before it would break.
And this is using the wildfire, isn't it?
This is using the wildfire, so there's tons and tons of strength.
In the kit, and lots of it.
Yes.
There as well.
Yeah.
I think that's a fabulous fact for those people that are not in the know, pardon the pun. Hey, he started. To know that one single thread of the wildfire, which is incredibly thin, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's right. That's the thickness of the 0.2 of a millimetre. To know that could actually hold a single strand of that could hold. Sorry, I'm just a boy impressed. 5.5 kilograms on one strand. 5.5 bags of sugar from 1.2 millimetre strand. Ridiculous. So. Once this is in place, then that's it.
That's it, yeah. Okay, so all I've done is gone around that central circuit a couple more times to bring it together, and then brought my thread back out so it's exiting, again, one of the larger 6/0s. And you can already see that sort of shape, that little dome shape. Now, you don't have to create another, a back to it. You can leave it as it is, and it will hold that shape, and it would create an earring that had like a hollow back to it. But if you want to start to create the other side, because we're exiting from one of the 6/0s, all I'm going to do is pick up 1, 2, 3 of the 6/0s, and then 1 of the Swarovskis. Now that's 6/0s in the way, come on. And then 3 of the 11/0s, like we did before, and come through. So I'm skipping, I'm coming through that outer one, and again you can use your thumb
just to give you the space,
to try and get that space. Now I'm doing this at arm's length, which isn't ideal, but there we go. I've gone through that outside one, and then you're going to create that next loop, but on the opposite side. So you can see that you're starting to build the opposite side. And you would continue and do exactly the same until you get something like this, which is the 3D version. Now, if you wanted to add a bead in there before you closed it up, before you put that central section in and you closed it up while those leaves were still mobile, put your bead in, then close that central section up.
One of those beautiful pink rice pearls might have been nice in there, or actually if you're ever lucky enough to get a black pearl, either a peacock pearl or maybe a Tahitian pearl even, and sit it inside there, or however decadent that might sound, to be honest with you.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to show you how to add the part that connects to the earring finding.
Okay.
And this is really, really quite simple. So all I'm doing is picking up 3 of the 6 O's, sorry, the 11 O's, a 6 O, 3 of the 11 O's, and then I'm going to pick up 1 of the 6 O's, and then I'm going to pick up
They look like little skateboard wheels, don't they, on the camera close up?
They do.
They're lovely.
They do. So I'm going to pick up 5 of my 11 O's. Now the reason I've picked up 5 is 4 are going to create the loop and give me an even number of beads, and the 5th one is the one I'm going to pass through to create the little loop that the earring finding is sitting in.
Okay, fantastic. And that was very, very simple as well, that piece, isn't it?
Definitely, it's really, really simple, but quite often when you've got a shape like this, it's almost like how do I start to go up and create that earring finding position. And you can make this bar as long as you want. I've made it very short for the demo, but I've made it a little bit longer on those earrings. So I've now got my beads, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the last of the 11 O's, but in the opposite direction. So the thread was originally going north to south, sorry, south to north, and this one's going across the opposite way. So it's going to pull all of those beads into, if I get my finger out of the way, can you see I've got a little circle of beads? And I haven't pulled that tight yet. Don't worry, because I've got a little bit. Can you see it's all moving? They're all not pulled tight yet. You can see a bit of thread. That's fine, because we can use the beads once we get going to create the second part of this to pull back that extra thread. So I always say to people, don't worry at this point if this is all moving, it's fine. You can then use the strength of the threads to pull this back. So I've gone through the larger bead. I'm now going to pick up 3 more of those 11s and go back through the next bead, like that. And again, I haven't pulled everything tight yet. It's all still mobile, it's all still moving. And then I'm going to pick up another 3, just to mirror what's there already. And then I'm going to go through, so I'm coming out at the moment of the left of this bead. I'm going to come through the top on the right. So I exited this way and I'm coming back in. So it's almost like you're going back and creating a circle.
Okay.
And what that does is it'll create a V sitting above that size 6, and that will stabilise the place we're going to connect up. Now at this point you might find it's a little bit tricky to get your needle through because we've got lots of threads going through there and lots of beads in the way. So bear with me, it will go. There we go. You sometimes just have to be a little bit sort of patient and try different angles of putting the needle through.
Persuasive.
Yeah.
You get there in the end.
Yeah, it's because there's a lot of threads going through that bead at the moment. There's probably through that one single bead there now 6 threads running through it. So it's getting a little bit, busy in there. Now this is where I can then push down that central section with my nail and give that a really good pull, and that will then make all of these beads behave themselves. So now I've got a little loop in there, in the top there, which I can get my earring finding through. Can you see I got my needle through there to hang it onto? Like that, there we go. So I can actually get my earring finding through there, through that loop, and there's my earring.
That is brilliant. I love it. I love it. And of course, we've got the finished result here, which is just delightful.
They don't take too long. If you're new to seed beading, they don't take too long at all to make.
Not at all. And of course, you can come back via the YouTube stream when you've got the kit, and you can go through all of Sarah's tips one by one. There's so much in there, so much in this kit as well. It's brilliant for £24.95. Hi Derek and Sarah, loving your design, Sarah. I wish I was as talented as you, says Alison in East Sussex. And you are very, very talented as well. I mean, look at. Should we just have one final look at everything that Sarah created? Then the pictures will all be on the Facebook page, of course, a little bit later on. Jewellery Maker on Facebook. You can find us there and see all of the pieces that Sarah made. And in terms of the seed beads, barely halfway through the seed beads to create all of those beautiful pieces and so much more. So the seed beads, the wildfire, the findings are there for you with the chain as well. Those 3 different types of Swarovski there as well are all there as part of that kit for £24.95. It is superb. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much, Sarah.
You're
staying with me for a wee while longer.
I am.
But I got to zip over there because it's time for one of these. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, I've got so many beauties around tonight, haven't I? Pearls galore in our wedding fair. It's beautiful. And these are just superb. Remember when we saw the rice pearls in pink not too long ago? The uniformity that they had, the exacting nature of one following another, which was absolutely delicious. We've got the same going on here as well. Oh, I've got the wrong ones. We are coming back to those in a wee while. What we've got here are these, are the potato pearls. I love it. I love the way they're. We'll come back to the rondelles in just a wee while. These are the potato pearls. So not so exacting actually, but as the name suggests, you know, like a bag of potatoes when you look at them, and they all have that wonderful individual character to them. But I have to say, the uniformity is not bad as well. If you think about it, if you look at, if I put 2 rows together there on my hand, you can see that actually you have to look fairly carefully, don't you, to see a major difference. I think size-wise as well, these perfect size for a more delicate bracelet. A more delicate bracelet. They are beautiful. And you've got lots of them. That is the thing that you've got here. Plenty of them. Beautiful, fresh, white pearls. £12.95. For the size that we've got here, very, very nice indeed. So varying in size between 5 really and 6.5, so 5 by 5.5, 6 by 6.5 millimetre, which is a really, really good size for those sort of slightly more dainty pieces, or it might be for decorating the tiara, or, you know, for even for the dress, if you're sewing pearls into the dress itself, which is just beautiful. You want plenty to do that around the neckline as well. So if you're customizing the dress, it's not just for making pieces of jewellery, but it's for customizing the dress. We're not staying. Did you say that we're not staying at £12.95? We're not staying at £12.95. I thought I heard that in the background there as I was talking away. I was like, Mike and Phil were having some kind of discussion there about how low this would go. Mike was protesting as well. He was saying, don't you go lower than £9.95 or I'll be angry. He's wagging a finger and everything. £6.95. Now that's pretty good, let me tell you. They are genuine cultured freshwater pearls. You know, when you walk past in the jewellers' windows a strand of smaller pearls, because of course pearls do vary in size. You can go up to 10, 11, 12 millimetre pearls, and as the size gets bigger, the price gets bigger. I mean, generally that's the rule that you would follow with pearls. There are certain pearls from Japan that you can look at ranges of out in the high street, where if you're looking at a pendant, maybe a gold pendant with just 2 or 3 of their pearls, you are looking in the hundreds. So, I mean, pearls are so, I think, sought after and loved as well. And they go through a resurgence. If you think about it, there's a lot of vintage around at the moment, and, you know, pearls are like a chameleon actually in jewellery. They can be brand new, vibrant, edgy, contemporary. They can also be that nod back to yesteryear as well. You know, actually, if you think about the emotion that goes into a wedding, for instance, you know, I think everyone is thinking back through the generations of their family, aren't they, and making those associations. And generally, all of those happy occasions, and we could be talking christenings just as easily as weddings when it comes to pearls, but you sort of step back. And a wedding is really one of those occasions where almost every generation of the family is, you know, is there. All comes together. And actually, the pearl is it's a real unifying force in a wedding as well, isn't it? £6.95. Ridiculous for so many pearls on that strand. Lots of you grabbing those, or I'm not surprised at all. It does make sense. It really does make sense at £6.95. Beautiful. Well done. Stay right where you are. Oh, do I, Phil? Do I want to bring you black spinel? Now, Sarah, we were talking about Yorkshire earlier on, because you are indeed a Yorkshire lass.
I am.
And of course in Yorkshire we were talking about Whitby just a moment ago. Of course there's the famous jet that comes from Whitby, and quite often people say to me, and you know, not just anywhere, on other channels as well, and say, why don't you sell Whitby jet? There's just not enough of it. There's just not enough of it. And actually the price tags associated with Whitby jet can be well beyond gemstones that come from the other side of the world. Sarah, it's true, isn't it?
It is.
Because it's kind of a one-town gemstone, really, isn't it?
That's it, and it is. You know, it just isn't coming, you know, sort of out of the ground, if you like, in big enough quantities, or indeed, in that respect, you know, probably in high enough quality, a lot of it, you know, to be made into jewellery. So you know.
I have to say, of all the black gemstones, and I count black diamonds in this as well. If you offered me 125 carats of black diamonds versus 125 carats of black spinel, I have to say, honestly and truthfully, with my hand on my heart, and listen, you know I don't waffle, I don't say things for the sake of it, I really don't, I never have done. I wouldn't still be on telly now otherwise. I would take the 125 carats of black spinel every single day, regardless of value. Obviously, I'd have a lot more value in my hand with 125 carats of black diamonds, but you know what? They wouldn't look as good. They would not look as good. I've seen strands of... I've seen strands of black diamonds, and because their luster is interrupted, because they're pitted with pyrite impurities, that luster is more important in a gemstone, I think. How it looks, how attractive it is. If you're wearing that black bracelet, you know, and with that amount of luster coming from those gemstones, because they've been so beautifully faceted, and because they have great uninterrupted luster, that is going to be worth its weight in pure gold for my money. Beautiful. $14.95. Feel ridiculous. $14.95. Again, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. I have sold, right, okay, some of these pieces in the centre of this 125 carats of black spinel, they're going to be pushing 5 to 10 carats each, some of these central pieces. I've sold a 2 or 3 carat piece in a pendant, £10. You know, maybe one of these stones. We have 3 chances remaining. Do not let it go. Do not let it go. Oh, that didn't even come from over there, did it? That came from over there, I think, ish. Right, okay, completely different gemstone now, and it's one of those that, again, should have been a star buy, could have been a star buy, but there just aren't enough of them, and you'll know why as soon as you see it. And as soon as you look at the details and see that it's chrome dioxide, that's all you need to know really, isn't it? To have so many pieces of chrome dioxide in one piece, in fact, sorry Liam, I'm just going to move that down just a little bit, just so you can see the true depth of colour. It's one of the most incredible gemstones, I have to say, you know, with the mining period being so small, with so many people wanting this gemstone, there's nothing like it in the world. They call it the Siberian emerald. It's just delicious. Chrome dioxide, 50 carats. Do you know what? £250 would be my price, my guess, my own personal opinion. It's the kind of price I would be prepared to pay for that many stones. They've got great clarity, they've got amazing colour. And go on, Phil, so show me a really daft, ridiculous, stupid price. That's a would be, should be kind of price tag. That's where it should be. But we only have, did you say 5? 5 strands. So it's the first 5 takers. Four left. £39.95. I mean, come on. For £39.95, I'm afraid I'd be stripping off most of those. I'd probably give you that. I'd probably give you, no, not stripping off myself, no. But stripping off of this strand most of the gemstones. Steady on now. I'd leave you with about 4 for that price tag. I mean, the quality of the gemstone is ridiculous. Isn't it popular as well, Sarah, chrome diopside?
It's incredibly popular. I think people are drawn to the depth of the colour and the fact that it's got clarity to it as well. So, you know, a lot of people love the colour, emerald colours and things like that, but of course you haven't, in a lot of emeralds, got any clarity. Yeah. And, you know, and if you wanted an emerald with clarity of any size, you're going to be paying an awful lot for it. So for me, you know, this is a great alternative to an emerald, but it's different. It's a nice one to be able to give the story behind it, to be able to talk about where it's come from. Yes. And have that slightly different tone, but have that uniformity of tone as well throughout the entire strand. So
I love it. And again, with an emerald piece, you know, unless you want to pay a 3-figure price tag, you'd only get 1 or 2 stones if they were emeralds, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. Here, you could go crazy in crackers with your Siberian emerald is what it's known as in the trade. There's 2 left. 2 left. That's it. Has to go tonight, surely. $39.95. If this is a regular $59.95 and tonight it's $39.95, well, if you don't, I think I will. $39.95. Nice one, Phil. One more. Tanzanite. Right. Okay. Not many of this strand either. We've had 2, sorry, should be looking at you, shouldn't I? I don't know what I was looking at there. We only have 7 of these. We've had a couple of Tanzanite opportunities tonight, haven't we? 45 carats this time. Right, okay, not even worth running this auction on television. Listen, I know how much it costs for this channel and channels like it, not specifically this one, but channels like that. I know how much it costs to be on air for 1 hour. Doing something like this, we are wasting time and money. $9.95, 7 chances. Good luck. Again, to say Tanzanite, to have Tanzanite in your inventory is worth its weight in gold, because a lot of people are looking for Tanzanite and a lot of people can't find it outside of gold jewellery on the high street. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. 6 chances, $9.95. Good luck. Wowzers. Again, just one to have, isn't it, Sarah?
It is, and I'm just thinking, what an incredibly affordable way to put something blue into your jewellery, into your wedding pieces. Yeah. It's amazing. I can't believe that price.
Ridiculous. Quick message for you, Sarah. Zoe in Essex says, hi all at JM. Can I ask Sarah a question? Can you crimp a crimp bead on wildfire or fire line? Thanks.
You can. And actually, it's probably a better medium to use than something like monofilament for crimping, because it's got that strength of the thermal bonding. If you've ever seen me try to cut wildfire on air, I use my wire cutters. Or you need an incredibly sharp pair of scissors, because it has that strength of the thermal bonding. That's right, so you've got to get through all of those fibres. So a crimp bead, typically we would say don't use it on something like a monofilament, because they've got a sharp edge and it could wear through. Mm-hmm. Actually, on a wildfire, you're okay, but I would probably use a culotte, with like a clamshell where you can tie a knot inside to be safe. You can do it though.
And you would think maybe that you couldn't. Yeah. You would think that maybe you couldn't, but you can. Yes. Right, well listen, I'm coming over now. I can't believe you're leaving me. Sarah, thank you so much, because your help has been...
Oh, you're welcome.
considering I know very little, and I know a lot more than I did at 6 o'clock.
Oh, well, there you go.
So thank you so much. When are you back? Oh, you're back bright and early tomorrow morning, in fact. I know that. I know this. I know after everything that I've drained from her knowledge tonight, that she has just a few hours sleep and you're back on in the morning.
I am.
What are we to look forward to in the morning?
So tomorrow I've got Flower Girls jewellery and I've got beach bridal jewellery as well.
I've had a little sneaky peek actually, because Sarah's been working on some of the pieces. She's got them all ready for the morning, and there are some fantastic pieces, including,
yes,
and I could have had a little preview of a lovely flower buttonhole.
I didn't want to leave the gents out with the Flower Girl kit, so I made a little buttonhole, which is very, very simple to do.
Fantastic. So more top tips coming up in the morning. Who are you with in the morning?
I believe it's Eleanor in the morning.
Yes, I think it will be, because it was this morning, so I think it will be tomorrow morning. I think that's the way the world works. Listen, I'm going to be around with you for another hour. If you're getting the kits, don't forget, of course, to come back to the YouTube stream and watch all of the demonstrations with Sarah, which I hope I didn't interrupt too much. I think sometimes, because I got a bit carried away, actually, I must admit as well. And I loved the demonstrations with Sarah. Sarah, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Enjoy your few hours sleep.
I will.
Until first thing in the morning. I'll stick around with you for another hour. We have some amazing, amazing strands and deals coming your way after this break. So don't go far. I'll be back in a second.
Join us on our birthday week as guest designer and Business Academy course tutor Angela Edwards launches her brand new book entitled The Diary of a Creative Business Owner. Angela has written this book to provide expert information for those who are looking to take their jewellery making from a hobby to a business. Along with the book, Angela has also put together a business planner perfect to help keep you organised. So make sure you're tuned in on Tuesday, the 2nd of May.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only one P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Make sure you tune in on Thursday the 4th of May for our Make Along Live with guest designer Gemma Crow. Gemma has designed this beautiful featured pearl necklace and will be guiding you through from start to finish on how to recreate this stunning piece. If you didn't get the pearl kit on our previous show, don't worry, because we have more opportunities for you to purchase on the day. Make Along Live with Jewellery Maker. Hello again. Right, you and I have one more hour together tonight. here at JM, and we're going to make it count. And we're starting off with your deal of the day. Now, deal of the day, as the name suggests, is there for the whole day. Alas, there are only a few of these remaining right now. You start off in this deal of the day with a metre of sizable freshwater pearls. They are brilliant. They're big pearls as well, actually. 11 by 10 millimetre. That's very big, actually. They are big pearls. And you're getting a metre of them. A metre of pearls. That's a pretty good start, isn't it? So they're cultured potato pearls and a whole metre of. Oh my word, think of all the possibilities straight away. The rest of the kit that we have here on your deal of the day is your sterling silver findings pack. You've got bead caps, you've got 3mm silver beads, 40 of those, and you've also got a 16-piece findings set and 10 bead caps as well. Lots of detailing in the sterling silver that comes with this as well, by the way. Beautiful. Very, very nice. Now these are, there you go, look, there you go. These are the bead caps, aren't they? Beautiful. And they're all in sterling silver. Again, look at the detail of those. Now, I don't know what we started the day with in our deal of the day, but I do know, okay, I do know that we're down to a very, very small number now. Here's part of the sterling silver findings kit. You've got the shepherd's crooks there as well. There's all sorts going on in this. But to have a metre. Okay, let's have a little look. $27.95. A metre of those pearls alone at $27.95 would be great. To have the sterling silver findings with that as well, just superb. So everything you need for some pretty awesome pieces, let me tell you, and they are beautiful pearls, really bright, gorgeous white pearls, each with their own personality as well. That wonderful banding that goes through the pearls, that gives them a real, it's almost like a certificate of authenticity without a certificate of authenticity, if you know what I mean. This is beautiful. I'll see if I can give you a slightly better view of the findings here without losing too many of them. This is brilliant, and again, quite a comprehensive findings kit as well. You have your bead caps there, so there's a set of 10, which are beautiful little flowers. You've got shepherd's crook, you've got bolt ring clasps there, you've got head pins, you've got crimps, you've got jump rings. You also have 40 of the 3mm silver beads as well. So you saw the beads earlier that Sara was using. When you can have silver beads as part of your suite here, and there are 40 of them, which is brilliant. But I think just to have a metre of pearls, just as a starting point, if you think about what that $27.95 could potentially turn into in terms of finished and made pieces, even with the sterling silver findings, and of course if you add sterling silver to the mix of your description, because descriptions are everything, aren't they? When you're creating your designs, when you're creating your products, it's really about how you describe, how you label those pieces. So to say genuine cultured freshwater pearls finished with sterling silver, that goes an awful long way, doesn't it? As you know, I'm sure. Beautiful secondary and tertiary colours coming from the pearls as well. Pinks, greens, blues, peacocks, it's all coming through. Very, very small number remaining of the deal of the day right now. $27.95, and those are yours. Now, you and I don't have long now. We've got, what, 55, 56 minutes, something like that, maybe even less before I leave you. So I'm going to make every single one of those minutes count for you. And we're going to do an awful lot between now and 11 o'clock. So let's start with box number 11. One of my favourites. I can't keep saying my favourite because otherwise it just sounds completely wrong, doesn't it? But one of my favourites in jewellery, let me tell you, is amber. Love it. You've got an amber connector here in sterling silver, which is beautiful. Lovely, huge piece of amber. Of course, amber's not measured in carat weight. It's sort of measured in size, really. 30 by 16 millimetre, the overall piece. You have loops there. Let me just turn that round. You've got loops there at the top of the bottom, so it would make the perfect centerpiece for a bracelet. It's a huge piece, actually, I have to say. There's lots of silver, actually. The expected, I have to say, it's a lovely tone of gold and amber as well. Do we know the, oh, it's Polish amber, actually. So it's from the Baltic, it's Baltic amber. And actually, you know, they say that the darker the amber, the older the amber. Beautiful. They've actually found new methods now of recovering the amber as well from the Baltic. In fact, actually, some clever wire wrapping. You could have rather an impressive ring design going on there as well, couldn't you? That's lovely. Okay, would be, should be, could be price tag first then for you. Keep looking at them. £14.95. Would be, should be, could be. But we're not going to stay there at £14.95. We are going to go even lower. So if you want to get involved, you can right now give us a call, 0800 644 655, via the web, via the app. £9.95. It's under £10, and that's an excellent connector as well, because you've got big loops either way, either end, and the tone of the amber itself. It's a good high piece, it's a good deep piece as well. The colour's beautiful. It's been what's called quench crackled. You can see the little crackles inside. Now, some people I know, like to think that that is prehistoric monsters and this, that and the other. It's not, actually. It's where there were little air bubbles in there. And what they do is they, I can't remember, I'm trying to think of which way around they do it. They basically change the temperature of the amber to very hot and then to very cold. And what happens is those tiny little air bubbles then expand and they make this noise. Well, this is the noise I made up for them. It goes... The little air bubbles inside just sort of don't shatter because amber is quite soft. Of course, what happens is those little air bubbles inside expand, so they must heat it up first, and then, they heat up the amber first, which expands the air bubbles, and then they drop it into literally a freezing cold solution, and that makes those tiny little air bubbles go like that. And that's called quench crackling. And that is that beautiful little... And it gives the amber, it almost looks like an inclusion in amber. So it's not an inclusion at all. It's just what was an air bubble, which has been quench crackled. Of course, you can get, actual pieces of, fauna and various bits and pieces within. But let me tell you, if you ever go out there, and this is good advice for anyone actually shopping around the world, if you're ever offered amber with a great big full insect inside, like a big sort of beetle looking thing or anything else, just walk the other way. It's fake. $9.95. It's true, because you're just not going to get it, because if it was that ancient and if it was that prehistoric and it was that valuable, you wouldn't be buying it in a market for 20 quid, would you? This is phenomenal. Genuine Baltic amber. And let me tell you, the recovery process for the Baltic amber is quite a fascinating one, actually. I learned a lot about Baltic amber on a cruise 6 years ago on a port presentation. And it was really, really fascinating. And they used to send divers down to the floor of the Baltic Sea to recover the amber. And obviously there's only so far that they can dive, there's only so long they can dive. They now have these very, very clever and sophisticated, because of course technology moving on as it does, they now have these very, very sophisticated measures and ways. They have these sort of amphibious vehicles that can now go much further than any diver could. And they have, imagine like little spaceships with grabbers underneath them that can actually recover the amber now, which is different to sending a diver down, because a diver can only recover a certain amount, as much as he can get into his bag, I guess. I don't know if he takes a bag with him, you know what I mean? That must get heavy when it's full with water. Right, well done. Congratulations. Right, let's move on. Right. Now we have something completely and utterly different. These are lovely. We had a lot of shell on Wednesday evening show. We had some really funky pieces. We had some yellow rounds. We had some wonderful vintage oranges. These are really sweet because used in conjunction with seed beads, shell adds a new dimension. These are little tubes of shell which we're describing as coffee and white in their colour. And that's good description actually, because you've almost got sort of like mosaiced tiles but in little tubes. Now, let's see if I can show you one of the ends. It's a bit difficult, actually, to show you. Let's see if I can, sorry. See if I can, there you go, separate two together. So you've got a fairly big aperture in there. Enough to be able to sort of intersperse these with some of the pearls that we've had, of course. Tonight we've still got the rondelles to come up a little bit later if I bring some pearls into play. Imagine using those as a spacer in a pearl necklace with those hints of that white from the pearl and the depth of colour in that kind of dark brown as well. Kind of works, doesn't it? Really nice. And again, like the pearls, it's not just one colour. Oh, look at that. Look at the way the light kind of sheens across them. So you're going from white to coffee and to back again. Oh, look, $2.95, really, really good. $2.95. Just as something different, actually, this would be good for making gents jewellery as well. Actually, I can imagine quite a slimline sort of bracelet, stretch bracelet of these, which would be really, really nice indeed. Congratulations, well done. I mean, $2.95, something different, isn't it? Love the way the light just, you know, catches those. That's nice, isn't it? $2.95. That's all right, isn't it? Fantastic. Say again. Look at that. £2.95. And there's a whole, quite a long strand of these as well, isn't it? I'll just pop that over my hand for a second and just show you. It's an awful lot of those. That'd make quite a nice gents necklace actually as well, wouldn't it? Very, very nice. $2.95. Apologies, we might have had one or two technical difficulties if you are watching us on Sky, but I think you're all back. I think you're all back and so hello, welcome back. We're all sorted now again. Oh, we do apologise. $2.95. It was beyond our control apparently. Someone dug through something probably. That's what it would have been. That's what usually it is. Somebody dug through a cable or something's flooded. That's usually what happens. Look at that though. $2.95 if you've just joined us. In fact, lots of people are back with us right now as well. These are lovely. Look at the way the light rivers across them. It's quite fascinating actually. Coffee and white. They're all made of shell. They're little tubes that you can use to accent as spacers. And look, they're almost magic. It's like little kaleidoscopes going on, isn't it? Beautiful. Great with pearls. That would be really nice. $2.95. Congratulations. Well done, Anne, Leslie, Angela, Lynn and others as well. Congratulations. Oh, now, yes, right. To go with, oh, do you know, actually, if you have the tubes from just then you need these from just now. We're calling these puffy crosses. I did wonder what they would be called. I thought I'll wait until the details come. I'm not quite sure what I would call them. Maybe little clovers, but then they're in shell, so it doesn't really work, clover as a shape with shell, does it really? But there you go. So if you have the tubes from the last, then you've got to get some of these because a perfect partner piece. Really long strand again as well, plenty of these. And again, you can see the way that the light actually has the opportunity to really river from these. They have their completely, every one of them has their own personality. And you're getting those lovely, look at that. It's almost like amethyst colourings, isn't it? In some of them. Beautiful. We haven't, did you say we haven't seen these for over a year? Really? A year? And we've just had the tubes as well, by coincidence. $4.95. So $4.95 plus $2.95. Oh, it's about £8, isn't it? And you would have the tubes in the matching shell, and these puffy crosses as well. It would. I'd love that name, isn't it? Sounds like a biscuit, doesn't it? New puffy crosses. They're tasty. Look at that. Love it. Do you know as well, if you like the visual properties, and it might sound a bit silly, but bear with me. If you like the visual properties of something like a tiger's eye, you know, like the chatoyancy, And do you know what? This offers you something slightly different along the same vein. Does that make sense? In fact, actually, beads of tiger's eye between the puffy crosses would be rather nice, wouldn't it? £4.95. Well, very popular with you. Very popular with you. Lots of people who are buying the tubes are also buying the puffy crosses for £4.95. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Right, I'm going to move on because we've got lots and lots and lots to get through. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Should have given you the heads up on this one. My apologies. Should have given you the heads up on this one. It's only Boulder opal. Boulder opal. Boulder opal. Oh, crikey. Do you know, I love it. It's got that lovely opal translucency and the incredible banding. Genuine Boulder opal. I love it. I mean, I adore it. You know, and again, I would simply just keep this strand as it is, and I would add it to my collection of opals at home. It's wonderful. It's got an amazing translucency that maybe you're not seeing entirely on screen, to be honest with you. You've got an amazing banding going across it. This is such a rarity and a scarcity. And you've got faceted pairs there, graduating from a 20 by 10 to 36 by 16, so that long big drop, 36 by 16 in the centre. It's wonderful. Can you see that translucency? Love opal. I would collect any type of opal, but Boulder opal, Australian Boulder opal, of course it is. Of course it is. Are you ready and you steady? I don't know why did they call me to come into? I didn't need me for this. Not for £14.95 for real, genuine Australian Boulder opal. My friends that have very, very kindly come in, who follow me around, and I told you I would be here and whatever. I just have to refer you back to anything I've ever shown you in Boulder opal before, which is, thankfully not that many previously. I'm quite glad now looking at how many pieces are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to count these again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 9. £1.66 each. I can remember. I can't say it. I can't say it. £14.95. I can't tell you. £14.95. Genuine Australian Boulder opal. Oh, it's delightful. Beautiful. Well done. Congratulations. £14.95. Well done. Not many people ever have the opportunity of buying anything like that. Well done, you. Such a rarity. Right, got to move on. Yeah, do you know what? When Phil showed me this before the show tonight, I'm not sure that I had ever seen this colour in kyanite before. I'm fascinated. I love green gemstones, and kyanite in anything other than blue, wow, fantastic. Comes from the roof of the world, of course, the Himalayas. It's an absolute delight. It is beautiful. It's a great quality as well. Beautiful. Very few times ever in a single year that we will be able to source kyanites. This is Brazilian kyanite. We're very, very lucky. Very, very lucky to have this. It's pleochroic as well, so you're seeing different shades, you're seeing different properties. I actually love the luster, and the faceting on these faceted rondelles has really maximised that as well. Beautiful. 46 carats in total. It has got a massive refractive index as well, which is why you're getting that sparkle. Okay, if you have any blue kyanite, do you know what, to team the two up and stay in the same family, or to stand alone with something unusual, with a rarity as well. You know, 1 or 2 parcels in 12 months. And I don't know, you know, I'm looking at the information I have in front of me, I don't know how old that information is. So I don't know how long ago it was that we were only getting maybe just 1 or 2 parcels per year. Maybe now we're down to the last, you know, to 1 in 12 months. Or maybe none if the price has changed significantly. £24.95 for green kyanite. It's an amazing gemstone as well, isn't it? Because if you're looking for sparkle that an emerald can't give you, you're looking for an inclusion level really that does give it a real personality, but you've got wonderful surface luster as well. It's kind of a real new gemstone to a lot of people. Hardly anyone sees £24.95, green kyanite, and let alone at £24.95. Definitely, when you get one of these, definitely add an authenticity card to your order as well. 25 pence. That's all well worth having for your customers as well. Beautiful. Really nice. It's a good price as well for a gemstone we hardly ever see. If you think of the journey of this gemstone as well, from the Himalayas. From the Himalayas to the gem cutters, because the Himalayas is just where the gemstone is mined. It's not necessarily cut there. It may then go to another centre in another part of the world to be cut and faceted. Then a long journey to here in the UK, and then its final journey to you, and then, you know, who knows where it will go in the future from there as well. It's funny, isn't it, to think of the journey of the gemstones themselves. Even the amount of time faceting one of these stones would have been given its rarity. And you have to have people that know the gemstones as well. Every gemstone has a different hardness level, has a different cleavage, so the way you cut it, the way you facet it. Phenomenal. Congratulations, £24.95. Lots of you adding that to your basket. Well done. Make sure you check it out. We've got some feathers in this hour. I keep seeing the feathers. I keep thinking, come on, Phil, let's do those next. They're fantastic. And we'll do them after this, actually. Vintage spacer bar now. This is wonderful, in oxidized sterling silver. I mean, this is wonderful. To me, it's almost got that kind of ingot feel to it. It's got that real gravity going on here. 3 drill holes across the surface there, left and right. Gorgeous, actually. It's almost like a sort of a symbol of some sort, isn't it? You know, like that kind of symbols that you'll have going up a totem pole, for instance. Yeah, like a carving. And the oxidation obviously gives it that more depth and definition. I have to say, this is a chunky little piece. I'd happily just have that on a pendant, actually. Really nice. Okay, under £5. 2.5 grams for under 5 these days is very, very good indeed. And of course, if you have your own maker's mark, or you want to add an engraving or a stamp to the back of that, you can completely and utterly do that. There's plenty of room to do that. You've got a nice big area to be able to do that. Love it. Very, very nice indeed. And again, it's a way of getting smaller beads using the, oh, forgive me, what was the threading that Sarah was using? Wildfire? Wildfire, I remembered. If you're threading with wildfire and you're using lots and lots of smaller beads, maybe you alternate smaller rows of beads, something like, I don't know, turquoise or tiger's eye or sapphire, whatever it might be. Imagine this being one of those real features. I love the thickness and the depth of that as well, actually. It's brilliant. So 5mm depth and 15mm across. Love it. £4.95, well done. Oh, can we? This is like, I want to do a cheerleader thing with this. These These are great. I have never seen anything like this for sale, this kind of thing at all. Shall I hold it down there? Sorry. Maybe shouldn't hold it up there. Like we're doing one of those shows. Natural feather fan. This is really, really clever because whenever I've seen feathers sold before, and I've sold feather earrings before, yeah, many, many years ago. But what happens here is there's actually like a felt pad at the back of these. So the feathers have already been bound into their shape. So if you're adding them as a fascinator, if you can stitch pearls onto them. There's lots of different things you can do. To have two of them, I think is brilliant because, you know, it kind of does half of the work for you, doesn't it? It's brilliant. Really, really good. And again, if I just to give you some size relation as well, if I just pop one there for instance, you get a bit of an idea of the kind of feature. I knew you'd say that, Phil. Apparently it suits me. Just so you get a bit of an idea of the size of the feature it could start or create. And this is just the beginning, remember. So, you know, fascinator, it could be, you know, a wonderful cover-up. It could be part of the dress. It could be for a bridesmaid. And again, to know that half of the, you know, most of the hard work is done because you can buy feathers individually. You know, you've seen them in suppliers, I'm sure, where you buy the feathers individual and you have to do the binding. What do? Do you tie it? Do you glue it? You know, this is so elegant. It really does work really nice. Derek, you look like wedding reception entertainment. It's burlesque. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, all right, so let's get your price tag. And for the work that it saves you, I just think phenomenal. I wish I have those pointing down instead, maybe. $5.95. And I think actually to have the rigidity of a felt pad that they're all bonded to, so you can stitch straight through there, and you could be stitching gemstones here just to cover the bottom of the feathers if you wanted to, and also for fixing it to, you know, the hat, the coat, the dress, the bag, whatever it may be. Phenomenal. And you can see just in the air conditioning here how they're just sort of moving around. Very nice. Very nice. $5.95. 0800 644 655 or on the web at jewellerymaker.com. Two of those for you at $5.95. And again, one final time, just give you an idea of the size of the feature that it creates, because I think sometimes it can be difficult to try and sort of see that. But again, how instantly, obviously, you know, it's unlikely that your bridegroom, you know, would be decorated with feathers, but you get the kind of idea of the size. It's more for a hat, for a fascinator for the races or whatever it may be. $5.95. Superb. I love them. I think they're great. I really do. Right, what should we do next? Jeepers. I'm surprised they allow so many in one strand, to be honest with you. With the rarity of this gemstone these days, it is a wonder. It is a wonder that we have opportunity to bring you Aquamarine. And not just, a lot of Aquamarine being sold these days has no translucency to it whatsoever. So if you're buying it in any kind of loose form, no translucency whatsoever. If I take away that black background for just a second and just show you, just out in the open air, so to speak, and you'll see there's beautiful translucency through every one of those stones. There's a real glow, there's a real, you know, and what you're looking for in Aquamarine is the ability, you know, to have some of that translucency, some of that luminosity, if you like. Beautiful. It's amazing. And carat weight alone, what are we looking at? 135 carats. Ridiculous. Oh, hello. The chair went down on its own there. 135 carats. Have I got that chair today? Oh. You're not doing that price, Phil. Yeah, but that's quite low already. How long have you been here, Phil? 3 years and 7 days. Listen, I haven't even been here 2 days. I don't know how you don't get this. $9.95. Okay, it's just your opportunity right now. 10:30, Saturday night. Maybe you had no intention, you were just flicking through the channels, you had no intention of ever making a piece of jewellery. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, yeah, but I know this gemstone, I know aquamarine. I know it's that gemstone of the ocean, and I know that's a lot of it for not a lot. I mean, the regular price for this $17.95, even that's a bit daft. Even that's a bit strange. Well, if you go to the, even if, you know, you put it to the test one day, and you go to a rock, gem and bead shop, one, will you see aquamarine? Probably not. Probably not. If you do see a piece, it'll be in a little case, behind glass, and it'll be quite expensive. So if you ever want to buy this gemstone, hardly ever, it's hardly ever happening. Congratulations, $9.95. And if you are looking to simply make a collection of gemstones, I know this channel is called Jewellery Maker, but you might never make a piece of jewellery, and you have an amazing collection of stones of all colours under the sun. That's the great thing about Mother Nature. She will give us a gemstone in every hue and shade known to man. You know, she'll create art that no paintbrush could whatsoever. It's incredible. Hertrude, well done. 3 of these on the way to you. I'm not surprised at all. Alison in Berkshire, congratulations. Well done. Biggest individual aquamarines I have seen, says a comment on the web. Congratulations. Yeah, I mean, it is. They are, again, look, I think there are, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, hang on. I should always put them down when I count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 12 aquamarine. So, you know, on average, you're tipping 10 carats plus on some pieces, on lots of those pieces in fact. And you've got the translucency. A lot of aquamarine being sold loose here, you can't see through in any way, shape or form. All you can see is colour. And you kind of think, okay, well what really differentiates that between any other gemstone? Aquamarine has a luminosity, has that wonderful sunshine within it. Beautiful, well done. Next up, we have, oh, ready to wear. Ready to wear. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't model these. Pair of earrings though, ready to wear. So again, if you're looking and you're thinking, okay, jewellery making so far has eluded me, but I'm tuning in, having a little look around. I mean, we know we're looking at bridal weekend this weekend. You know what I'm thinking? On top of those little cabochon sapphires that you could add to those if you want to, or make the drop even longer with some pearls, or some gemstones, or some seed beads. Lots and lots of different options for you. So it's a 3 centimetre drop, and you get both of them. It's got to be £15 or more. It's got to be £15 or more. No, no, £4.95. It's like we've started the birthday celebrations already, isn't it? £4.95. How many years old is JM? 7 this year. Good Lord. Good Lord. Coming of age now. £4.95 then, and you've got a brand new pair of sterling silver earrings. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It's very true, Phil. Did I just say that? No one comes of age at 7 years old, do you? Still know nothing at 7, do you? Just about know how much pocket money you get every week. That's about it, isn't it? Do kids of 7 still get their comics? I'll just show you across the room, by the way. Just across the room. There you go. No. No need for that, Toby. At all. No need for that shenanigans. Not with my ears that John Scott says are upside down anyway. £4.95. He says that all the time. I'm Derek with the upside down ears. John Scott. They're not upside down at all. They're just the right way up. £4.95, well done. Lady Deborah, Carol, Michelle, Diane, Hilma, Althea, well done, congratulations. Well done, you. Carol's got a couple of pairs of those. Well done. Well done. Right. What is next? Box 13. 14 I've got those in. Big fish. Hang on, let's see what's in 30. There's nothing in 30. Fish. They're huge. They're huge fish. Look, even across the room. No, I'll put them down there, Toby, instead. You nearly got that, didn't you? Look, if I put that there, just gives you an idea size-wise, doesn't it? They are big fish, aren't they? Big fish in a little pond. Oh, look at that. It's a hammered texture as well. Nice. Actually, I'll bring that down as well so I can show you the... you do get the pair, yes, you get both. Excuse me. Let me just show you the hammered texturing on that. Do you know, it takes a long, long time to do that. That's all done by hand. You know, certain things can be done by machines, certain things can only be done by hand. 3 grams of sterling silver, obviously 2 fish. Oh, right, okay. How many pairs, Phil? What? Oh, okay, less than 50 pairs. He's so funny, Phil. I said to him, how many pairs? And he said, just 1. No, that's not quite what I meant. How many 1 pairs are there? That's what I wanted to know. There are 43 pairs of these available. But at $6.95, what's the price you would be retailing them for? And it wouldn't be $6.95. It would not be $6.95, would it? 0800 644 655. Grab them now while you can. Again, you know, substantial. Even there, even across the room, that's substantial, isn't it? Beautiful. Like it. And it's less than £7 for sterling silver jewellery. I mean, they're bonkers, really. Again, you don't need to do anything to these to enhance them, to change them. These could simply be a staple for your collection. This could be all just about sort of bulking out your collection just a little bit. And your customers would pay... Well, I know that, again, it's, you know, it's not for me to put prices, you know, in your mind or words into your mouth either. But I've seen when I go to places like attractions, you know, stately homes and things like that you go and visit, and you'll sometimes see the work of local jewellery designers, and you'll see the price tags that come with that. And look, you've got those for $6.95. Beautiful. Well done, everyone. Right, number 1. This is a stone that always makes me smile. Always makes me smile. It is delish. Lapis lazuli. And you get one which is beautiful and round. In fact, let me take that darker background away there. Actually, let's move those forward just a little bit so you can see the shapes of them as well. So you get a round one at 20 millimeters. You get an oval 120 by 15, and finally, Esther, one which is an oval, not oval, pear. It's been a long night. 20 by 15. You see how high those cabochons are as well. So it's not just about the size of them, round or oval or pear, but it's just, if I bring you down to the desk for a second, look at how high they are as well. They've got a great depth to them, and that gives them amazing character and personality. I love it. I love lapis lazuli, and people seem to be really drawn to its colour because in gemstones there's nothing else that has that solid colour, that isn't artificial in some way, that hasn't been painted or created or something like that. You know, this is superb, absolutely superb. Love it. Okay, here's where it should be. Here's where it should be. Sorry, I'm being OCD about bits on the desk. Now we're looking at $15.95. That's really good. $14.95. If I just pop one there in the centre of my tie, you get an idea of the kind of pendant it could make, size-wise. Oh, now that's about to ping, so I'm going to going to put it down. I know then to mess with these things too much. Again, for a ring, for the centre, you know, for a fabulous, huge, chunky, £99 sterling silver ring, you could use the oval. I think these are great for pendants. Or maybe the centrepiece for a bracelet, for instance. I mean, the pear, we nearly had a flying lesson then. The pear, again, for a ring, gives you one great big piece. 40 carats altogether, so you're looking, you know, beyond 10 carats a piece. Well, there you go. I got to the third one before that happened, at least. Give us a call now. Hello, Emily in the West Midlands. She says, I love lapis. It's so intense and glam. It's beautiful. One of my favourites. Yeah, me too, actually, because there's something about lapis lazuli, and you look at it and you kind of think, I'm not quite sure why I like it, but I do. I'm not sure if it's the depth of colour, the flashes of gold that come through it. I think a lot of people love it, but kind of think, I don't know why I love it. I just do. I just do. And it does have an amazing history behind it. The fact that the, you know, Cleopatra is reported to have crushed it up and slathered it all over her eyes as eyeshadow. Don't try that at home, will you? Doesn't sound like a good idea, especially when those companies go to great lengths to do it in different ways. Can you imagine? She must have been like this, mustn't she, forever and ever? The lapis grit in her eyes. Anyway, don't think about that. $14.95. In fact, let's move on. Let's move on with the thought of Cleopatra clearing her eyes there. Oh, you know, I love these. I love these, and I know you do as well. From previous experience elsewhere, I know that you love to buy a ring that ordinarily, you know, with channels like ours, we would say, okay, here's a sterling silver ring. It's available in size N and O and H, whatever. And if your size isn't there, it drives you bonkers, doesn't it? Absolutely. That's it, can't buy it. It's not in my size. Oh, you can pay for it to be resized. Well, no, I've paid for the ring already. I don't want to pay for it to be resized. How about having one that's completely and utterly universal? So all you do is you tease the sterling silver in and out until you get to your ring size. So clearly, that's not my size. But I can make it any size I want. All I need to do, because it's sterling silver and it's malleable, all I need to do, be gentle with it. Don't be, you know, don't be rough and tumble with it. But you know what? Now it is. Now it is. Hey, does that mean I'm a jewellery maker as well now? Wow, that's twice tonight. That's twice tonight. It's two major achievements. I put a pearl onto a pendant earlier. Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going places. So, how much sterling silver, Phil, in this? 3.8 grams. And I know you're going to do something silly. Can I just be honest with you? I don't know what the prices are before you know what the prices are. I don't. And even if I was told or I had it written down here, I would forget it. I've got such a bad memory. I've just said to Phil, don't tell me, because, you know, I want to find out when you find out. That's a ring that at $6.95 can be a size H, can be a Z plus 5, and it's $6.95. It's a beautiful ring as well, isn't it? Wonderful. It's got lots and lots of sterling silver. It's beautifully finished. It's wonderfully made, and you just tease the back of the ring in and out as you want to create your size. And actually, even to the amount, obviously you know that it was nowhere near fitting. It barely went there before I stretched it out and got it there. And even you think, is that going to be irritating, the bit at the back where you pulled it out and changed its size? No, it really isn't. It really isn't. You would never know. And the thing is, you know what happens, and it's happened to so many people I know, and it happened to my mother as well. If you're pregnant, or if it's that time of the day, you know what it's like. If you've got a ring that's just so, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Apparently we call that swell o'clock. Feet swell, hands swell. If I go out walking and it's nice and warm, my hands swell. They go like little sausages, my fingers, for some reason. I have no idea why. It's probably because I'm so close to the ground. But you know what? With this, you have no worries on that, especially during pregnancy as well. You know, you have to be so careful with your jewellery during pregnancy, don't you? What a beautiful piece. $6.95. And again, a lot of people are not used to that versatility of being able to adjust a ring themselves. What? I don't have to pay a jeweller to size it? No, no, no. No. You could, you know, if you pass that ring on to somebody else, it's their size too. So it's your size and it's everyone's. Well done. Make sure you check those out. $6.95. Brilliant, isn't it? Just so easy. Just so easy. Make sure you check out on that one, because $6.95 is way lower than it should be given its gram weight. Nearly, what was it, nearly 4 grams of silver in this? Yeah, nearly 4 grams of silver. Teresa, Jill, Chloe, Alan and Annette, Nicole, Papa, Carolyn in County Londonderry, Claire in Suffolk, well done Sandra, well done Collector in Devon. Lovely Devon. $6.95. Congratulations, lots and lots of you going in for that one. Well done. Don't blame you at all. Right, let's do number 5. Oh, how sweet are these? That's delicious. I love things like this. I absolutely love. You know, I once, well, you know, some of you will know as well, once elsewhere had a loose gemstone kit to sell, and it was a variety of different gemstones. There was a lot of everything in it. There was some tiger's dye, and there was some lapis lazuli, a bit of this, bit of that, and all the rest of it. And there was some of these wonderful shell bars. But unfortunately, in most of those sort of random kind of packs that you buy, you will have maybe 1 or 2 like this, but you won't have lots and lots of pieces that you can match together like this. It's like a little bridge, isn't it? But it could also be a little collar. These are all individual pieces, but they're designed to be graduated to sit next to each other. Beautiful, aren't they? They've got such a lovely colour to them as well. We show you the reverse as well, right? If there is a right way and a wrong way, or a reverse, but they look just as good from the reverse as they do from the front as well. See, that's the reverse, so it's slightly lighter, slightly more silver in its tones. Beautiful, isn't it? And then you get someone's had to go to the lengths of measuring those, because they all need to be the same. The one that you need to buy, so if you bought 3 sets of these, they all need to be the same. $6.95 just for that attention to detail. I mean, how do you cut shell? Do you do that on a diamond wheel? Do you do it with a tile cutter? Whew, watch your fingers. Do you know what I mean? How do they do it? How do they cut shell? Who knows? I just know I couldn't do it. Don't you? Beautiful. That's gorgeous. It's a wonderful, wonderful colour as well. I love the fact that shell, because it's porous, you can create any colour you like, and yet still have that lovely pearlescence, that lovely shine, that lovely personality. £6.95. Again, those together, centrepiece for a bracelet. Just, you know, okay, that's not going to make a great bracelet, but just to give you a bit of an idea. Lovely. Beautiful. Actually, yeah, you could have that as a chain and then hang it down, couldn't you? Love it. Oh. Did you see these earlier? You might not have been around earlier. We haven't got many of these left. Electric blue pearls. I mean, they are gorgeous. They look like 4A Tanzanite colour, don't they, in their depth? The most wonderful, wonderful lustre. And, you know, a lot of what you've been seeing today in the wedding fair, a lot of white pearls, you know, some pink pearls, but a lot of white pearls today. And look at what you've got here. Beautiful. 8 by 9 millimetre, and they're stunning. You can create any colour you like from a pearl, but it's wonderful to have this brilliant metallic blue. Love it. Just stunning, a little bit outstanding as well. A lot of these were sold earlier, so we're not looking at a big number left now. £5.95. So many of these sold already. And we were saying when Sarah was here earlier as well, just 2 of these pearls as stud earrings on sterling silver posts with their butterfly backs. It's a £15 spend, isn't it? It's a £15 spend for a customer to get a pair of genuine freshwater pearls. I mean, yes, they've been coloured to that blue, and they've been given that wonderful metallic luster. But you know what? They're genuine pearls. So sterling silver posts and the butterfly backs, and that's a £15 spend. And yet you, how many did we work out? There was something like 40 pearls in that strand, something like that, between 40 and 50 pearls. So if you think about, even if you discounted those earrings down to £10 per pair, we're talking, you know, potentially there, £200 plus worth of revenue from, you know, £5.95. Obviously you'd need to add the cost of your silver posts and your butterfly backs to that, but, you know, I'm sure JM take care of that for you as well. £5.95. Amazing, really, isn't it, if you think about it? And again, you can accent and you can interchange between, you know, white pearls and blue pearls together. Look at the striking contrast between the two. It just works. That makes your value go even further, doesn't it? Make sure you check those out of your baskets. Congratulations. Okay, let me show you as well something else that we had a little bit earlier on, which was the white pearls, beautiful, beautiful, with your pearl threading material as well. So when you're finishing off your pearl pieces, to have the threading material, it's 2 40cm lengths of the, is it 1mm threading? Yeah. With your threading material, your 1mm gauge, just fantastic. And that alone, let alone those beautifully perfect, I mean, you know, perfect is subjective, I know, but when you look at the exacting nature of these pearl rondelles, 8x5mm, and again, as I say, grading pearls at the pearl farm, you can imagine they're sitting there, they'll do a big pearl harvest, and they are sitting there literally, I picture it now, and I've seen footage of it actually, of them sitting in a shed literally full of pearls, and then there are people separating them into, right, these are the white ones, and then there'll be the shades of white, and here are the pink ones, and here are the shades of pink. And it's not just shades, but it's sizes then as well, and the sorting that has to go on to get you a strand of pearls like this is ridiculous. £8.95. A lot of you still have those in baskets as well, so again, make sure you, I know a lot of you will wait until 11 o'clock and we'll do a big checkout there, knowing that you've got all the way through until midnight. Remembering, of course, if you do leave a basket, and it's well worth remembering as well, if you do leave a basket overnight, of course 8 o'clock in the morning, prices can reverse to where they should be, or where they could be. So make sure you check them out. Do it tonight before you go to bed. You know, you don't need me telling you that. Anyway, that is phenomenal. Such a big resource that we hardly see at all. The threading material that we don't see very often at all is there as well. Brilliant. Well done, you. Okie dokie. What shall we do now? Number 9. Oh, nice. Oh, now actually, here's where I get to be a jewellery maker all over again. Hey, third time tonight. Thanks, Phil. One of our last pieces tonight. Okay, this is where you get to be a jewellery maker. So you get a pair, sterling silver with white topaz, 28 white topaz between the two. You get the half-drilled pearls. Can I, Phil? Can I? These have got the screw threads on them as well. Okay, so here's where you become a jewellery maker. So you get the half drilled pearls as well. You pop them on, you screw them in and secure them. Actually, that hasn't got a screw thread on the inside, but so you would secure that with some glue, not ordinary glue, obviously. Use special jewellery glue that we've got here at JM. The E6000 glue, that's the one we recommend, and it's there on the website JewelleryMaker.com, and that's it. You've made a pair of pearl earrings. You've made your first piece of jewellery, maybe your first pair of pearl earrings, and you made them for $12.95. I mean, come on. Again, remember what we were talking about earlier about the price. Oh, actually, this one will screw on. Look, that's good. Yes, it's got a screw thread, but I'm not sure my other pearl. You would need a little bit of glue there as well, just to secure it as well. Fantastic. £12.95. Congratulations to everyone buying tonight. Thank you so much. I have loved it, and I've loved it so much that I'm going to be back again tomorrow evening from 6 o'clock on The Late Show, which will be brilliant. I'm back with you as well. If you're not around tomorrow, I'm back here on Wednesday and Thursday late. Wednesday, we'll be with lovely Sara again as well. And we guys, what are we going to do on Wednesday, Phil? Was it again? Kumahimo for starters, which is brilliant because I'm a starter, so I'll be in the front row learning just like you. Thank you so much for your company tonight. It's been brilliant. Thank you so much, team. You've been amazing, as always. I can't remember everybody's name, but, you know, everybody. For Leah, Mike, Phil, Toby, and you, more than anything. Thank you so much for your company. I'll see you tomorrow night at the same time here at JM. Good night.
As part of Jewellery Maker's 7th birthday celebrations, we have 3 exciting workshops you won't want to miss out on. Join Kleshner on Thursday the 4th